Good morning and welcome here to the Mason Natatorium in Mason, Ohio. Mike Kern and Dave Bonnet-Signa in a good matchup to start off the feed of what we'll have all day long here on ICRC-TV as the Upper Arlington Golden Bears take on the Toledo St. Francis Knights, the first contest of today. And first you'll see here on the stream the rest of the day. And St. Francis started off with a win yesterday against Napoleon in the 6-11 game. They also fell later on in a 13-11 matchup, or 13-11 loss rather, in a later game. But trying to get things going here early this afternoon and trying to get themselves into the winner's bracket and ultimately the championship game later tonight at 7:15.
Yeah, double elimination gives you a chance if you have a bad matchup, get a chance to come back and get yourself back on the right track.
So the State Water Polo Championships here, the 42nd annual at Mason High School, underway. Upper Arlington, you see in the darker caps, traversing left to right here in the first part of this match. They try and work it down quickly to one of their big guys in Drew Wilson. And his first shot is an errant shot that will miss wide to the right side of the goalkeeper, Jacob Sobczak, for Toledo St. Francis. Now St. Francis using the arm of their goalkeeper to get the ball right up the pool quickly, and a quick foul that stops play and gives St. Francis an opportunity to get a shot on goal. And I've seen these two kids, the goalkeepers, the last couple of years, and they have cannons. So they will probably be on display at some point coming up. And fast-moving first quarter here as each team has had a chance at it. Upper Arlington now with their second possession, and they just have to try the lob shot with a shot clock rolling down under 5.
Yeah, Sobczak had to reach back just a little bit to keep that from going in the net. It looked like just a little weak shot, but nearly ended up in the back.
Bachbrader with the little wet pass inside, and it wasn't going to amount to anything. Cameron Cordell could not get to it. The junior, pretty upperclassmen rosters for both teams. A handful of freshmen worked in there, but teams who have been here before. And off to my right, Toledo St. Francis' coach John Smith. He's not very happy already. He's just a minute and a half into this contest, and he is already on the officials who are pacing in front of us. And the foul inside will give St. Francis a chance to set up offensively behind TJ Hazelman. Just a couple of passes around the horn trying to find a hole in the defense of Upper Arlington. Got to the finals last year against St. X. Actually had a couple of colorful outbursts at different times. I remember Coach J.J. Spangler had to he had to go hang out on the bus for a little while when he got ejected in one of the games. Oh, post shot right off the top for Alec Caswell, the sophomore for Upper Arlington. And just that quickly, the possession comes to a close for St. Francis. Working fast in the pool, one-on-one shot just missed wide left of the goal again on the toss for Reed Ray. As I see it go back to St. Francis. Both teams still trying to feel each other out, trying to establish the position. And if you can't carry the ball underneath the water, it'll be a turnover probably 9 times out of 9.
Yeah, got to give the other team an opportunity to knock it away. And it's under the water. That can't happen.
Upper Arlington tried the drop pass in the hole to Reed Ray. They weren't able to get to it. Now, curious about that one, and Caswell wasn't even looking at the goal. He had an opportunity where he was able to dribble forward, but instead tries to set things up, but it's a good choice as Parker Neary picks up the first goal of the afternoon, or of the morning session, as he had a couple of goals in the games last year. And it's now 1-0 in favor of Upper Arlington. So now the first possession for St. Francis as they try and get back into it and get back to even. hard battle up front, and the foul going on the Golden Bears. And the ball redirected right into the hands of Alex Rabe. See him wait.
Sorry, Drew Wilson got called for the foul, but it turns out to amount to nothing.
Caswell now with it in the left hand. A couple of dribbles, just trying to let his team set up, pass into the hole, and the foul right between the cones. Resets the shot clock, and another goal for Drew Wilson. I said, talk about he and Parker Neary last year had a good job, or had a good day. And this one gives Upper Arlington a 2-0 lead with about 3 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Those goals come in less than 40 seconds apart.
That's what Upper Arlington has done with this group. The seniors dominating the top part of the lineup, and they've been good throughout the course of their time at Upper Arlington. Almost a foul for Reed Ray. He climbed right on the top of TJ Hazelman. But the 2-on-1 proves beneficial, at least momentarily, for Upper Arlington. St. Francis able to steal it back, looking for their first goal. And it was tipped off the throw from the 3-year starter and the captain, and Lance Bachbreaker. Bachbreaker now trying to get his team back in as they trail 2-0. And a pretty obvious foul just outside of the 2-meter cone. Back to the top, Bachbreaker with the pass off to the left side. See if they go back to him at the point. Nope, they'll work back to the left. Nothing doing, and the pass intercepted, and to the surprise of no one, it's Upper Arlington's captain, and Drew Wilson, who was able to pilfer the ball.
Yeah, 2 goals and now an interception there. Now a breakaway for Toledo Francis.
And right in front, got caught, did the goalkeeper for Upper Arlington and Alex Rabe, and it's James DeSalle who makes the goal to make it a 2-1 Upper Arlington lead. So the first goal for St. Francis coming with all 2s on the time on the scoreboard. And that's just a simple mistake, kind of a self-inflicted wound for Upper Arlington, cost them their first given up goal. Pass into the hole. Wow. How about the sidearm throw from Drew Wilson? He didn't even have that in his hand for maybe half a second before he was able to flip that around the corner and give his team a 3-1 lead with his second goal.
One more, you can throw your hats into the pool.
I would not recommend it.
No.
My hat costs a lot of money. Maybe that's on me for buying $30 hats.
Probably so.
That's probably so. Ryan appreciates that. He knows. Back in the truck doing a terrific job. Shot clock hasn't been an issue for these offenses so far. Only the second time now that it's gone under 10 seconds. Now St. Francis, that ball, Wilson able to pressure the hands of Bachbreaker. And the captains meeting up there. Minute 35 left in the first quarter. Nice pass from the outside wing and in Parker Neary with his second goal. So now 4-1 Upper Arlington.
Yeah, Neary just kind of lollipopped it in, and instead of a hard throw, was able to skip it by.
Yeah, not anything fancy, just effective. The give and go between Hazelman and Bachbreaker. Lance, of course, I said, has been the big scorer so far, and a nice lead pass for Wilson. See if he can get there with a one-on-one right in front of the goalkeeper, and he's now got the hat trick here in the first quarter of an Upper Arlington 5-1 lead.
That's some rapid scores. Last 4 goals all coming less than 30 seconds apart.
Upper Arlington had a game last year I remember doing at the state championships here that they did that same thing where they had a bunch right in order. Throw from the point by Cameron Cordell, the junior, is tipped out by Alex Rabe. So it'll stay Upper Arlington ball with just about a minute left here in the first quarter. Or I'm sorry, Upper Arlington rather takes the ball away from St. Francis. Just that quickly, they go from defense to offense. Ball dropped by Wilson. He'll dribble through traffic. Tries to set up inside the 5 meters. And a hard toss stopped by the goalkeeper in Sobczak. Man, I mean to tell you, that one had some speed on it from Brody Weidman. Right back just as quickly, defense to offense, what UA has done so far. Weidman, his throw, misses wide right. And it'll go back to St. Francis with 20 seconds left in the first quarter. First of a handful of games you can watch here on the stream all day long on ICRC-TV. As we'll have the finals coming up later tonight at 7:15. Could be one of these two teams. As you see in the background, the next team's getting ready, coming in. First quarter down to the final 5 seconds. And a shot. Man, I mean to tell you, early in the morning, you get something thrown at you that fast, your reaction time is probably not going to be as quick as
that was a
these
bullet.
Kids have been. I believe, again, Milford and Sycamore coming up at 11:45. St. X is coming up at 1 o'clock. The first quarter has come to an end. Now with Upper Arlington leading at 5-1.
A lot of scoring. 5 goals for Upper Arlington, 3 of them for Drew Wilson. Parker Neary has 2. James De La Salle, the lone goal for the Knights of Toledo St. Francis. That's a trick for them.
I was thinking that too. Luckily, 75 is right up the road.
Well, Upper Arlington, I mean, it's not across the street either, so.
There we go. I was trying to fix the monitor so that we could actually see what was happening and get the great replays from the truck. Okay. So a clarification, and it makes a lot of sense, about the tournament actually not being double elimination. It's just the way that it's written with everybody playing on Saturday. And we appreciate the clarification because,
yes.
I mean, I'll be honest, we didn't know everything.
Not about this.
Not about this, yeah. So the highest these two teams could get is 5th, but still, if you look at the teams that are in this bracket, you can do yourself a heck of a thing to be able to finish 5th in this state tournament.
Right. I mean, you play for pride. You play for your team, obviously, and you don't want to finish at the bottom of the list. You finish the best that you can.
St. Francis beat Napoleon yesterday, 12-8, and then fell 13-11 in their second matchup.
Really unique place with Napoleon. Been there a couple times. You walk in the school, you can, you smell the pool, right next to their gym. If you ever do a basketball game or volleyball in their gym, the canyon, the pool is literally right on the other side of the wall. Just a great facility. The facilities here at Mason, fantastic.
Second quarter getting ready to start as they toss the ball out at the center line. Little flare from the official here on that one. His jump shot looked a heck of a lot better than mine, I'll tell you that. Toledo St. Francis again going right to left here in the first half. There are the White Hats and Connor Bishop with the ball for the first time, and the first time that he has it taken away by a familiar name in Parker Neary. Now the quick throw, looking for Drew Wilson. Wilson will fade back towards the line here on the right side before he has it stolen away. And Bachbrader again. It's kind of a shame for his team as he does the backstroke with the ball in his hand that he hasn't been able to have his team turn this defense that he has had in this game personally into an offensive opportunity. Ball stolen away. Now Neary again. Might as well just figure that Neary and Wilson are going to have their names said a lot because they are both very good. This one a steal by Caswell.
Yeah, 3 Golden Bears converged on the ball to get the steal.
Connor Bishop, Cameron Cordell reaches in front, and he did a good job not to commit the foul there on Reed Ray, but he was still able to knock the ball away from behind and keep Upper Arlington from being able to get another shot on goal. Down to Wilson. Wilson just outside the 5 meters. Tries to get it inside. He just, as he was fading away, he tried to hit Sebastian Amatola. And we'll go back the other way. And now St. Francis emphatically behind John Smith, taking a timeout. He heard the horn blow and then said, yep. Let me get my guys out of the pool and have a quick conversation with them as they trail 5-1 just here early in quarter number 2.
And TJ Hazelman taking a jump into the pool as he'll come into the contest.
So now they're a look inside the brain trust, if you will, for Toledo St. Francis. As both coaches in John Smith and Andrew Stacy you see in the picture.
Definitely emphatically trying to get their point across to the gentlemen in the pool in the white hats.
Now the look at the other side and the other bench with coaches for Upper Arlington. And both teams, kind of an extra thing. Anytime that you can get an opportunity to try and break that run. The quarter really hasn't gone well for either so far in terms of how the first quarter went, especially for Upper Arlington, but they have a chance coming out of this timeout to maybe stop St. Francis. Conversely, the Knights would like to and need a goal here. Ball skips across. Not a clean look at it, so they'll go back to the top of the point. And every time that the ball is above the head, I want to call it wacky waving arm inflatable tube man. Oh, nice save again. That one redirected. It'll stay with St. Francis, but Alex Rabe, as he has done the last couple of years at Upper Arlington, makes another big save. And that's the word on that kid, is that's what he does. Makes good decisions, makes smart decisions, and has been a big part of UA's success the last handful of years.
Definitely having a good game so far.
Pass up and almost underneath. Wilson trying to get the fast break started. Smart decision on his part because he saw that the play clock was down to about 6. Now he's just outside the 2 meters, throws one right off the fingers of Sobczak.
Wilson got the tip back off the rebound and punched it by the goalkeeper to make it 6-1. That's his 4th goal.
Yeah, it didn't take him long. As you get a look at it on the replay.
There's the tip and there's the poke back.
So the first goal of this second quarter goes up on the board for the Golden Bears.
Playing around at the top is Neary. He has 2 of the 6. Gets by Cordwell. Fires it in and jumping up there to knock it away, Andrew Cobb.
So back out to the center line. Now for UA, a lot of big hands in their faces. Now a quick pitch across, almost a mistake in thought process by Reed Ray. He was looking back to see if anybody was trailing up behind him. Didn't really notice that he was just a couple of meters away from the goal. And then when he did, it was almost too late as the shot was stopped by St. Francis. Nifty move through traffic for Bachbrader again. St. Francis, if they want to win this game, they've really got to get him involved to get him on that swing pass back to the middle, but nothing doing again for UA.
Yeah,
as UA stops it, rather.
Yeah, Arlington's defense has just been stellar. Arms up in the air all over the place, not giving the Knights any looks at all.
Wilson doing a lot of talking, waiting for his teammates to try and set up their offense here midway through the second quarter. leading by 5. Now dribbling through traffic, Parker Neary goes back out top to Wilson, who just floats a drive pass off the hands of Alex Caswell, who misses off the post as the shot clock expires. Everybody right on top of the ball. That ball bounced in front of Alex Rabe, and he's able to play it off the water-soaked hop. Left-handed here for Ted Dimitrov. And a long throw for the goal for Parker Neary. He just reared back and let go of that one with a high velocity for his 3rd goal. So both he and Wilson for Upper Arlington with a hat trick here in the first half. St. Francis players switching in and out of the pool on the subs. Now the Knights still right to left. About 2:15 left in the first half of a fast-moving contest here to open this morning's state championship Saturday. A foul on the outside gives the Knights a chance to set up, but the pass thrown too high for Griff Littlehale. Long throw hits the back wall. That one off the hands of Bachbrader, and that's not what I was talking about when I was talking about getting him good looks.
Yeah, definitely. He just lofted that one over the crossbar.
Wilson with a little quick dump pass. He tried to put it in front of Reed Ray, but Ray has it stolen away from him by the aforementioned Lance Bachbrader, who is all over the pool here today. And he had 2 UA defenders right on top of him as he tried to get anything going. Now down to the final minute 30 in this first half. And the foul over the top on Dimitrov for UA. Shot clock down to 7. Got to get something. The wet pass into the hole. Oh, just a flip shot over the head of Alex Rabe. And it's maybe fortunate for Upper Arlington because he didn't see where that ball went, and it just went up over his head.
Lost sight of it, but like you mentioned, fortunately on his part, he really didn't need to see that one.
Down to a minute left in the first half. Upper Arlington with a 7-1 lead. They found themselves leading 5-1 after 1 and have added a pair on Wilson and Neary's goals in this quarter. So down now with the shot clock at 15, the game clock at 40. St. Francis needs a goal, and that ball was tipped. Oh, no, maybe not. It took a weird redirect off the throw from Bachbrader, but maybe it must have went off of one of his teammates in front of him. Either way, it'll be UA now going left to right for what I would think would be their final possession in the first half with 20 seconds. That sidearm shot from Caswell, or from Reed Ray rather, is going to be a miss, and it donged off the pole. So St. Francis not in a hurry with just 7 seconds left. They try and drop one into the short part of the pool, and they've got 2 seconds to get a shot off, and they get one off, but it's no good. So 5 first period goals from UA. Just 1 for St. Francis. 2 more for UA in the second quarter, and they lead 7-1 here at the half at the Mason Natatorium on ICRC-TV.
I am a veteran, and my victory was finding the strength to be a champion.
I am a veteran. My victory is having a job I can be proud of.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
My victory was finishing my education.
Mine is proving a disability is not a limitation.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
My victory is having my new battle buddy.
As veterans face their challenges, DAV is there to help for victories great and small.
I'm a veteran, and my victory is getting the help I needed to put my life back together.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support.
I'm a veteran. My victory is being there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is the city where danger lurks. Today, a new creature walks among us, terrorizing innocent citizens. They prowl the streets alone and in packs, causing mayhem, destruction, and carnage. Warning, until this threat can be contained, we must all be on the lookout for the dreaded digital deadwalkers. They're not looking out for you.
Dude! Engage!
A public service safety message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons, who want to keep everyone well connected.
Sorry.
With strong, healthy bones.
Back here on the ICRC-TV sports stream for this game between Upper Arlington and St. Francis. Mike Hearn and Dave Boninsigna, a 7-1 lead for Upper Arlington. They have gotten a couple of goals, or a couple of players, I should say, rather, with 3 different goals. Parker Neary and Drew Wilson. Wilson accomplished that feat in the first quarter as he had the first, third, and fifth goals for UA as they took a 5-1 lead after the first. Parker Neary got 2 in the first, and then his last in the second quarter that made it 7-1 just moments before the halftime break. One of a handful of games I talked about coming up today at 11:45, these fast-moving games. 8-seeded Milford takes on 5th-seeded Sycamore, and then at 1 o'clock, 3rd-seeded Thomas takes on the 7th seed in St. X.
Big schools.
Yes, very nice folks. Got to meet a handful of them last year when we were here for the 41st State Water Polo Championships. Split yesterday between Mason and Princeton, and then they come here on the Saturday contests and have a handful. There are also a lot of games going on starting at 9 o'clock this morning over at Princeton, and it's a big weekend for the water polo community. A lot of nice people we've met the last couple of years doing these contests, and it's a lot of work for a lot of people, and we appreciate everything that everybody does, but man, it goes fast.
Yeah, well, week 10 of the high school football season, in the books for the most part. And then you have the state championships in water polo here. Good time of year.
Yeah, and Ryan just reminded me from the truck that it feels like we were just here doing this game last year, and I was thinking that on my way down here, that I don't think it was a year ago that we had already been here, but hey, time flies. Upper Arlington now going right to left in front of us here, the Golden Bears in the dark caps. St. Francis in the white caps, traversing left to right, and still trying to figure out how to break the mystery that is Alex Rabe. Good save for St. Francis, as Sobczak has done a good job back there. Just a junior, and he's got good vision for where everybody's at the pool at all times. A hard defensive battle here with Will Sears, the senior for Upper Arlington. Able to win that battle though, and the foul, Jack Crowell rather. And
yeah, Nick Peeps and
a goal.
There's another goal.
That one will come from Dominic LeBron. LeBron had a couple of goals I remember last year for UA as well. This one makes it 8-1, and it comes early on here in the third quarter. So now 5:58 to go in this quarter. Ben Heisler trying to set something up for Griff Littlehale, who is my favorite name today.
Will Sears doing a great job defensively this last 2 times down the pool. Knocks the ball away there.
If you're watching online or on the stream throughout the course of the day, you can tweet us at ICRC-TV, at Z Sports Live, or at Michael Hearn PVP. One of the 3 Twitter accounts that we have throughout the course of the day.
We'll
we
answer you.
appreciate all of the input and the help. We don't pretend to know everything.
Yeah, we do. We pretend.
Unless it's around our wives, and then that's a whole other thing.
Exactly. That's it.
Another quick steal. UA has limited the St. Francis possessions to just maybe 10 seconds each here early on. But a pass right in the middle of the lane looking for Dominic Cabron is stolen away by DeSalle. Shot clock was down to 20 when that foul occurred just outside the 5-meter cone. Now swimming through traffic is Griff Littlehale, the junior, trying to find something. He gets a pass over across and a big windup and a toss from Bachbrader, the captain for St. Francis. Again, is all for naught as he's had a rough go of it. He can obviously tell he's got a big arm, smart kid, but just has not been able to get good looks. The ball flipped with the eyes closed from Will Sears. Ranges off the post and rattles the cage. Ball inside, the reverse shot from DeSalle.
He has the lone goal for the Knights. Kind of backflipped that one. Unable to get it into the net, though.
So now St. Francis trying to just get the ball back. Go back and forth. UA able to steal it away. Another one high off the post on the shot. And, you know, that's one of those instances where Zobsak did the right thing there. He made himself as big as possible and was able to just keep that one from coming anywhere near the upper shelf.
Yeah, Gavin Voss tried to poke that one into the net unsuccessfully.
Well, Durker not successful in his own right of securing the ball for Upper Arlington. Now the wet pass to Sebastian Imatola and the foul. I don't believe that we've seen a kick-out foul yet. I haven't seen one.
No.
Kind of a clean game
you
so
are
far.
correct.
So just midway through this third quarter already. Upper Arlington has held the lead since early on in the first quarter when Parker Neary got the scoring started. That was the first one, the penalty shot that was missed, or blocked rather, from Imatola. So that, at that point, obviously the first one. Now St. Francis works on offense. Crowell, he just threw one lazily to Bachbrader, but Lance able to get to it as he throws one into the hole, and the spin shot will miss high and roll out of the pool and, well, roll right back in. Why not? Alex Rabe has been a magnet for the ball all day. It's kind of apropos that it would come back to him. Imatola swam past the ball.
That's it.
One of the two, I don't know. Just making up words. It's early in the morning. We'll be better by the time that the championship comes around. Up top, good look, and that had to have pinged off the inside of the cage. Inside out, and a timeout from Upper Arlington. As they lead 8-1, they'll make a handful of substitutions. 2:28 to go in the third quarter. And Caswell, as he dives back into the pool.
He was excited to get back in the pool.
He was very excited. Yes, he was. I don't know that I've ever been excited for anything like that wasn't bacon. Fish is on the far side, waiting to put the ball back in play. Wait till everybody gets situated. Now the throw back to Sobczak.
The officials should have to get in the pool, too. That'd be great.
Take that up with this gentleman in front of you.
Yeah.
See how that goes.
We'll ask him about that in between.
Right. A pass they were trying to get to Cameron Cordell was Toledo St. Francis, but it's another mistake. And again, they're not playing all that poorly. They just have had self-inflicted wounds and a couple of balls that have not found their intended target. UA now with 10 seconds to go on the shot clock will have it taken away. That time by TJ Hazelman. Final minute 45 of the third. Here comes Hazelman all on the attack. Trying to survey the defense in front of him, see what he can find. Nothing doing as he plays pitch and catch with Zach McClellan, the freshman. So St. Francis working in some extra players right now that we haven't seen in the first half as they try and get anything going. Heisler with a pass inside just as the shot clock expires. It comes back to Upper Arlington.
Well, the Golden Bears defense has just been magnificent.
Connor Bishop is the first one to be kicked out. And now Rabe, who's got the big arm himself, will swim up towards the middle of the pool. And UA will swim back and set up. As they have to be reminded about being onside before the ball is put back up. Now the throw to Rabe just inside the center line off to the right side. All right, left-handed one over to the right side now this time. That's something different from him. Wilson playing pitch and catch up front. See if they come back to him. They'll just push one across with the fingertips with a minute to go here in the second part of this third quarter. And the violation against UA will give it back.
That's fortunate for the Knights because that went in the back of the net.
Yeah, St. Francis doesn't need to give up any more goals, obviously. Not to a team that can score as quickly as Upper Arlington. Now a quick pass up ahead. Nice ball movement results in the goal, just the second of this quarter, and the second coming from a different player that did not score the first time around. It is Ted Dimitrioff this time to make it 9-1 in favor of Upper Arlington. To get a second look at that goal, I bet his name is pronounced Dimitrov. I apologize. Again, I can't read early in the morning. And now he gets the goal. So 9-1 UA with the lead. The final 5 seconds of the third. Nobody's really going to get anything out of it. 2 goals in the period, both coming for UA, as they now have scored the last 6 goals of this game.
Very productive defensively in that quarter for the Golden Bears. Just not giving the Knights much of anything to look at, as St. Francis really struggling and getting players open and getting any good shots off at all.
So St. Francis, if this score holds up to how it is right now, would play again at 3:30 in the 7th and 8th place game against the loser of the next game. You see all those young men in the pool right now getting ready to go. Shout out to Dave and I's buddy Jordan Zavarnik watching on the live stream.
What's up, Jordan?
And then Upper Arlington would play in the 5th and 6th place game, which would be right after that, taking place at 4:45 against the winner of the next game between Milford and Sycamore. A look at the UA bench, bunch of relaxed kids right now, and man, are they big in numbers. One of the bigger squads of this tournament, as you get a look at the other side now in St. Francis. Both teams ready to get back in the pool. And you can always tell the difference between the kids that are ready to play and the ones that are laser focused. I watched a couple of the next team players just kind of mean mugging the camera and having a good time during that last break here between the third and fourth quarters.
It's good to be relaxed, out there, have fun, and that can say a lot for what your team is and their mindset.
Well, in Milford yesterday, They were here in Mason, and they played in an overtime game that they won 9-8, so maybe that helps relax you. However, the second game that they played, they got beat 24-11.
A little
kind
too
of a
relaxed,
50-50, but
yeah.
I would imagine it's a different thing, you know, on Saturday when you've already played a couple of times on Friday and you're acclimated to how everything is going.
Right. Yeah, get the feel for the atmosphere, I guess.
So the championship coming up at 7:15 p.m. Again, the third and fourth place game right before that, and a full day of action here on the 29th of October, the 42nd Boys State Water Polo Championships. Tremendous facilities, and I talked about earlier, great people here, not only at Mason and helping set this up, but also down the road at Princeton. Beautiful facilities at both places. Ball in the pool across the center line. It'll go to St. Francis here to open this quarter, and they need a run of pretty big proportions here early on. They're going to swim out ahead. Hazelman trying to get it, but stripped away from behind now by Gavin Voss. And Voss, the first time we've called his name, he's a big kid in the pool, and he was able to track that down pretty quickly.
Yeah, he picked the pocket of the Knights and given the Golden Bears the ball.
Second penalty shot here for the Bears as Dominic LeBron will take it. He bounced it off the water, off the pole, and I believe that the redirect of the wave kept it from going in the back of the goal.
It almost bounced right back at him.
Yeah, he almost got a second shot. You don't get one, obviously, but by that I mean a defensive shot that he almost got hit in the face with it. Rabe now. Another instance in which Alex has just come out and taken the ball away.
Long outlet to Daniel Seeley.
Seeley, just a sophomore. And mixing it up is Dominic LeBron. He got caught up with with Bachbrader rather. Shot clock down to 5 for UA as they're right near the exclusion line, and they just barely get the shot off. Did they put it up and in? Yes, they did. The first goal of the fourth for Will Sears. And it's now a 10-0 lead, despite the fact that the virtual graphic reads otherwise in favor of UA. You'll just have to take my word for it.
De La Salle, the lone goal for the Knights.
And that coming a long, long time ago. Well,
2:22 the first quarter.
Joke's on you.
Yeah.
It's now 10-2 as that goal goes in for Bachbrader. So I talked about Lance earlier and about how he needed to get going. Finally for him, able to unleash one, and that time through the defense. Pass into the hole now. Nice job to get to the point of getting the shot by Voss, but as he was turned around trying to get in front of the defense, he was not able to get a clean shot on it and just weakly pushes it towards the net. Rabe with another stop. His team will have to continue to play defense, and the shot gets the ball out to Bachbrader again, and he now has got back-to-back goals in a span of about a minute.
He had the wide open shot and put it right by Rabe.
And he got, maybe he should have tried that earlier on. I talked about how he had long shots from the point. But that one finally pays off for him. Brody Weidman now with it for UA. Well, he had it momentarily. And now 3 white caps right on top of him help take that ball away. And who's there again? If you've been paying attention the last couple minutes, you know it's Lance Bachbrader. See if they come back to him. As now he's right there with the ball. Right there with a hat trick. So this was a 10-1 game. And now Bachbrader has made it 10-4. with a hat trick of goals in just about a minute and a half time. As you get a second look at it here, surveys, decides, whoop, nobody's over here. I'm going to take it myself. And he puts the howitzer right on the net. Pass into the hole, and a foul going against Drew Wilson. So now it will be Bachbrader and crew who will traverse back up the pool, trying to get something going for Golden Bears right on top of Gavin Voss, or excuse me, of James DeSalle. Voss, one of those.
Opposite numbers pulling each other down.
As now the lob pass, trying on the quick touch was Parker Neary from the lead from Drew Wilson. Wilson, by the way, Wilson and Neary actually both haven't scored since midway through the second quarter, and they were a big part of the offensive attack for UA early on. Each one of them with 3 goals. Wilson actually with 4. As the action right down here in front of us, you see the shading on the defensive end, just hounding defense from Will Sears as the shot clock almost expires.
Parker Neary on the steal. And a goal put up by number 10, Drew Wilson. That is his 5th.
So again, game 13 of this championship here this weekend. We've got a lot more coming up through the stream and on the local cable.
Yeah, they reset things, and a fake throw by Brockbreaker.
So Bachbrader now, the last 3 goals for St. Francis, wants to get the ball, but the Knights will go away from him. Crowell throws it across the goal, and he just missed from one side to the other. And Ray waiting like a cat, just waiting to pounce on Drew Grespin when he was deciding where he was going to throw that ball. Down to 2.5 minutes to go. This will put UA into the 5th and 6th place game, and that ball bank in. I think it did.
I believe it did.
Parker Neary with the goal. Now 12-4 in favor of UA. They didn't make a call right away. I think the official on the far side was waiting to see if how the official on the near side was going to design that. In the meantime, Wilson is kicked out here on the near side of the pool. Ball just rolling across the water.
Waiting for the delivery out as nearly 10 seconds clicked off the clock.
Down to 1:50. UA with a commanding lead, and they look to add to that, but trapping it right on top of the hip is Sobczak.
Coming up on 90 seconds left. 12-2 Upper Arlington over St. Francis.
So now back around the top. Play clock down, or shot clock down to 13. Now down to 10, and it's the aptly numbered 13, and Bachbrader who gets another voracious shot on goal that rings off the post. His team down 12-4, and UA can just try and salt this one away. They've done a good job of getting in front of the defense at all times on the fast break, and it has paid dividends. The foul stops the clock with 8 seconds on the shot clock. Now UA struggling, trying to get one inside, but the ball goes under and comes back to St. Francis. Now they'll allow UA to swim ahead with 58 seconds left. Bachbrader here on the near side. He is going to be fouled by Parker Neary. St. Francis down by 8, trying to make it a closer game. But Neary just hounding defensively for Bachrader, who pounds the water frustrated as he swims back up, and he looks right at Parganeer like, all right, we've had a good battle. I respect what you've done here. Long cross-pool pass, and maybe almost a mistake. Seeley a little too unselfish that time, as he didn't take the shot, trying the push shot off the water is Crowell. And we hit the final 15 seconds as UA is going to come up with a 12-4 win. And they will play again coming up at 4:45. That'll do it here for the first game this morning. If you're watching on the live stream, we're going to have the screen. It'll go black for a couple of minutes. Don't worry, it'll be back. We just have to reset before we go online on our cable cast. So again, that'll do it for game number 1. Upper Arlington wins 12-4 here to open the morning session on ICRC-TV. Good morning and welcome inside the Mason Auditorium here in Mason, Ohio. State Water Polo Championships between Milford and Sycamore coming up next here on ICRC-TV.
And it's a fair ball and it's to the fence. Oh,
and a goal. Washington in front of him. He's inside the 10. Oh, blocked from behind. Cut off the glass, but no problem at all. Fifth, one for the cradle. He got locked up.
One guy that's got an angle on it, and he cuts back on it. Deep ball. That couldn't corral the ball.
He's fly to right field against the wind. It's out of here.
Carries it. We're tied at 19.
Welcome back inside the Mason Auditorium here as we get ready for the ball to be in the pool. Mike Kern and Dave Bonansigna this morning on ICRC-TV, and the second time around this season that we've had this matchup between Sycamore and Milford. Sycamore in the green caps going left to right here in the first half under the direction of ninth-year head coach Nick Helwig. The Whitecaps of the Milford Eagles and Kevin Metzger going right to left, and should be a good matchup between these two teams. The winner will play at later on this afternoon in the 5th and 6th place game against Upper Arlington. The loser will play against St. Francis in the 7th and 8th place game. Both teams trying to establish a possession early, and on the first one of the contest for the Eagles, it is Charlie Hoffsfeld, the leading scorer for Milford, with the score.
Didn't take Hoffsfeld long to get in the scorebook. Puts the Eagles up 1-0.
And remember, we saw him the first time around in this matchup, and he did almost the exact same thing. Had a nice game in that contest. Now these backhanded flip shot for Sycamore, and Richard Nardi ties the contest at 1. So 1-1 and 2 goals in a span of 50 seconds to open. It might be that kind of game.
Yeah, Nardi didn't waste any time. He got behind the defense and just flipped it in.
Nardi has had a good season for this group. A senior, third year on the team, second year playing. Was a return, or is the leading scorer and returning from a knee injury that sidelined him all of last year. Hard shots, 3 quick shots here from these two teams in the first couple of minutes. And that one ranged off the top part of the cage.
Brandon Levins tried to get his team a 2-1 advantage.
In and out of the pool, Sycamore and Tanner Behrens with the shot, but he is stopped by Kane Gormley, the senior captain and goalkeeper for Milford. And there's a stop as well on the other side. That one from Ryan Wick, the senior goalie.
Wick with the outlet pass.
And as we talked about the first time around when we brought you this matchup in the regular season, these two teams, their goalies, their arms are weapons because they can throw the length of the pool in a hurry. Not only set up the fast break, but in a couple of instances, almost come up with a goal themselves.
I was going to say, I believe the last time we saw that, that did happen.
It did. It was late in the game.
I think it was Gormley that got the goal late.
So a fresh shot clock now as Milford traverses down into the pool. And the foul will bring the ball back the other way.
The opposite number 9's going at it. Number 9, now he got the foul called. That being number 9 of Matt Schnell.
And
Nardi.
Quick shot from Nardi. Puts Sycamore up 2-1. The first time around, by the way, this matchup won by Sycamore 7-4. Let's get a second look. Look, the long hair just flowing, got the opposing goalkeeper to lean the opposite way from in which he wanted to do, and now he's got the last 2 goals, and it's 2-1. favor of Sycamore. Milford trying to get back to it quickly, though, taken away. And back the opposite way. I believe that was Basarin who was able to get to it. Not very often that you see somebody foul the goalie, but Bryce Gwynn trying to take it away from Gormley. He was unsuccessful in doing so, and he gets called for the infraction. Now the ball underneath. Dave talked about opposing numbers. Matt Schnelly and Zach Marks, they have been going at it so far. And a quick 2-1 lead. Sycamore, the Avs want to aid themselves in adding another goal here. Try and say that. It didn't work out.
Oh, you tried.
And then there's the same battle again. As now the defense having to back off. Shot clock down to 15 as the pass thrown from one side of the pool to the other to Braden Kennedy. And the shot clock now resets on the kickout foul. Back to the top with the advantage here for Milford as they try and get back from that 2-1 deficit that they're facing. Kennedy up top. Kennedy now with the throw over to the left wing, and Schnelly has it knocked out on his throw. It didn't work out, and here comes the fast break attack, and there goes Tanner Behrens right back out off of the 30-second time or the 20-second timeout, and now he tries to set up his team. But tell you what, Ken Gormley is doing a good job right now of having to come out and play the ball and doing it smartly, not getting himself too far out of position for Milford. 2.5 minutes now left in the first quarter. See if it kind of grinds down. Remember the first half between these two teams the last time around, I remember just sort of zoomed by. And then the second half, when it got a lot more physical, when just a couple of goals were scored, it kind of slowed down to a grind.
Yeah, they definitely tightened up on the defensive part that last time that they met in the second half of the game. Nice stop there on that part by Gormley.
Yeah, Kevin Berghoff, the Sycamore MVP last season, the senior captain, was unable to get that ball into the goal. We get a shot of him here after a while. I'll tell you a little story about him. As a long throw on goal, up and in for Charlie Hosfeld, and he has both of his team's goals. Now tying the contest at 2. So back and forth. This goes as you get a second look at his throw. Just watch where it comes from. Out there at the point, hand in the face, and he's still able to throw that one with power and lob it into the back right corner for the goal.
Nearly from the midpoint of the pool.
Berghoff trying to swim out to the ball as he's able to just do enough to punch it into the hands of Connor McGowan. Connor now will try the lob shot, and he will lob it over the top.
Yeah, he caught the goalie out a little bit and unable to back it up and knock it away. Makes it 3-2 in favor of the Avs.
Well, and it figures too, because I just spent a couple of minutes talking about how well Gormley had done in his decision making. It's the teams were able to reverse that right off the bat. 3-2 coming up near the end of the first quarter. Tight defense from Connor McGowan. Now the pass around, nice throw inside just to get the shot from Higgins to Hosfeld. But Charlie not able to get the goal to tie the contest. Milford down by 1 minute to go in the first, and they get a foul as they just shoved Matthew Sheets under the water. Now the play clock resets. Going to add to the point is Richard Nardi, and he does. And you can see in the background as he gets that third goal in the hat trick here in the first quarter that there's a nice cheering section, including some students here for Sycamore rooting him and his squad on.
He has a hat trick now, by the way.
Yeah, and just in the first quarter. So 25 seconds on the play clock, 40 seconds on the game clock here in the first. And the ball in Jared Higgins' hand. Higgins tried to flip one to Brenham Levins, but again stolen away by the Aviators defense. Swimming out to the backside, Nardi already with the hat trick Dave talked about. Drops a perfect pass to Berghoff, and he goes up and over for his first goal. You get a look at him swimming away there as the 5-2 lead. The story about him is that he wears those glasses you see for eye protection. He had major reconstructive surgery on his eyelid this past summer. He was involved in a car accident that necessitated that to take place.
Great job that the second goal in a row for Sycamore that they just lobbed over the top. Nothing, rocket shot at the net, and they just dinked it in, and now they're up 5-2.
Nardi couldn't get a shot off before the quarter came to an end, so Sycamore with a 5-2 lead after the first quarter here, as again they will look to get themselves into the 5th place game and take on Upper Arlington at 4:45 here today. If you're watching on the live stream, it's interesting to see how these teams get themselves. Obviously everybody's already played twice yesterday in the qualifying to get here. As you take a look at Milford, they beat Kilbourne, the number 9 seed, in overtime 9-8 in their first game. The second time around against St. Charles, the number 1 seed, they lost 24-11. As the take a look at a couple of the highlights and a lot of goals here in the first quarter. Almost the exact same score the first game that we had here earlier on between St. Francis and Upper Arlington. It was 5-1 in that game after one. It's 5-2 here as you get a look at those lob shot goals Dave was talking about. That, the first one from Nardi. Now the second one, a nice stop here on the save for Ryan Wick. Now Nardi, look, faked everybody out back to his left and just, he threw it off the goalkeeper's face. I didn't even see that the first time
either.
That's a way to do it. You get the fancy lob shot here, just the quick push shot, the last goal from Berghoff. But anytime you can use the opposing goalkeeper's face to get a goal.
Hey, any way you get it, man.
Whatever you got to do.
And like we said, we've seen some shots here that were rockets, into the net, by the goalkeeper, and then you see some that you get the goalkeeper out of the area just a little bit, get it up and over, and not like they can push off the bottom of the net and jump.
I was talking about...
We got 12 feet at one end and almost 11 feet at the other. I don't think anybody's that tall.
I was talking about the young man for Sycamore earlier, and I incorrectly pronounced his name. His name is Matt Schutz, the senior captain, swims year-round. Kind of a fascinating tale about him is that he's going into the Navy and wants to be a part of the Naval Academy.
Oh, well, good for him.
This seems like the perfect avenue for you to take to get to that point. Fingers up in the air for quarter number 2, and a hype squad from Milford as the ball in the center line will cross from left to right, and here comes Kevin Berghoff and his Aviator crew. Trying to get something working up front, trying to get the defense out of position. Snelly came way up top towards the middle of the pool to have to play the defensive end. Now back into the pool. Dropped right behind Jack Gowan. And he was not even looking at where the ball was. He was turned around looking at where Snelly was set up behind him. And the foul gives the ball right back to Sycamore. Leading 5-2 the first 30 seconds here in the second quarter. Nice long outlet pass from Wick up to Tanner Brerens. The lob shot this time just a bit high from Brerens, and it hits the top of the cage.
Almost another one of those lofters to go in, but A little bit of help from the crossbar. Goalie's best friend.
Right. Not your face,
No.
as we've learned. At least not for poor King Gormley. He's probably got a imprint of that ball. Play clock down to 7. Need to get a shot off here if you're Milford. They'll do so with 1 second to go. Unfortunately for them, Ryan Wick able to come over and put a left hand on it, stop it, let his team set up. And there's the arm I was talking about earlier on in the first quarter, setting his team up. And the 2-on-1, but the offsides call against Sycamore. They're going to quickly get another chance. It's almost a curse, if you will, because Richard Nardi had the shot from the left point. He chooses to give it across to Jack Gowan, and Jack makes quick work of the goal as he comes up with his first and now gives his team a 4-goal advantage. But it's almost a curse, is what I was going to say, as Ryan Wick throws the ball so far that at all times he has to look and see where everybody's at, just to make sure that they're not too far down. What I'd give to be able to, throw that far on a line often.
Yeah, with a wet ball.
With a wet ball, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the other part of it. Solid, tight defense from Daniel Wood, but he's able to get it away from the defense is Wick. Plays some baseball as well, one of the senior captains. Holds the single season record for blocks with 308 last year. And the arm we talked about as he gets another save there. He actually has 8 shots that have gone in from his goal to the opposing goal.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that's where your arm comes in handy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Now down to 4.5 minutes, and the foul right in front of the official at the center line gives it back to Milford. They have not had a goal in a while since the last goal that Charlie Hosfeld tied this game at 2-2 midway through the first. Now the lob across and the shot just short again, and it's the aforementioned young man, Charlie Hosfeld, that the ball will go to. Long throw for Nardi off the fingertips of Gormley. He's mad at himself, but what you didn't see right in the shot is that the look on his face, he immediately had the realization of, well, if I don't stop that, that's going to the back of the goal.
Better knock it out than it go in the back of the net.
Nardi with the long hair there, you see flowing out of the cap near side us on this camera shot. He's trying to set up. He's done a good job at creating space for his teammates to get shots. That one coming from the right hand of Alp Basarin.
Yeah, Nardi and Higgins, number 25 in the white cap, they are battling it out. A lot of pushing, shoving on both parts.
Hosfeld with a little quick pop shot is going to have it go off of Sycamore. And now he will swim over to the corner and reset the clock as it rolls under 25 seconds with 3:31 to go in the half. And the ball going back the opposite way for Wick and crew. Long outlet throw from him, as has been the norm, to Tanner Behrens. Behrens inside to Nardi. The goalkeeper had to come out to play where Behrens wanted to go and where Nardi wanted to go. They had the same thought process, but Nardi would have had to try that backhand flip shot, and the defense closed on him quickly to not allow him to do that.
Now, Gormley has played a little bit out of the net for the most part. It cost him a couple times, but in that case there, something he had to do to knock the ball away.
Under 3 minutes to go in the first half. Just the lone goal from Jack Gowan here in the second quarter, but it does give Sycamore a commanding 4-goal lead in the first half. That ball, I don't know, maybe wasn't partially blocked or redirected from the outside point. And look how hard King Gormley is having to work against Alp Basarin.
Yeah, Basarin has been all over him the last couple of trips down and trying to cause some interruption and knock the ball away and maybe slap it in.
Wood and Schnelly playing a 2-man game for Milford. Defense sags across with 5 seconds to go, but it finds its way into the hands of Sycamore. And the shot clock runs out now, down to 2 minutes to go in the first half. And here comes the 2-on-1 attack. And it ends with the goal. Basara now with his first goal. So a handful of players have put it in the back of the net for Sycamore. And they now lead 7-2.
An unfortunate situation for Milford as the Aviators able to get the breakaway. As you see right there, 2-on-1, then it's 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, and right to the left side, to the back of the net. 7-2 lead in favor of the guys in the green hats, the Sycamore Aviators.
So now another lob shot high off the cage. The redirect, though, plays perfectly for Connor McGowan, the junior, who helped the Moose squad qualify for the Junior Olympics this summer. Get a second look at his goal.
And again, just that little lob off of the bar, rebound, bounce it in.
So all 3 goals have come from Sycamore here in this second quarter. And it's a very well-traveled team for Sycamore. They play, a lot of players playing year-round. McGowan trying to get the redirect goal again. And you might as well just call him Mr. Redirect, because his 2 goals in a span of less than 30 seconds have come in the exact same fashion as here's the second one.
And you may not be able to tell this one from the last one because it looks exactly the same. Lob shot off the crossbar, rebound, number 6 right there to knock it back in.
Just one of those things where you see, he never gives that up, and is able to just get that one up and in. Great presence by him of realizing where that he is. There's been a lot of goals in this game. Obviously, we're at 9-2 right now, but somehow Ryan has compiled a list of saves in the truck. There's only, this might be the only 3 saves in the entire game so far.
Nice knock away there.
First one was Wick. This one's Gormley as he gets the left hand on it. And between his left hand and the post, those two have been mighty friends. Wick with the last save there. As you get a look at the ball, just floating in the pool.
That's Wilson's cousin.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I was stretching for that one.
Wow. That's not, I don't know where to go with any of this.
Yeah, well, Wilson, he's a well-versed, volleyball. He's got, Top Gun. I mean, hey, he's been around.
Which is ironic because on the scoreboard in the back, the Manta Ray course records, it literally says Castaway. And I just noticed that about your reference. Big thanks to all the coaches, too, by the way. Nick Helwig sent a nice package of information about his squad. And that has really helped. I just happened to notice the note about Alp Basaran that this is his first year in the United States. He's from Turkey, and he's referred to as the Turkish Tornado. So from now on, that's how he'll be referred to. 9-2 the lead for Sycamore as Milford, the Eagles, try and get back some semblance of even here before the half with just 1:15 to go. A big battle brewing. Daniel Wood, big kid down in the hole, not able to get anything to come out of it, but he's looking right on Ryan Wick's shoulder saying, hey, I see you over there. Pass quickly, trying to work around traffic was Richard Nardi. Ball just lofted into the middle of the pool. Out ahead, here comes Braden Kennedy. And a lob shot. It only works on one side of the pool, apparently, as that one too high for Daniel Wood. Now back to the right side of the pool here, the deeper side, in front of us here at our table. Sycamore, lob shot right, or bounced right off the water. And now Nardi with the rebound. And he went over the top trying to establish his position. Down to 37 seconds in the first half. Here at the half. We'll take a break, but before that, the final 30 seconds of this half. Now the hard charging Richard Nardi is going to have the ball with 22 seconds in the second quarter. Now looking ahead, kind of got to wipe the hair out of his eyes as he swims back and puts it back
got a lot of it
under the cap. He's got a long flowing mane. Down to the final 10 seconds now of the half. Pass out ahead to Braden Kennedy. See what Kennedy can do. His option was to throw across the Trey Pond. And he is sunk down in the pool. That is the halftime break. Sycamore with a 9-2 lead over Milford. You're watching the 2016 Boys State Water Polo Championships here on ICRC-TV.
You're going to need me. You're going to need us. All of us. You're going to need our technical skills, our math, our engineering skills. You're going to need our help with your water, your air, your food. You're going to need our organizational skills, our problem-solving skills. You're going to need our determination, our honesty, our compassion. You're going to need the next generation of leaders to face the challenges the future will bring. And we promise we'll be there when you need us.
Body language can tell you all sorts of things. Like someone is having a stroke. Know the sudden signs. Learn fast. Face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty. Time to call 911 and get them to a hospital immediately. Learn the body language and spot a stroke fast.
If you drive buzzed, it could cost you around $10,000. You'll face major legal fees, major fines, and steep insurance penalties. You could lose everything. Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is drunk driving.
Here is my handle and here is my spout.
When I get all steamed up, then I shout.
Tip me over and pour me out. Oh.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life.
Cheers.
Take time to be a dad today.
I would do anything for my friends. They're like family to me. Sometimes saying no can be scary. But I'm so glad I was brave enough to say yes to living a drug-free life. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
You're going to need me. You're going to need us. All of us. You're going to need our technical skills, our math, our engineering skills. You're going to need our help with your water, your air, your food. You're going to need our organizational skills, our problem-solving skills. You're going to need our determination, our honesty, our compassion. You're going to need the next generation of leaders to face the challenges the future will bring. And we promise we'll be there when you need us.
Welcome back to ICRC's coverage of the 2016 State Water Polo Championships, 42nd annual event in this year's chronological order.
Ooh, big word for the day.
At Mason High School, Mike Day behind Signa, and a 9-2 lead for Sycamore here as we come out of the halftime break. They actually trailed at one point, 1-0 on a Charlie Hosfeld goal for Milford. But Richard Nardi took over after that. He scored 3 goals in the first period and was aided by a pair of his teammates to jump out to a 5-2 lead after the first. And then 4 more goals coming up on the board to make it a 9-2 lead going into the break. And a very laser-focused head coach, Nick Elwig, standing to my right, just waiting for the third quarter to get underway.
Thought it was a statue standing over there. He's just eyeing the pool.
He's ready.
Yep.
Again, the winner of this game will play later on as they will take on Upper Arlington at 4:45 today. If you're watching the live stream on the 5th and 6th place game, and the loser will play again at 3:30 as they will play St. Francis of Toledo in the 7th and 8th place game. So now the teams switch ends of the pool. So they have to flip benches as Milford will go left to right. See him in the white caps and the big arm from Ryan Wick in the green caps, ready to go right to left. Nardi being face guarded, almost under the water. He tried to get rid of it. A good defense there for Charlie Hosfeld.
Yeah, the 9-on-9 matchup that we had in the first half has switched around now.
Lob shot off the high middle of the post from the left hand this time of Kevin Berghoff. No redirect, though, because Connor McGowan was far enough out that he wasn't going to be able to get to it. A good job, tight defense here in the first 30 seconds of the third quarter. Well, as I say that, the ball underneath, and Nardi went to go for it, but he and Charlie Hosfeld have a nice battle throughout the course of these 2 meetings now between these 2 schools in the last month. Ball stolen away, momentarily at least, by Zach Marks, and he just angered his head coach. Wow.
You talked about the arms.
8 goals from Wick. He just missed off target to the left. He missed high and outside. Now he'll try and get big, but unfortunately for him and his crew, they are not going to be able to stop that goal as Jared Higgins cashes in from just a couple of meters out. Higgins did just enough on the spin that he did right before the shot to create separation and kind of get Ryan Wick out of place. He waded back in the pool and had it thrown right over his head.
Well, the Aviators, they had 3 goals like that in the first half, and now the Eagles said, well, we'll give that a try.
All thrown into the hole and back out top to the point. Skip pass off, or skip shot off the water is stopped. Gormley, I'll tell you what, that's a heck of a shot from the point from Zach Marks, because Gormley, I think he thought he was going to have that shot stop easier than he did, and it took an extra bounce off of the wave that was created from that shot and almost followed it into the goal.
That was a knuckleball almost.
A shot on goal this time from Trey Pond is stopped by Ryan Wick. Who I have to imagine is not related to my favorite movie character in the last 10 years of John Wick. You don't mess with his dog.
No.
And a timeout.
Okay, we'll take one anyway.
What I was watching was Coach Kevin Metzger kind of questioned for Milford about who exactly called that timeout, and when he looked down, he kind of looked around as if to say, yeah, okay, I guess we'll just have to take it.
I don't think he called one.
I think one of his kids might have called a timeout, to be honest with you, and then he just had to go for it as he'll get an opportunity to talk to his squad. You see the crowd on hand, a lot of green for Sycamore as they are down getting their instructions from Coach Hellwig.
A lot of green in the building as this the home of Mason.
I'm telling you, he's a dead ringer for one of my friends. It is, if I didn't know better, I would say that he was here. And he works just up the road in Dayton, so it's kind of interesting.
Well, maybe it's his side job. He's incognito today or something.
In his 9th year as already at the school, and you know, you gotta like that. You can tell that they're building something good. The kids, you can tell, respect him while he's talking to them. Coaches the Cincinnati club team, Moose Water Polo as well. They went to the state finals back in 2012. He himself actually played at the University of Dayton. He's from the greater St. Louis area.
Go Flyers. Grew up going to UD Arena, watching basketball there.
Well, if he happens to sit in with us throughout the
Football.
course of the afternoon, then you guys will have something to talk about.
Yeah. Welcome Stadium or whatever it's called now.
Probably the same thing.
Yeah. People from Dayton still call it that. It may be, you know, somebody stadium or whatever.
Could be. Now back up top, Hossfeld will get rid of it for Higgins. Higgins now works around the point trying to create space and maybe get themselves back in. Just a couple of goals would help out a lot here.
That helped.
If you are Milford, that one will surely help as Daniel Wood scores his team's second consecutive goal and makes it 9-4 in favor of their opponents. A second look at it. The ball movement back and forth really creates this, and then the shot off the high right hand of Ryan Wick and into the back of the goal. So it started out as a 1-1 game and a 2-2 game, and since a 9-2 lead for Sycamore at the half, now cut down by a couple of goals as they try and get back to even, but they get the foul call against them as Richard Nardi, a little too much pushing and shoving, I think, in that end of the pool. Back out here to Wood. Wood tries to get going before he is pushed under by Zach Marks.
And some whistles, and Daniel Wood and Connor McGowan, or excuse me, Zach Marks get the finger point from the official right here, saying, okay, cool it, guys.
Nardi kept Hossfeld from getting into the middle of the zone where he wanted to go. Just under 4 minutes to go. They propped the door open. It's nice and warm here in this natatorium. So thank you to whoever propped the door open. A nice breeze has really tried to cool things down. It's going to be a hot day. Mother Nature hasn't figured out that it's almost November yet. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
10 weeks of wearing shorts calling high school football. Bounce, 3 bounces, and up and in, and a big smile off the face of Zach Marks. And he turned right here to our table, and he looked right at his head coach. As you get a second look at it, watch if you can see the look on his face when this goes in off the 2 bounces. There's the first, there's the second, and up and in. They both kind of shared a look like, yeah, you got away with one. And there it is in the freeze frame off on the left side.
How'd you like that?
I said, all right, hey, whatever works. 10-4 now. The advantage now for Sycamore as they come back ahead. Just about 3 minutes to go now in the third. Working hard. The 2-on-1, that is where Milford has had the advantage so far. The handful of times they've taken the ball away before the 5-meter line, they've been able to do that, but a very physical game. Now the pass into the hole, and Higgins wanted to try the pop-up shot, and instead he just reaches around Zach Marks and in football you call it a horse collar. Now they'll throw the
the shot clock went black. So send the other official over there to try to reset it, or he just turned it away.
Well, and they gave instructions specifically about what to do right now. There's another shot clock down on the opposite end of the pool from where we are, and he pretty much told them, hey, make sure you pay attention to that one if you are Sycamore. They haven't had many possessions where it's been an issue, to be honest with you. They've gotten pretty quick shots. I think maybe twice that it has been an issue. Marks now with a pass inside, the 2-on-1 traffic, able to stop that ball. A dangerous decision from Levens to go back to his goalie and Kane Gormley with a player right on top of him.
Yeah, really took a chance there. It didn't affect him any, fortunately for them.
Jared Higgins with the ball, and he is going to be pushed under the pool. Berghoff for Sycamore says, I don't understand what the problem is.
What'd I do?
He's much bigger than me, and I just swam over top of him. Not going to win that appeal, I believe.
Probably not.
2:15 now in the third. Sycamore with that 6-goal advantage. And we've seen it the last couple of years about teams, get up by that point, but it's not insurmountable with as quick as these teams are up and down the pool, and especially with the arms that we've seen from the duo of Charlie Hosfeld and Jared Higgins.
And the goalkeepers, too, can change things around in a blink.
Ball stolen off of the hands of Braden Kennedy. Kennedy takes it away from the Turkish Tornado. But it comes right back to Albasaran. That's my favorite nickname of the week.
Yes. That's a good sports name.
There's a handful of those throughout this game. So the ball still resting with Milford as they go under 20 seconds on their possession. The shot clock in the backside. You don't realize how much of a crutch it is doing the game when you look at the opposite corner for the shot clock, and now it's situated behind the chairs on the opposite side.
Yeah, you got those diving platforms over there, and you can't see the clock. You can make out a little bit, but not a whole lot.
Ball into the hole and taken away from Higgins by Kevin Berghoff. Down to a minute remaining here in the third quarter. Sycamore still holding on to a 6-goal lead. They have put up a goal in this quarter, but outscored 2-1, but still able to keep their lead. Now they will take a timeout with 49 seconds remaining, and I know this because Coach Helwig was walking in front of us screaming about wanting the timeout.
Well, you can't take them on the bus with you, so because they won't fit.
They don't fit.
No, I'm a bus driver. I know that. We tried to put timeouts underneath, tried to strap them to the hood. They don't fit anywhere.
There's not an extra timeout bag.
No.
So hey,
no extra chairs for seats for timeouts on a bus.
It works, and he's got a strategy designed here as they are just inside of the center line, and you see giving instructions to his troops in the pool and surrounded by the rest of his troops around the backside, and it's an opportunity for him to reset. If you get that 11th goal, you separate yourself even further than what you have done throughout the course of specifically the first quarter.
Well, you look at the first two quarters, 5 goals for Sycamore, 2 for Milford. Milford gets blanked in the second. Sycamore comes up with 4, and now the defenses have tightened up a little bit. Higgins and Wood both with a goal for Milford, and Marks with the lone goal for Sycamore in this quarter with 49 seconds left. Well, so it's starting to tighten up a little bit, but also in the same sense, Milford running out of time.
I get a look inside the Milford bench, kind of over the shoulder shot of the Sycamore kids, and well, for a second on the opposite side of the goal, I thought that they were going to have the shot clock figured out, but I think that they decided, we'll just turn it off and see what happens.
Did they replug it and plug it back in?
I think that's what they're doing right now.
That works for your computer. Control, Alt, Delete.
There you see. Well, let's see. Does that work? No. And dejectedly. Well, that idea, it was a theory anyways.
Yeah. Have somebody just sit over there and kind of hold it, you know.
Hold up their hands.
Yeah.
And just count down the whole time. I can't imagine how that wouldn't go. So now the shot on goal is stopped by Gormley. And that's coming out of the timeout. Not a bad shot. It just waiting back, King Gormley was able to get in front of it. Quickly right back out of the stop. Sycamore now on the offensive. Ball stripped out of the hand of Bryce Gwynn. Gwynn now drops it back up top, looking for Basarin. Down to 15 seconds in the quarter. Looking straight away. Turkish Tornado drops it inside of the hole to Bryce Gwynn, who is fouled. And we're down to 9 seconds in the quarter. As that drop will stop the clock now. 4 seconds on the clock. Shot on goal. Nice stop to end the quarter from Kane Gormley.
That could have been pretty big to get one at the horn before the end of the third quarter, but a nice job, as you mentioned, by Gormley to keep that from going in, keeping it a 10-4 game.
Just one of a handful of games coming up next. We've got Thomas and St. X, the 3rd and 7th seeded teams, who are looking for a chance to get themselves into the 3rd or 4th place game later on. Or I'm sorry, they would get themselves into the championship game. I misread the sheet in front of me. But the winners playing in that game later on tonight at 7:15. 10-4, Sycamore with the lead as we get close to quarter number 4. And it's just interesting to see. I'm trying to imagine what both of these coaches, they're very calm and very cool and collected, what exactly they are saying to their squad heading into the 4th.
I think if you're Milford, okay, there's still 1 quarter left. As you mentioned, goals can come very quick. They're definitely going to have to get a push and at some point have some sense of urgency if they don't have, if they've not closed the gap in it.
So just a couple of seconds left before the start of the 4th quarter. The 2016 State Water Polo Championships here at Mason High School, and there are some games over at Princeton High School as well. And that's where Mason is playing today. As they don't get to play the game in their own pool. Everybody ready to go. The official across the way from us, they actually have one at the table and the other one is on his cell phone. Now my question is about the shot clock, because they are trying to plug it in maybe to a different outlet to figure out what exactly is wrong. I don't think that that's going to be something that's going to be figured out through the course of this game. So maybe an alternate theory before the next game gets started. Both teams just sitting in the pool waiting to see what happens. I think that shot clock has seen better days. It's going to be put out to pasture, I believe.
Yeah, they kicked it a couple times.
Well, we tried the age-old thing, like you said, about just plugging it in and trying to let it reset itself. Apparently that remedy did not work, and it has been, it's going to be taken back to the shop. They ran a minute off the clock. There we go. They put the clock back to even during what would have been the start of this quarter. Both teams having to wait for a long time to get this quarter started. And you got to question, you look at how Sycamore has played this last half of Fast and Furious. It slows them down and kind of causes a disadvantage that I would think would play a little bit to Milford about getting them just sitting there thinking about what they're doing. take the ball back out of the pool and I'm trying to ascertain what
they're calling everybody. I don't know.
I called everybody off. It's as if you're getting an extra timeout right now, honestly, because I didn't see either one of the coaches call timeout, but I would believe that this would be linked to the clock because not only did that shot clock quite literally expire in terms of not being able to be used anymore, but there was an issue with starting the game clock right away.
Yeah, the literal term of expire.
Yeah.
It really did.
So another couple of quick words. Maybe I won't pretend to know all the particular rules, but I don't know how that works with just having the one shot clock that is visible at all times. I would think it would cause a disadvantage to a team going towards that end, and they are working to try and remedy that. In the meantime, Sycamore won the ball to start this quarter, so they'll get it as it's thrown back in play here early on in the fourth. Leading by a 6-goal margin. Just 1 goal for Sycamore in the third quarter. And right up against the post. That is the closest you can get to not getting a goal. Having to make a decision, and Kane Gormley just trapped it right up against the post and taken away. And here comes the offensive weapon on the fast break, Ryan Wick, and it pays off as he is going to get the assist on the goal by the Turkish Tornado. And here's another look at it. Watch just how well he saw him just streaking right down the middle, and bang. On the bounce, nothing that Gormley could do with it. And Basara now with his second goal of this contest. That one makes it an 11-4 Sycamore lead, and that's their first goal in about 5 minutes in terms of quarter time.
Their last 7-point lead was when it was 9-2. McGowan got that goal in the third at the second at 124.
So a big battle between two big bruisers, and Matt Schnelly and Richard Nardi. Nardi is able to get the shot off, but as it's across the pool, Gormley has to make a decision to let it go, and here comes Connor McGowan. McGowan now with a drop pass for Andy Quantz. Quantz swims towards it, a beautiful save. Just swinging the arms is Gormley, and he comes up with that save.
Quantz had a bit of a breakaway, too. He didn't have anybody in front of him except for the goalkeeper, and yeah, one on each side as he battles it out here.
There's the look at it. Quantz, a senior who's applying to study at West Point, so obviously a very smart young man, realized that he was going to get an open shot from just a couple of meters away in front of the goal, but couldn't get it to go. Kane Gormley, despite giving up 11 goals, has had a pretty decent afternoon, late morning, early afternoon, because he stopped a couple of balls that, this could easily be 5 or 6 points worse right now for Milford.
Good stop there on the goal attempt. Wick gets a hand in on it. Just under 5 minutes to go.
Out to McGowan, lob shot up and over the high right corner. And back to Milford. Back out to Gormley and dropped out to Charlie Hosfeld. Neither Hosfeld nor Evan Higgins, and even Jared Higgins earlier on, any one of the three of them have been able to get a really good look at it as they plug the shot clock back in. We're going to keep trying. It's stuck at 3 seconds. See if they can reset it here in the final 4.5 minutes of this contest. Ball punched away with the right hand. Zach Marks thought he got far enough inside of Charlie Hosfeld, but apparently that is not the case. Hosfeld with the drop inside to Higgins, and he will pushed the ball under as he's trying to set himself up. Nice long throw again for Sycamore. Leads to a goal off the hands of Connor McGowan from the lead of Zach Marks.
McGowan now with the hat trick.
And a look at that one as well. A nice long lob pass, and that lead has been right in front of a pair of defenders each time, and it lands itself in the back of the goal. So the shot clock back from the shop still haven't asserted that it actually works correctly. That might be a problem for the next game between Thomas and St. X. 12-4 the lead for Sycamore as they look to be heading for a showdown this afternoon with Upper Arlington, who won their first game, ironically, 12-4. Good quick shot from Tanner Brarens. But it's off the fingers of Gormley, and now you don't necessarily need the goals if you are Sycamore, but hey, they're always nice to have. In terms of points being up 8, almost hooked and under the water, Bassarin was sent down by Matt Schnelly. Schnelly now is not able to get his teammates back in position, and Andy Quantz is another member of the Sycamore Aviators with a goal. We get a second look at that one.
He gets in on the action.
High right corner for the score, or high left corner to the goalkeeper's right. So Sycamore has led since 3-2, ironically on a McGowan goal. And now down to 3:21.
Going to bring it back out to the top, a foul. And a kick out.
So the kick out going against Andy Quantz, who just picked up that goal for Sycamore. He'll sit for 20 seconds. Now he'll send back out as his team goes on the offensive. See if he becomes a part of the offense.
My kids never get a 20-second timeout.
Your kids need a 20-second timeout.
20-minute timeout.
The offsides call now against Sycamore gives it back to a feisty Kane Gormley. Gormley on a couple of passes out to Hosfeld, and he bangs one home. He hit that so hard, he hit there's a metal bar just inside of where the net is. And he comes up with his third goal. First, though, since the first quarter. There's between the bar and you'll see where the concrete is as well. He hit that so hard, it hit pretty much everything behind, and it actually ends up going off the inside. That's a heck of a way to do it.
No doubt. That was a bullet.
So 13-5 now. Sycamore with the lead with 2:33 to go. Again, these kids, I tell you what, they throw it so quick. You have to make a snap decision, not only in trying to defend it if you're Ryan Wick, but also if you're watching it and trying to decide where exactly that ball hit at. Long outlet pass from Gormley to Hosfeld. Swims across, and it gets back-to-back goals. He's got 4. And, you know, it's one of those things where Milford fans are probably saying, as they get a second look at this, hey, where was that about 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, he's all by his lonesome, just him and the goalkeeper, and bounce it under his arm and into the net.
Well, Wick has to make a quick decision, and he chose wrong, at least on that occasion. His team, though, with a 7-goal lead, you know that he still doesn't want to give that up. Another shot, he goes high, gets that one, crosses the hands, and still able to knock it down. Off the shot from Nathan Click. Now the clock down to, it was about 9 seconds on the shot clock. 1:45 to go as you take a look at the last save. This one, the one I was talking about, watch how quick Ryan Wick's hands are. And the look on his face, he was waiting to make sure that one didn't hit him in the face. And he comes up with the save. His team with a 7-goal lead, 1:43 to go. As they'll get a timeout. And standing up on the end of his team's bench, Kevin Berghoff saying, hey, seriously, guys, come back out here. Coach is trying to impart some wisdom on you.
They trail it 13-6. 1:43 to go before this one is in the books. After not scoring in the second period, 4 goals for Milford, but Sycamore has poured it on here in the second half.
So both teams breaking and getting ready to swim back out to the middle of the pool. They'll each have a game left here today.
Nice start for Sycamore, too. I mean, 9 goals in the first half. But defensively, they've been really tight, have the Aviators here in the second 14 minutes.
Now everybody getting ready to put the ball back in play. And it'll be Kevin Berghoff who will do just that as he turns around and hands it right to Ryan Wick. Wick set 8 goals last year, and he's the goalie. Was able to put a big charge into it. He's trying to go for another one, and now he's going to have to get back, and it's a goal from one end to the other. That coming from King Gormley.
Well, you mentioned it may happen, and it just did.
Well, it's funny. I said one of the best offensive weapons that each team has is their goalkeeper, and not only for the fact that they can set up fast breaks in a blink of an eye, but also because they can just wait to catch the opposing goalie out of sorts and come up with a goal themselves. And there you see Gormley able to do it again as you get a second look. Watch. He's just fading back from his own goal. He gets a quick little tap right back on the assist from Daniel Wood. And then the camera has to try and just flip from one side to the other as fast as that ball was thrown.
The camera couldn't even catch up with it.
Down to about a minute here as the throw goes off the high point from Hosfeld. He threw it so hard he lost his cap, and it hits off the cage. Now the wraparound shot. Not able to get it high enough off the water to get the spin was Richard Nardi. Nardi had a good first quarter when he came up with a trio of goals. Not sure what Jared Higgins was trying to do there.
I think it slipped out of his hand, it looked like.
He just tried to make the best out of it and just push it forward. Nardi being defended and swam on top of by Daniel Wood. Down to the final 30 seconds now of this contest. Lob shot, and did it break the plane of the goal? No, it must not have on the attempt from Jack Gowan. Down to 15 seconds now, and I tell you what, again, Coach Helwig is standing directly to my right, and he is giving the referee the business, as they say. I can hear him with the headset on, and as loud as it is here in this natatorium. Down to the final 6 seconds. Sycamore will come up with a 13-7 win, and they will move into the 5th place game later on to take on Upper Arlington. Milford will drop and play St. Francis in the 7th and 8th place game, and we'll be right back with the next contest between Thomas and St. X here on ICRC-TV. Welcome back inside the Mason Auditorium. Another high caliber contest here between Thomas Worthington and St. X. Thomas Worthington, the number 3 seed, St. X, the number 7 seed. And the defending champions are the Bombers. They have actually won it twice, 1979 and 2015. Thomas Worthington in 2002 and 2003. As the winner will move on to later tonight and play in the championship contest against the winner of either the number 1 seed in St. Charles or the number 4 seed in Oakwood, the game coming after this one. But first, a bit of business between these two schools that, like I said, no strangers to the title game themselves, and they would love to get back there. Thomas Worthington, it's been a while. Like I said, 2003 for them, and on the list of things that they have won throughout the course of their just 15 years as a school, part of the rebranding of Worthington High School when Worthington Kilbourne opened, and we're underway now. St. X in the dark blue caps, going from right to left. The Bombers, originally known as the Conquistadors, now set up shop on their first possession, and the Whitecaps of Thomas Worthington now take away the ball and try and get their own offense going. Two big schools, big kids right now too, and the shot off the goalie in Charlie Hyde. Charlie, interesting story about him. He's spent a lot of years as a pitcher and a catcher for the baseball team, and you can see that as a very smart kid to be able to do either one of those things. And, very nose for the ball. Now back on the offensive, St. X behind Patrick Bukovic. Back around the right side, trying to get it into the hole, and just a jump out of water, Patrick Hudak in the hole. He had a good tournament last year en route to the championship as he gets it back out top, and the first shot from Alex Wade is going to be stopped. A lot of juniors and seniors on this squad, just a couple of sophomores for St. X. Meanwhile, on the other side, some freshmen in the mix for Thomas Worthington. Back around from the point into the hole, a little lob drop pass for Zurokovic. It is going to be taken away, and it has been warm throughout the course of the day here in these games. Anytime the doors open, it's great in terms of cooling things down, but it's bad if you're trying to keep papers from going into a pool. Trust me on that. The goalie
needs some rocks from out there.
And it's a very odd thing that the way Mother Nature has swung from one year to the other. Last year, we were trying to cool the place down. We had the door open. We got yelled that it was too cold outside. This year, it's the reverse. Who knew? Thanks, Mother Nature. Just still hasn't figured it out. And the foul working again, or rather the trap play, Zurovchek gives the ball back to St. X. Here, the first half of this quarter already gone. First shot on goal for Charles Lisbon is a goal for the senior captain. And now he gives his team a 1-0 lead. Bombers swim back and wait. X now with the lead, and foul near the center line. A big windup and a throw for Taylor Wines. Not going to get to it, and St. X makes them pay. Gordon Wheeler, the other senior captain, comes up with the goal, and Wheeler gets his goal just minutes, actually not even minutes, just about 20 seconds, yeah. And X now with a 2-0 lead. Said had a heck of a run last year. They also put on a heck of a tailgate. Anytime that they go anywhere, they bring a good crowd. here, as just as they have done last year, and they did it again this year. There are a lot of folks wearing the Bomber blue and white across the way from where we sit at. Unpopular call, probably just could say a call. Gives Parker Jones the ball for Worthington. Now stolen away and just kind of left in there for Butkovich. Working hard is Patrick Hudak, and he is going to be fouled, and on the kick out, it'll be an advantage for St. X. Also, special guest coming at the end of this quarter, Nick Helwig, the coach at Sycamore, just victorious in our last contest that you saw here on ICRC-TV. Give his take on his team's 13-7 win. Great ball movement. Beautiful dry passes back and forth to Hudak. And it's 3 players for St. X in a span of about 1:10 that have come up with goals. The last game, if you were with us, as you get a look at the pass and the quick from the point shot, the last game we had some issues with the shot clock. They have apparently fixed it, as it's down on the left end from where we sit, and it's back in functioning. So the time in the shot proved wise. It says now that the possession for the Cardinals down to 4 seconds. Hudak right on top of it as he forces the takeaway. But Kovic with the ball back inside to Patrick Hudak. And then inside even further to Grant House. But nothing doing. So it'll stay a 3-0 lead as we come up on the 2.5 minutes remaining in this first quarter, which seems like it's just flying by. On the top, and a smart decision. Charles Leesman waited for that pass to come up in the air, knew it was going to come, came out of the water, got it out to Alex Wade. Wade makes the correct decision to pass it off to Grant House, and it's 4 players accounting for 4 goals for X here in the first quarter.
Very quick scoring team, the Bombers. And they find themselves up by a quartet.
Yeah, it's not going to take them long. St. X won their first game yesterday over Mason 20-6 before taking on Upper Arlington and beating them 11-5. And if you look at it in terms of seeding, that's an upset in the rematch of the championship game from last year, because Upper Arlington came in as the number 2 seed and X as the number 7. Those teams, very physical game last year between those two. That X came away with the win, and they are going to get a goal here from Patrick Hudak. And Patrick is the first player for St. X to get 2 goals.
The Bombers right now just seem like a machine out there. Just methodically putting the ball in and finding the back of the net with what seems like right now with ease. I don't know if maybe the Cardinals just aren't relaxed yet or what, but they're definitely got to get some more defense.
There are a lot of alumni right now for St. X who are probably very proud of what they are doing, but you look at it and you think, as that shot misses wide left, probably none more so than the North Carolina State Wolfpack coach and Tom O'Brien, because he's used to this air raid attack down at North Carolina State.
Definitely. And right now there's another raid, as getting the back of the net is Lisbon.
Lisbon off the feed from Gordon Wheeler, and he now has opened the scoring and closed it so far for St. X, as he got the first and the 6th goal, and it is still 1:22 to go in this first quarter. And you've got to believe right now, if you are Thomas Worthington, that Rick Urich probably would like to get to the quarter break and not have any further damage done by this Bomber squad. Ooh, ball bounces off the water, took an indirect hop off the ripple and saved St. X a goal. They put it up on the other side, as this time picking up his first goal is Alex Wade. So 6 players with 7 goals here in the first quarter, and there's 57 seconds left. Coach Mike Roberts probably, you got to believe, there's not really happy. No coaches are happy until the scoreboard finally hits 0 in the fourth and you win, but content right now with the start of his team. Down to the final 45 seconds, ball just wafting across the water in the corner. Hounding defense from Roberts. And a turnover that comes back to X. Long throw deep down the pool to Gordon Wheeler. And having to make a decision of it was Reed Wallet. Comes up with the ball. 22 seconds in the first quarter. Throw across and the big mitts of Patrick Hudak. Give St. X the ball with 12 seconds. You know, you look at it and you think they're not in a hurry, but they want to put up another goal. Wade back up top. It's got to be a big throw. Hudak put a bullet into it to end the quarter. X goes up after one at 7-0 here in the Mason Auditorium, the 42nd annual State Water Polo Championships. As we'll be joined in just a second. As Dave's getting hand cramped trying to write down all the scores. I'm just going to be honest with you. That's what is happening. Coach Nick Helwig from Sycamore, after coming off of a win just a second ago. Congratulations to you guys on the win tonight.
Thank you. They played hard, worked hard. They wanted to come back after last night's loss and really, show that they had a lot of power to them.
If you look at this game right now, the one that we're watching, St. X comes out and they just blitz right off of the top. They get a 7-0 lead. You're in the Thomas Worthington huddle right now as the coach. What are you saying to your boys?
They just got to watch their passes. St. X is doing a great job of playing passing lanes and getting the ball in, and so they're kind of telegraphing their passes. And all it's leading to is a big counterattack. I haven't seen St. X play their set offense yet because they have a need to getting themselves open on those counterattacks. So you've got to limit the kicking, like the long passes.
And it's kind of a different thing too. Does it, with the way the wind is coming through here, does it kind of?
It's a nice wind tunnel.
Catch the ball a little bit, kind of make it play different, or it just seems like to me, not having seen a handful of games this year of X since last year, but they are big and really fast.
They are. They have been. I mean, they've been playing around with multiple groups, sending 2 or 3 teams to a tournament varsity-wise, and really kind of spread themselves out. So you got a lot of guys with a lot of varsity experience coming in, playing. They're playing up in Ann Arbor. They're playing in California and Pennsylvania. So they're getting a lot of really, outside experience, and that's showing right here with all their big guys.
Well, I think this tournament is kind of a rare thing for me to see, and it's neat how it's grown the last couple of years, especially where, you have teams from, it's not as if you got everybody right down the street coming to play in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, Toledo St. Francis coming down all the way from the top of Ohio. You've got Napoleon right by BG coming in, and Sylvania coming from Toledo. Then you've got the big core of, Thomas, Worthington, Kilbourne, UA, St. Charles, coming in from Columbus, and then you've got the 5 teams in Cincinnati. So, I mean, there's some, and Oakwood from Dayton, who's in our next semifinal game.
Is there a strategy coming out of this? We talked a little bit about the adjustment you might make coming into the break, but is there a strategy maybe you try and employ to shut down the middle? Patrick Hudak has made a living so far in this game, and he's got a big arm. Do you just try and maybe put a couple more guys in front of him at all time?
Normally that's what you would do with Patrick Hudak. I mean, he's a fantastic player. He's played the Olympic Development Program, played JOs with the Moose program. He's put his time in to get there. They've tried dropping a couple people. I know UA and St. Charles did that a couple times. The problem is St. X has outside shooters, so you drop off those guys, and now you've got 2 or 3 other guys stepping up to make those shots.
Well, I remember last year, you talk about the UA game in the championship. I remember the physical battle that he got in, and it seemed like at all times when he would get the ball in the hole, he'd have maybe 4 kids right next to him at all times.
Or on top of him, yeah.
Or on top of him, yeah.
And that's what you got to do, big players on that, and especially if the 2 meters going to initiate contact, the referee's going to let that contact happen. That was a nice outside shot.
The shot goes in for the first goal for Thomas Worthington, as that comes from the hands of Brendan Zaravicek. So it makes it 7-1, and at least momentarily I've noticed here in the first minute and a half of this quarter that Thomas Worthington has done a good job of slowing down St. X coming out of the break.
Yes, and that's very impressive. I mean, you look at the St. X lineup, they've got nationally ranked swimmers up and down their line. And Grant House and actually number 5 in there right now, Nick, he I think was at the Olympic trials in Omaha over the summer, and is really, so you've got swimming here, so you can't outswim the team. You've got to just outplay them, and it's a matter of being smart, getting back so they can't have that counterattack.
When you look at Charlie Hyde, too, the bio on him reads about him being a pitcher and a catcher and obviously playing goalie. He has a fantastic arm, and it's kind of similar to the matchup that you guys just had, where both goalies are able to throw the length of the pool, not only to initiate offense, but to be a weapon in their own right.
Right. Yeah, our goalie's also a baseball player as well, and so, first day of practice, I put him in there, and picks up a ball and chucks it down the pool. I'm like, I know where I'm putting you.
I did notice a couple of the goals. I thought it was kind of funny on your guys' part is back-to-back goals coming for Thomas Worthington. This one in Danielle Maxwell that you had one on the opposite end from where we sit at. It skips in, and you guys just shared a look as if, okay, you got one there.
Well, I had told the kid that shot that, Zach, in our huddle, because he kept shooting low all day and the skips were horrible. I'm like, you have a 0% chance of making your skip shot today. And, of course, next play down he goes and he makes that skip shot, and it goes in, so he gives me that look and said, all right, you got that one.
You got one past coach. Congratulations. It was just funny because we were talking about it on the broadcast, and Ryan put up a free shot of that, and it's just him with this smirk on his face, and I just happened to turn and catch you and thought, well, that's a nice little human moment in the middle of a tense game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a big arm, and I give my goalies free rein to shoot when they need to. They see some stuff, and I'll tell them when to shoot as well. And that's worked out well in the past. And it's just, he got caught on one of them where he didn't think the goalie was going to shoot it all and swim in nice and slow back. And he's like, yeah, I know, I didn't think he was going to shoot.
The missed redirect, Zerkovic, who just had the first goal for Thomas Worthington to cut it to 7-1, lost his cap. And I would imagine that happens more often than people realize with the kind of physical game that these two teams are playing against one another.
Yeah, a lot of players will not tie their caps just because, you'll get some players that'll grab those strings and try to use that as a method of defense or, getting on offense. So they'll just loop them through their ear holes. And so they get knocked off, or, you go underwater right here, guy comes over top, and then your hat gets just knocked.
It makes it harder to try and ascertain who exactly that was up here. Solid defense from X again. Sam Fallon, the junior, right on top of the ball. Fallon now with it inside, and the Cardinals trying to get it to Alex Roederer.
I mean, that one, the defender just came straight over the top. He was out of position on that one behind the guy, came over the top and try to make that swipe in because Thomas had spread the field out.
That's effective. Zorocek with his second goal here in just a span of about 3 minutes. Cuts the lead to 7-3, so I said earlier on, it's one of those things where it depends on how you respond as a group. You go down quickly, 4 players with a goal each for St. X. They go up 7-0 right before the end of the quarter, but give Thomas Worthington credit, they have come right back, and they're doing it in more of a smaller manner in terms of time, not the high-octane pace that St. X has set, but they're almost methodical with it.
Yeah, you've got to, on a team that's fast-paced like that, you got to really slow the game down and make them play your pace, or you get caught in a swim meet, you get caught in back and forth, and that benefits a team like St. X, who's just got the manpower to just kind of run lines on you with players in there. So if you can slow it down, your players don't get as exhausted, and you make them work for every goal a lot slower and benefits you a little more.
Shot clock down to 9 now that it's back and working. I know that was kind of a thing for you guys in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, no matter what, you always get, water and electronics are never a good thing.
Well, and that's a different thing, too, because I saw it being explained to you guys. How different is it to tell your kids, okay, you're trained going to that side of look for this one specific spot. Now you have to look on the opposite side of the natatorium.
Well, I'd love to say that that's what they do. More often than not, they're.
There's another goal. This one coming from Roederer. So 3 players with 4 goals here in the last couple of minutes.
I mean, that shows some talent right there on Thomas's part to keep at it. I mean, you go down that quick, but to just follow through with that shot.
Well, he did a beautiful job of splitting the defense, too. On that replay you saw, there was one to his right, one to his left, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and Charlie Hyde had to make a decision. Sometimes you choose wrong, and impressive now that it's 7-4 here with just a couple of minutes before the half.
Yeah, I mean, with that, when you're dead center, I mean, you should make that shot. That's an upper corner, anytime you get to the, collegiate level, then they start blocking those. But the high school level, it's really hard for any goalie to get to those corners.
Now just 1:15 left, and it would be a huge momentum boost here for Thomas Worthington if the Cardinals can get a goal, maybe make it 7-5 and near the half. Zarovchek didn't like the no call there. He felt there was a lot more contact than people realized.
Yeah, the referee was looking at that, and he had a nice shot on the outside by, I believe that's Herrera, number 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, on that one, the referee's looking, he's got open water. He's looking for him to go score the goal because that's a better probability. You want the player to go score. And so the referee felt that he had a chance to play that, and he was looking more for the foul instead of that. So he turns from the outside on that one, puts it right past the goalie.
Zapkatis with the score there to make it 8-4 in favor of X, as you got to look at that replay. And I said this during the last couple of broadcasts. These are not balls with as big and as fast as these kids are now that I want to get in front of. And you guys got a goal off the other goalie's face.
Yes. And actually, my kids laugh, and I tell them, like, when you shoot, go right back in, because if it hits his face, it's coming right back to you. We actually had our goalie out this earlier this week. He took a shot right to the throat and put him out for a couple days.
And they shot
nice man up play on that one.
Point blank from Jack King. Now 8-5. So I talked about that 5th goal for Thomas Worthington, but unfortunately for them, they gave up a goal right before that. 26 seconds before the half. I don't know if it's because it's cooled down in here. Oh, the shot clock's malfunctioned again. Or if it just feels like this first half has almost zoomed by.
Yeah. Well, actually, the shot clocks are off when it's under 30 on the game clock.
I just assume at this point, like you said, water and electronics. Now down to 12. Earlier, during your guys' game when they had it, when it was under 20, the clock was right in sync with it. It was kind of an odd thing.
Yeah, what normally is supposed to happen is the shot clock goes off so you know that you're under.
Oh, and you see the Hail Mary pass in football all the time, and you just wait to see if anybody tries to knock it down. That's what Reed Wallet did there, and he's able to keep the lead at 8-5 at the half. But St. X playing really well. The halftime break coming up right now as we take a look at the scoreboard. St. X up 8-5 here at the half on ICRC-TV. Back here inside the Mason Auditorium, St. X with an 8-5 lead as we get ready to start quarter number 3, and the winner playing in the championship game later on tonight. That taking place at 7:45. Mike Hearn and Nick Helwig here for this contest. Sycamore with a win will play later on. That's at 4:45 as they take on Upper Arlington in the 5th and 6th place game.
Looks like we have the starting line back out for St. X here. I see Hudak back in, some of their big players. Looks like number 12 is back in on the starting line here. Grant House is back in as well.
Yeah, Gordon Wheeler has done a nice job early on. He did a nice job. He got the second goal. He set up the first goal, and then one of the later ones he assisted on the fast break.
Yeah, he kind of exploded on the scene last year. Not really known, and he's really made his mark in Cincinnati water polo the past couple of years.
So now he will get another chance as a shot on goal. And I tell you what, Reed Wallet for Thomas Worthington, he's a senior back there in goal as you see him in the red cap. He's not the biggest kid in terms of his team, but he has had some massive shooters coming at him throughout this entire contest.
Yeah, it takes a different type of player to go into goal. You got to be okay with someone throwing the ball that hard at your face at all times. And these goalies, you know, they're rock steady.
I think that's why I would not be okay.
I think I'd duck.
I would be the worst goalie ever because I would just give up too many goals. But like, what just happened? You were talking about Patrick Hudak, by the way, earlier on. The bio that they sent me from St. X, and they did a nice job, is the shot on goal almost goes up and in from the hands of Bukovic.
St. X has gotten 2 good rebounds on that one, beating out the defenders, getting inside that water and getting the ball back again.
Hudak now with the ball, you see out there, listed as 6'5", 225, a gentle giant out of the pool, and a complete monster in the pool.
I would agree with that one. You talked to him out of the pool, you would not think he's the same player as the guy that just sent your best defender guard to the bottom of the pool.
I just would like to see that being typed out. Like, this is what I'm going to send to them about. You know, they talk about he's actually received a lot of interest in college water polo coaches around the country. San Jose State, Gannon University out in Erie, PA, Mercyhurst, Sonoma, California, Iona. Great defender, tireless, and never makes a wrong decision. You got to have confidence in a kid to put that on their bio.
Yeah, and he lives up to all that too. Nice lead, good play on that one. Goalie tried to come out and get that one, and you've got to either get that ball or stay home.
Lisbon now with his second goal of the game. Gives X back their 4-goal lead now at 9-5 inside the wind tunnel known as the Mason Auditorium.
I wish the whole pool felt that nice. Yesterday it felt like a sauna.
And another one, just a little push over the top from Wheeler, and he gets another assist as he sets this up, and a beautiful goal that you see there on the replay. A lot of 3- and 4-year starters for this club, for St. X, and you can see why the decision-making paying off here. Hudak jumps in the passing lane.
And then draws that quick ejection, too, getting the guy on his back. It's a big deal. Now you go on with a 2-on-nobody.
Oh, and a shot off the post from Lisbon, the 4-year starter and team captain. Who's there to redirect it? The gentle giant. Hudak with his 3rd goal.
And the spring and summer league with the club team, some of the guys that were playing for my team started calling him Pooh Bear. and he took to that one. You'd be hearing that being yelled across the pool to pass, and I had a hard time keeping a straight face every time they would call that.
Well, you talked about redirects being a big thing in the game. Right there, Hudak able to draw off the defense, and just the little lob and the tap shot. I didn't even see it was so quick that Lisbon actually ends up getting that.
Yeah, they stayed with it, and that's the big deal, is crashing that goal, especially when it's a 1-on-nobody, 2-on-nobody, that, you know, you make that errant shot, you can either give up and drop down, or you can go back and get the goal again.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because you go back and you look at how this game has unfolded so far. It is the starters that have come back in. The first quarter for St. X, they built a 7-0 lead. Right now, they've put up 2 goals in a span of about 60 seconds, make it 3 goals in a span of 60 seconds. That one from Grant House, who apparently turned down the University of Michigan, California, and Texas to become an Arizona State Sun Devil.
Going for swimming, I'm assuming that's what they're saying with that one. He's a fast kid.
Yeah, he's listed as an exceptional swimmer who received offers from all the top swimming schools. You know that you're doing well when Michael Phelps and Bob Bowman come to meet with you.
Yes. There's not too many water polo players that can say that.
I would dare to say probably maybe none.
Yeah, not
other
many.
than him.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because you always get, some of the swim coaches that get very angry about their kids playing both water polo and swimming. But you look at people like Grant House and a lot of the state finals in swimming, you'll see, big polo players up at top as well. Because, they land hand in hand. It's just, you get very defensive about your players and you want to make sure they're working hard. And, you can work together with it. And that's what X has done, is worked well with their swim coaches. And you get phenomenal results like the X team.
Taylor Wines tried to skip one in. It actually took a weird couple of hops off the waves. Hits the crossbar, and there's one that's saved by Charlie Hyde.
I think Thomas is being real smart here. They keep getting that ball to the goal, making the goalie save the ball rather than the defense being able to take off on that counterattack.
Charlie Hyde, they list him as a 3-year player and a third-year starter. Unorthodox in his looks, but sneaky good in his execution.
Not sure what they mean by sneaky.
It's what it says, sneaky good. Another one that caroms off the top of the cage. His dad, of course, played for St. X. He decided to play after watching the 2013 state championships that St. X was a part of. And how quick and how much do you have to practice that little off the hand? And Lisbon so good at it as he scored 2 goals quickly.
I mean, it's a skill you have to develop. Your teammates have got to know where to put the ball. They've got to put it up in front of your face so that way you're not bringing your hand behind. And you can see he just has it right in front of him, just can redirect right down into the goal. And it makes it look very easy once you can do it well, but getting to that point, you get the ball behind you, you get the defense to yank your shoulder, so you got to put it right. But then it makes it nice and easy because there's no way to stop that coming from across cage.
Into the game for the first time, and I'm glad because I really wanted to talk about this kid for St. X. If you see number 15 there in the middle of the pool, his name is Sean Brandenburg. He's a 4-year player, a senior, headed to the University of Michigan to be an astronaut.
I did not know they had astronaut stuff at Michigan.
At Michigan, right? I think that's the new theory. That's what they've got, khakis and astronauts. That's how that works. Shout out to my friends in Michigan. They're not going to be very happy about that joke. Also wants to be the world's next most interesting man.
Well, playing water polo, astronaut, and going to Michigan can definitely do that. Hudak with another big goal, just comes from the outside around and powers past. I mean, you've really got to make sure you get your players back on defense against X and slow that game down. They did a great job second quarter of slowing the game down at their pace, but X is taking back the fast pace down the pool and scoring.
X started this quarter with an 8-5 lead. They have pushed it all the way out to 13-5. So if you look at the 2 odd quarters, they have done very well as they've scored 12 of their 13 goals and not given one up. All the goals for Thomas Worthington coming in the second quarter.
Yeah, and this is at where Roberts is going to make a decision. He wants to keep his starters in so that way they can get the practice and getting themselves geared up for their next game. But then again, you also want to have your bench. When you have a roster beginning the season of 70 kids, you've got to find time to play them. And so he's at that dilemma, where do I, fit the kids in and make sure my starters are ready to go for next game, and then my other kids get a chance to play.
Something that Dave and I had talked about in the early part of this game before you joined us, and in the last game too. I said that X yesterday came up with, if you look at it on paper, a mild upset of Upper Arlington. The seeding, though, why did they come out as a 7th seed and UA was a 2?
Well, this season we went to a new ranking system. It used to be about, the coaches would vote, and a lot of the coaches had problems with the voting on the ranking because you get a lot of politics and play in there. And so we try to go to a numbers-based system. And so this year it was, you play, for instance, X and Sycamore play 5 times. Well, whoever wins the most on that gets 2 points, the loser gets 0. If you split the series, then it's 1-1. And well, because St. X had played like multiple teams in each tournament, some of their B and C level varsity teams were getting beaten. So they ended up with an in-state record of like 21-22. And
so it's an overall.
Right.
Okay.
And so it just happened to work out that way. And, and that was one of the things we talked about at the meeting last year that could happen, and it ended up happening this year. And so on paper, they look like a lower team, but if you watch them, you can obviously see this
doesn't look like a 7 seed.
Right. And so, a lot of the other teams fell right where, the numbers worked, but for them, it didn't work out that way this year. So actually the UA St. X game, which probably would have been, a semifinal game or even the final game, depending on where they match up on sides and stuff like that.
The last goal for St. X coming from the self-professed team comedian who keeps his team loose in Nick Mers. Right, and then we were talking about that earlier on again, that, that obviously being the rematch of the title game here last year that we had that was won by St. X. And like I said, that was a physical contest, and both those teams, you could tell, nobody wanted to lose that one after working so hard through the early part of the year just to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, and last year you had, some big teams in there that, the St. Charles and St. Francis. I mean, you had top player Logan from St. Francis, and I mean, you had these big kids that wanted to win.
Taylor Wines with the goal. That is the first for his team since midway through the second quarter. And it now cuts the St. X lead to 14-6.
Well, that was a block on that one. They didn't.
Oh, it looked to me like it went in.
Yeah, no, Charlie stopped at about the goal line on that one, and
he threw it so hard I blinked and I just assumed it went in. That's the unfortunate part.
Well, and the back of the goal there, since it's just that net that hits that inside open right here. If that guy sees him quick enough,
and
big save.
He saw him. Unfortunately for him, Charlie Hyde saw him too, as that was right on top. And now the final 15 seconds of this third quarter. X with a 14-5 lead. A couple of passes across, trying to draw out. Nobody for X even moved in that situation. And Worthington, I don't know they're going to get a shot off before this quarter ends. They will not. So 3 out of 4 in the books is St. X rolling it looks like right now into the finals, as they will take on either St. Charles or Oakwood. And again, based on what you were just saying, that if in fact it is St. Charles, it would be a 1-7 matchup. But you look at it and you go, again, not really a 7 seed type of team.
Right, no, it'll look more like a Cinderella story on paper than in reality. Now, the big deal is Oakwood making the semifinals for the first time ever in their history. They came out last night and played hard and beat my guys who, didn't step up to that game. And so,
I feel like you've had time to process that.
I did. We actually
that sounds like you've had thought.
I did.
And that's the nicer thing, and I bet you said earlier.
Yeah, we had talked with the guys about, went back and say, they came out and played hard, and they took it to us, and we didn't take it in there. And it's always hard to lose to Oakwood because that's my former college coach. Sean Geehan coached me up at Dayton, and so I never want to lose to him. I always like to try to come back and beat him.
The first game as that 4-seed Oakwood beat Sylvania 20-6, and then of course the game that you were talking about, the 11-7 contest, the 8:30 game here last night, and it's got to be kind of a thing there. You guys go to enough tournaments, you get these young players coming up through the system, and as a sport really growing, the younger kids coming in. All right, freshmen, you learn, and by the time that, as we've seen with the 73 kids to our left for St. X, by the time you get to that junior senior level, all right, now we can make a big run.
Yeah, I mean, unlike most sports in Ohio, you don't get a whole lot of prior play before high school. And so it's, your first 2 years you are learning the skills, and there's only so much pool time that you can teach these kids. And X has done a great job with getting a big coaching staff that they can teach all those different kids. And then you look at Thomas Worthington, where their coaches not only Thomas Worthington, but Worthington and Kilbourne as well. So he's coaching for 2 different high schools. And that actually, if you look across the pool at Jeff Gear, he coached Thomas and Worthington at the same time, and they, I think under him, made it to the finals against each other. And so he was joking that he was going to go sit in the middle of the pool in a chair.
How does that work? It's just Jekyll and Hyde, or he just yells random things at people and sees who responds to it?
Yeah, you know, in that one.
That's a good problem to have, though.
Yeah, so you know, and my hats off to the Worthington coach on doing that. You know, I have a hard enough time controlling JV and varsity and getting all the stuff I need, but imagine you got to do JV and varsity for 2 different teams.
That's the old joke, too, I'm sure, that, well, it's not going to ever be a problem unless we play each other. And when is that going to happen?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. All right. Start of the 4th quarter, St. X up 14-5. And again, they're looking to get themselves into the championship round that'll take place at about 7:45 tonight if everything stays on track, which it has so far, at least here today. Reed Wallet just made probably the most interesting save that he has made all day long. He turned around and he noticed that Dylan Frost was right up behind him, and he had to hold that ball as if he was a running back going through the hole.
Yeah.
And he turned away and said, no, that's mine.
Yeah, the St. X player had snuck back through on that swim off and has gotten himself open, got the ball quickly. They're talking about the save off the face. Looks like the replacement goalie for St. X in there. You know, good time to get your first big save in the state semifinal.
I mean, that's one way to do it. Now a handful of new players, Zach Roney in as well for St. X. As he gets a look at that replay here. And a lot of contact here before this shot, and it leads to an awkward shot, but
right. I mean, that's usually in your head, the bad, corny joke for that one.
That's right off the forehead. As you go home later on and your mom goes, what's that big mark on your face?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a ball someone threw at me very fast.
From about 2 meters away, too.
He was angry. Somebody was dragging him down, and he just fired it. So the teams just, you get that, or it feels like for a lot of these games, for a casual viewer of watching, say the first minute or two is Ryan is in love with this replay.
I mean, this is probably a good one right there.
It feels like, all right, the first 60, 90 seconds, you get, despite the fact you've known what the opposing team wants to do, you feel each other out.
Right. You know, you see what your defense can do and, you know, how they're going to match up. And everybody's got enough energy right there so you can keep it even. And then, you know, the teams that have the depth really get that extra time to, you know, work through your first and second lines.
So just over 5 minutes ago, a couple of subs here for St. X. As they send in Brian Robertson, the junior, for the first time. These bios, I'm telling you, are the greatest thing that St. X sent us. Listed as a first-year player with speed, strength, and commitment who will be important as we go forward next year. And then the little anecdote of front and center on all of our team pictures. Okay. I don't know if that's like a, you know, like when you go into a new class and they make you sit in the front, or if he's just the guy who
that always wants to be up front.
His mom's proud. She could always pick him out in the pictures.
Yeah, well, I felt like when I was sending my bio, mine was a hospital sheet going on, shoulder surgery, foot surgery, knee surgery.
Was it easier to just say what you didn't have happen?
Yeah, probably.
Sometimes that's the way to go, just the little nuanced things. So 5 minutes now and a 14-5 lead. It's been that way through the first 2 minutes of this quarter. 2 of the last 3 goals coming quickly in the furious rally in the third. And now the kick out will send a man out for Thomas Worthington. And they will look to go back on the offensive. Here's a breakout right out in front. Carter St. Pierre now with the ball.
Nice block. That's
wow.
2 big blocks. And as a coach, that's the frustrating thing. You go man up and then you get a counterattack goal, and your goalie makes a huge save then, which is big on that one.
So 1 to the hand, 1 to the face is what he has done so far. And watch the, my favorite part about this is I just happen to be looking at this replay. And it's a almost a defensive, oh, I got that one? Because if you watch his face immediately afterwards, while his bench erupts 3 feet to his right, the look on the goalkeeper's face is, Huh, yeah, I did do that.
If he makes his block on this 5-meter, I think they're going to throw the bench in the pool.
Right. They'll just take the penalty.
Let him block the other one.
It'll be Taylor Wines, who I thought had the goal a couple minutes ago, now get the goal. So the last goal of the game actually ends up going to him after I thought it was him. That's what happens when you have to make quick decisions. And makes it 14-6.
Maybe you just got a premonition of that happening.
Yeah, right, like 20 minutes later. He's going to get it. It's like some weird version of deja vu. So X kind of, they've slowed down, obviously, with the big lead, 7-0 after the first. The 5 goals, though, by Worthington got them back in near the half. And then X went on a barrage in the third to push the lead to 14-5. So they can kind of, like you said, get your reserves in, get them some reps, and kind of rest themselves, knowing they'll be one half of the finals later on.
Yeah, and if St. Charles wins their semifinals, they'll go back, I believe, a couple years ago, the St. X St. Charles, and that turned into Jake Westerkamp for St. X, and I can't think of the St. Charles one, it turned into a swimming. Whoever had the best fast break was going to win the game. I was talking to the St. Charles coach earlier about that was going to happen if they made it to finals. He said they're a lot smarter than that earlier team. So, if that's a St. X St. Charles matchup, it could be really good. And so, Oakwood's got their work cut out for them to top St. Charles.
Well, and then, of course, we jokingly talked about the Cinderella story of X as the 7th seed.
And they're going to play that up, too. The newspaper's going to be like, number 7 ranked St. X wins the state championship.
It's like saying the Cubs are underdogs in the World Series. I mean, come on now. They won 103 games. X now on the attack as they worked quickly. And they've done so well with spacing so far as they get the timeout.
Moving the ball around, and number 22 just got a little offsides on that one. But number 22 has actually had 2 or 3 really good breakdowns of the pool, looking for that ball back into him.
Andrew Devine, the sophomore, a second-year player, has played both in the field and at goal. Another kid who's listed as an important player for the Bombers going forward the next 2 years.
Well, I think that I don't know how many seniors they have this year, but I feel like they are graduating a lot, so they're going to need to have these kids go ahead and step up.
11.
That's a good number.
Like a lot.
It's a good number. And our team's also graduating them, so you'll see a lot of new faces around the state championship next year. And so it'll be whoever has the best kids step up to it. You got your sophomores and freshmen who's going to step up on that one to take the spots of seniors graduating and what juniors can take the leadership role.
Well, and especially too because not only of that 11 players that are in the lineup at times, but you just have one in Charlie Hyde of the starting lineup who's a junior, and your goalkeeper who at that point coming into next year will be a 3-year starter.
And that's huge. I mean, that experience is big especially for a goalie, because you see the field so much better the more more games you have. And playing 3 years of varsity to make him a hard person to get a shot by.
I also just noticed in the bio about Charlie Hyde that it lists him, and I just got this, as the best FIFA player in the Midwest. It's right there. I don't write these things. I just read them. These bios are amazing. I just want to point that out.
I wonder how
again.
Long, for a team that size, I wonder how long they took.
And a flip shot on the goal. Dylan Froas with the marker. I mean, I don't know. Did they just hand it to the kids and say, just write what you want?
I don't know. It could be. Or I could see, Robert sitting in some disposition at court and is really bored and starts writing these bios up.
So it's 7 different players now for X that have scored, and this being the latest to that group. Not a fancy thing, just draw the goalkeeper out and flip it over his head.
Yeah, I know it looks like the St. X players are recognizing that the Thomas goalie is coming out pretty quick to cut down the angles, and it's a quick flip, and there's an ejection on St. X for having the number 3 was too close on that free throw shot.
Well, and on that last throw for the Cardinals, the coaching staff for St. X had to watch out because that ball had some heat on it. And all of a sudden, I just watched 4 people scramble out of the way.
Yeah. You always got to watch when you're coaching where you're standing. I remember standing behind the goal to try to get a better view, and just you get pelted if you aren't paying attention.
It's all fun and games when your goalkeeper gets hit in the face, but the first time that you do it, standing behind the goal, I imagine the kids that have a field day.
They think it's funny, or just, you can't get angry when you get soaked when the kid jumps in the pool because you're coaching a water sport, but you still get angry.
Well, you can. You just probably should think better of it. Taylor Wines with a nice throw for Thomas Worthington as he picks up his second goal of this fourth quarter. Just a junior. And the team captain, a couple of juniors and a senior as the team captain. And, only...
It's a very young team.
Yeah, only 3 seniors for the Cardinals.
And that's good potential for next year, too. These kids getting, a lot of this high-level experience. They take this back in the offseason, and then there's a shot from the outside. Next year, so you come back strong, you make the, top 3 as a junior, come back in.
Now Grant Cross with the goal for Thomas Worthington as they cut the lead to 14, or excuse me, I thought it was 14-8. It's actually 15-8. And the throw from the point, Zach Groen comes up with his own goal. And there's another kid for St. X picking up his first goal of the game. I'm running out of room to write here. Makes it 16-8. A 4th-year player listed as a multi-talented person. A drummer in the school's marching band. He plays some hockey. He will be playing goalie at Lynn University in Boca Raton, Florida. Listed as the best shooter St. X has ever had. He's never passed the ball. Again, I just read what it says. It's always better to get coaches' views on what other coaches have written because
I don't think you can make some of that up. I have a hard time figuring out how he made some of that stuff up.
Maybe he didn't make some of it up. He just wrote the first 9 things he thought of. But again, we appreciate all the coaches for sending us information, whatever it may be, throughout the course of these tournaments. It makes bringing these games a heck of a lot easier and more colorful. Under a minute to go. Now for X is Vukovic back in there. And Grady Wheeler as well. St. X trying to just get through this one with an 8-goal lead. Grady Wheeler is apparently a 7 handicap golfer. Another random fact brought to you by the coaching staff of St. X.
Well, now they know what they're sending. I'll start sending some good ones for next year.
I'll read them.
I was trying to keep them semi-related.
If it's not accurate, it's on you. It's like, did he say that? I think he did. So again, now we know one half of the championship at 7:45. That ball skipped off the redirect. My question is, who does the goal go to?
Number 22, either his hand or his head.
Andrew Devine makes it 17-8. And he had a smirk on his face as if to say, do I get the assist, or are you just going to give me the goal on that one?
I think number 16 would be more mad because he takes that good shot, just happens to go off the guy's head and back in.
The worst part is if they watch that back, they're just going to say, come on, bro. Like, that should have been mine. Final 5 seconds for this contest and a kick out. With 1 second to go, X with a 17-8 win. Wow. I tell you what, that provides an interesting contest when you get up like that early on and then it changing your thought process. X now in the finals. They'll play later tonight. Thanks to Nick Helwig for joining us here.
Always fun.
And we'll take a break on the home of the Water Polo State Championships, ICRC-TV.
for Oakwood in the second quarter. Kabelka made it 10-2, got him into double digits. Ben Sugar got 2 of the next 3 again. And Stuart Decker made it 11-2. Then the last goal was by Michael Gutman. And that's where we stand right now, 14-2. Nikelwig, the Sycamore, their coach, about to join us again. How's it going, Coach?
Good, good. Let's have a little break.
First 2 goals by Oakwood, then St. Charles rolls off the next 14.
Yeah, I mean, Oakwood came out strong last night as well, and they come at you really quick. But then not surprised on the St. Charles. St. Charles is fast, very smart. I was talking to the coach earlier today saying that this is one of the smarter teams he's had in a while, and they've been. I've always said they've been pretty smart since I've been coaching against them, and so they've they'll swim you, they'll pass up the middle, and you got to make sure you get yourself back. It looks like Oakwood was trying to adjust to that towards the end of that half, where they were getting their players back, looking to work the clock down, even running the shot clock down to 0 actually benefits them, because then St. Charles can't make that counterattack, and that's St. Charles' bread and butter is that counterattack.
Yeah, what do you tell your team when you get the first 2 goals of the game, and then the next team they roll off double digits? What do you say at halftime to get your team back into it?
I mean, you just got to start chipping away at that lead. You got to play some solid defense, and you got to know that you have that bad quarter, that bad 2 quarters. You really got to chip away the lead, and it's time to you're not going to have an easy game in the tournament. So this is you may not be able to get back in at down 12, but you can at least know what you need to do against your next opponent. And so Oakwood can see, okay, what did we do right on those first 2 goals? How did we get those 2? Why did we not do that afterwards? And so what can we apply this quarter and just start slowly chipping away? It's you've got 14 minutes of running clock that you can really chip away at that lead.
Now on the same side, if you're St. Charles, how do you not just let down?
That's the hard part. I mean, just keeping the intensity, and that's where you get in some of your other players and work the kids in so they get in some full time, so your starters will get some rest, but then you can't let them chip away. A couple of years ago in the semifinals, my team went up like 7 on St. Francis, and they just chipped away a lead, and we ended up only win by 1 because they just kept chipping away because my guys were comfortable and they kept pushing at it. So, you've got to remind the kids, hey, every goal that they score, that's bringing them closer, and you don't want that.
You got Ben Sugar. He 6 goals.
Yeah, he's a dominant player. And I joke with, and the whole family, for the Sugar family, has been, water polo. And I always joke with him, I'm like, when are there going to be no more Sugars? Because it's, he's been a dominant player.
We get set for, that's, I guess it's in the family genes, huh?
Yeah.
We get set for the second half of action with St. Charles on top of the Oakwood Lumberjacks, 14-2. The officials are finishing up their halftime little thing, and both teams are in their huddles getting ready for the second half of action. St. Charles will be on our left as we get set for quarter number 3 here from Mason High School.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a big thing right here for Oakwood coming out real strong and getting themselves back in the game. If they can control that first couple of goals again, that puts them right back in that mix. They've got to stop the St. Charles counterattack, and that's been the hard thing that any team has to do, is stop that St. Charles counterattack.
They'll switch ends of the pool now, so Oakwood will be on the right side of your screen, and St. Charles on the left. All the players, just about all the players, are back in the pool now. Now they are. Is it any different for the opposing squad? The Oakwood is the only team that we've seen that has girls on their squad.
It's not odd from where I come from in St. Louis. There's not that co-ed group. Oh, Ryan's wondering about a snack vending machine?
Yeah, they're calling for a snack machine, for our snacks for you guys.
Oh, I mean, we always have snacks at Sycamore.
Oh, okay.
We're well fed. Any tournament we have at Sycamore, I mean, parents, they stock a coach there.
Food, that brings them in.
Yes. Yeah. No, but for co-ed stuff, in St. Louis, where I'm from, there's no girls teams, and so, there's always girls on the teams. But in Ohio, it's a little more unusual just because there's the girls and the guys side of it.
Yeah, Zoe Egbert, though, from what we've seen and from the stats that we've got from them, as that shot is put in and hits the post, she is very well versed at playing. I mean, she is a tough player.
If you're a girl playing in the guys league, you've got to be tough, and that's not people like, oh, you could drop on her. You don't want to. Those are the people that I'd be worried most about, because you've got to be intense to play, with some of the bigger guys, and she holds her own.
Gorman, he started off the game with a goal. He gets one here and gets Oakwood back in the scoring column. As you look here, he is able to get it around two players, fires it in, and hits the far upper corner.
Yeah, he got good position on that one to take that shot. You got a guy coming right down the middle, and that's big save. That's the move that St. Charles does really well. That whole drive down the middle, and number 7 usually will put that one in the back of the net.
Now Michael Gutman, he already has a goal today, as 2 was vying for his 3rd. Gorman on the far side, looking for somebody to get it to, gets it to the top to Brossart. And then a foul going to be called, as Andrew Edwards, a little too vigorous in getting after the ball. Back out to Griffin Beam. Beam with a little dish off. And a foul going to be called against Oakwood.
Got called for that push off, trying to create too much separation, pushing off the guy there. Looks like Oakwood is trying to get a couple of players down on offense early, and St. Charles is wisely just coming back and sitting on those guys, giving actually their defenders a little extra rest by coming back. But you can see they've got 2 guys sitting down on offense now, so it's really 4-on-4 down on the other end.
Yeah, Danny Johnson, one of those, and whether they're trying to cherry pick or just get a little bit of extra advantage. And we have a kick out.
Number 19 went over the top of the defender from behind.
Yeah, Connor Quigley. Attempting a left-handed shot and just on the fake, and then just tried to loft it in, but a little bit wide of the net.
Yeah, I mean, he had a wide open goal there. He was able to fake the goalie and look to that back corner in a lob shot.
Yeah, Patrick Pima was unable to make that successful. Sean Ritchie on the far side, and it's knocked down by Mick Geehan.
And I think this is what you were talking about, is trying to keep the intensity up for St. Charles here. You don't want Oakwood to start chipping back. As soon as you start getting a team that's coming back, they get more confidence, and that becomes really hard to stop.
Yeah, and a lot of the goals that we've seen here in this contest, that they've just, it's not, bullet shot at the net, just that little loft shot over the goalkeeper.
Yeah, as soon as you start getting some shooters that shoot really hard and are very accurate, the goalie wants to move out a little bit, cut down that angle. And so you end up giving up a lot more of that back of the goal. And we got an ejection on number 10, over-aggressive play on the wing. Those two were battling it out last time, too, and it looked like this time, number 10 gets called for that.
And it's one thing that we've noticed about Oakwood is they are a really aggressive team. They have a couple of players, and, I've kind of laughed about it, seeing the stats as we have a timeout with 3:42 to go, 14-3 in favor of St. Charles, is that, for instance, we were talking about Zoe Egbert. She's one of the team leaders in ejections. Mm-hmm. Is that a good thing to have in your stat sheet as a player?
Not at the ejections itself, and it also depends on the position you're playing. So if she's like their 2-meter guard, that's typically a higher spot that you'll get the ejections from. But most likely what's happening with her is that you will, the teams will drive, and try to find a spot, whoever is a weak spot. And then once you start accumulating those ejections, they start doing that all the time to you, and that's what to look at. Oh, ejections drawn leader.
Ejections drawn.
Yeah, then that's a great stat. And that means that she is, she's getting the other team down a man on offense and giving the team the chance to get that advantage each time. I mean, that's a huge stat.
Yeah, so when I first read that, I thought, wait a second, I can't be reading that right. Why would you put that?
That's not one that I tend to brag about. Yeah, but ejections drawn, that's a big one.
Yeah, I got kicked out of the game 5 times.
It's the enforcing line from Mighty Ducks, right?
Yeah, that's it. Ducks on the pond. We get set for the restart after the timeout. Third quarter here. 3:42 to go, and don't read what's on the screen. It's not Thomas Worthington to St. Xavier.
Yeah, you got Oakwood in dark and St. Charles in white.
St. Charles with the 14-3 advantage. The fake, and then finally throwing it into the back of the net. Patrick Pima gets another goal.
Yeah, and there's not much you can do. I mean, he just walked in and faked, and goalie can only stay up for so long, and number 15 saw the goalie fall down and put it in that side netting.
And you see it again here.
Bumps him once, twice, and then just right in that side netting, right over that defender's hand.
Third time's a charm. Yeah, you can only tread water for so long.
And that's what most coaches teach their kids. Just you have the open fake it until you're ready to shoot and get that goalie to jump.
Trying to send one in, send it too far. Danny Johnson.
And the St. Charles goal is very good at reading those long passes and can step out.
They got the goalkeeper to come out, but when they sent it in, sent it a little bit too far. We've seen already, and there's a nice outlet pass here. Tried to bounce it in, and Quigley unable to capitalize. We've seen already once today, goalkeeper scoring a goal.
Yeah, and that was on my team. The goalie got took the long shot, which was fine, and then got comfortable and didn't get back into his cage, and the goalie threw it right back at him.
Pima with another goal, his second in a row. Makes it a 16-3 contest. Just under 3 minutes. There's the aforementioned Zoe Egbert.
And my guess is you'll watch it. She'll probably start up top and look to drive in and draw that ejection.
Sam Moulton also in for Oakwood.
So they most likely work that ball down on the wing, and you'll see the drive come in. If that shot doesn't happen, most likely you'll see the flat or that point from the top players drive in and get that defender off balance.
A little too far on the shot attempt, sends it out of the pool, but quickly right back in again. That's one thing about this sport is it moves.
Yeah, you can't stop. Even whistles, in other sports, there's a foul or whatever, that means stop. Whistles here just means you got to keep moving in a different way. Nice lob shot from the top on that one too, hits the back corner of the net.
Jonathan Sugar getting in on the act. And you see it again. Just a little loft pass, and goalie can't get back to it.
Yeah, you take that hard fake on the goalie to get him locked onto one side, and you can put it in the back corner.
You almost have to be in the net to stop one of those.
Yeah, and usually, because the ball has to be all the way through, so you can actually be in the goal and save as long as the ball doesn't cross. And so a lot of goalies are taught that you actually come backwards in, so your body's in the goal, and you can get to the back corner a little easier.
Pass out to Quigley.
Number 6, it just drew an ejection on that one. So then the man up, guy in the middle takes the shot.
So right back in now. So not very long in the penalty area, so to speak.
And St. Charles is doing a great job moving the ball down quickly after that man ejection to put pressure Oakwood.
Griffin Beam, he was the one ejected, and now quickly back in again. Sends it ahead. It skips by and back to the goalkeeper as Noah Teeters gets set to fire it back the other way. Nice clean pass to Gorman. Gorman had the first 2 goals of the contest. It's stolen away, and they will deliver it back to Carlin.
He had the first one of this quarter as well.
Yes. Nice start in the quarters. They just, that long period in the first half where St. Charles has built the lead up.
That's another stat you start to see a little more is those field blocks. This year as a coach, I've noticed a lot more field blocks happening. Players getting their hands up, stopping that shot before it even gets to the goalkeeper.
It's happened a couple of times, here in this game. This one knocked down and stolen away by St. Charles. And they will get the advantage. They'll send it back to the goalkeeper and get ready to fire it away the last 33 seconds. About a 9-second differential from the game clock and the shot clock. And they're taking their time. Why not? They're up by 14. Not in a real big hurry.
They'll probably end up just throwing it down to the corner, turn the ball over, and just let them have the ball for the last couple seconds.
And that's what happens. And there goes the shot clock. Now with 6 seconds to go, they're going to have to hurry up and fire it. And they're not even going to get one off. And that will do it for quarter number 3. 17-3 in favor of St. Charles. Gorman got the first goal in this quarter to get Oakwood back in the scoring column, but Pima had 2, and then John Sugar, he had 1 for St. Charles to make it 17-3.
Yeah, it's shaping up. It looks like we're going to have a rematch of the 2013 state finals between St. Charles and St. X again, and that should be a very fast-paced game with both teams being exceptionally smart players and fast.
Yeah, St. X beat Thomas Worthington 17-8. So, a nice mix of the schools. You got schools from around Columbus, you got schools from around Toledo, from this area in Cincinnati, and then Oakwood that's up around the Dayton area.
Yeah, it's actually just right next door to the University of Dayton.
Yes.
I know in the past they've used the University of Dayton's pool to practice. They use Sinclair Community College was their home pool this year for their dual matches and practices. And it's nice to see a wide variety. We keep trying to grow the sport. Club teams are popping up. There's a couple new teams. Every year we see about one new team popping up. We're trying to get Cleveland back, and Cleveland used to have a lot of teams, and they kind of fell off, and hopefully can get them back into it, and you see it be a whole team, a whole state sport.
Yeah, now just recently, and Mike Curtin and I was talking about this on our way down here today from up around where we're from, up around Northwest Ohio, that lacrosse got added to the Ohio High School Athletic Association's, that they acknowledge the sport. What would it take for water polo to get in that mix of, what for whatever reason that is?
And that's what that's something I was working on, and it was a big push, over the summer for me. And then when school started, I kind of had to back off. But most likely, we need to see our numbers grow. And usually, what they're doing in Ohio is you'll have teams that will be growing. You have the UA assistant coach up there, the former Mason coach, and then the UA head coach hiding somewhere up top. Looks like I can't even find them on there.
Those guys can't hide.
No,
the goalkeepers. They're right out there. They can't hide anywhere. Although probably at some point in time, a goalkeeper may want to duck under the water for a little while.
Yeah, especially with some of the shots coming from some of these bigger players.
No doubt. But I think that I love this sport. I watch it all the time on whenever there's something on, and I think that maybe even just this past year with the Olympics,
you always see a big jump.
always brings some more recognition to the different sports, and these kids work as hard as anybody else.
Yeah, I just saw a stat out that one of the Ohio Squirrels players, Mike Jones, sent out. Just on the intensity level, and it's in top 10 included with Ironman and triathlons and all that stuff that the amount of energy you're burning just up and down the pool. And I always joke with players that come from that sport and they think they're just as intense until they get the first couple of practices in there. They're exhausted.
You're kicking and kicking for for 14 minutes a half.
Yeah, and it's longer than that too, because every time that whistle blows, that clock stops, and you're still going. until that that the play starts again.
You stop kicking, you're going to sink.
Yeah. And sometimes you're kicking and the other team's making you sink too. So lots of ways to end up on the bottom of the pool.
You know, I mean, having somebody pull at you and poke at you, and and you're pulling and poking.
Yeah, with the state sanctioning, OSHA looks for the growth part, and that's the hard part because we're constrained to a pool. But you see states like Pennsylvania and Missouri, Illinois, Tennessee just added their state, Georgia as well. There's an ejection drawn by Oakwood. See if they can convert this time.
And number 9, she was in on it. I think that's the young man that was guarding her.
Yeah.
Up to the top and to the corner.
Yeah, and now there's a 5 meter. What happened is the player that was excluded, looks like number 19 was excluded for St. Charles, and their player never left the field of play, came back in and regarded, and that means that he gets actually 2 ejections marked on his score sheet. Now they get to shoot a 5 meter shot.
And taking that is Danny Johnson. Waiting for the official signal, and it's blocked.
That's a great feeling as a goalie too, make that big 5 meter save.
It's like a penalty shot in hockey or in soccer.
Yeah. And you get those awarded because it's a probability that you're going to score, if that foul didn't happen. And so they're saying, well, you should score this 5 meter shot. And so it's a big deal when they can make that save. That wind makes it feel like we're playing outdoors.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it was a little warm in here earlier. A nice little breeze for nearly the end of October. Over on the far side, Danny Johnson, he lofts it ahead to Brossart. Aggressive play down here on the part of Jack Simeon.
They've drawn 2 ejections on their past 2 possessions. Timeout was called by Oakwood, so it looks like they can talk and set up and get ready for this one.
Yeah, the teams will head to their huddles and discuss whatever strategies that they may be thinking about as Oakwood comes over from their bench in the corner over to the side just to the left of us.
Yeah, the team that gets to call the timeout, actually gets to go all the way up to half, and that that allows your players not to have to come all the way back to it.
Some of the scores that we have as we move it a little bit closer to the state championship. Upper Arlington with a 12-4 win over St. Francis, 13-7 Sycamore over Milford, and the game that just took place, St. X with a 17-8 win over Thomas, and St. X, the number 7 seed, find themselves in the state championship.
We were talking about that last game. So we were talking about that earlier about how St. X was, they're ranked number 7, but that was due to the new mathematical formula that was used, and so the way that they were splitting their team up, they ended up getting a couple more losses than their actual A team would. But we'll be able to see all those games. It should be a great matchup later on between UA and Sycamore, and then the next game, St. Francis and Milford, should be both teams don't want to end the season on a loss here.
Right.
And then the state championship game at around 7 o'clock tonight, which will also be streamed. That's going to be an intense game.
Yeah, live streaming all the way up to around 7:30 this evening on ICRC-TV and on our live stream.
Yeah, they're pressing out pretty hard on this man. Jackson looking for Oakwood make a mistake. They see that guy open on the inside, turns and just fires to the open corner.
Sam Moulton gets the goal with 4:34 to go. The first goal of the quarter. As you can see the replay here. Some nice passing.
Foul happened up top. Got a nice pass inside. Upper corner, nothing that goalie can do about that one.
I'm sorry, as Nick Gehan, Moulton got the ball to him.
That's the coach's son on that one. Sean Geehan, the Oakwood coach, was the former University of Dayton coach back when I played for the University of Dayton, brought us to the national championships. We got second place against Grand Valley to send us to the finals against Miami University and send our trip down to University of Florida in the middle of November.
That's nice to be in Florida in November when you're from Ohio.
Yeah, when you leave your car and it's snowed in, it's a great feeling. And, so he's been around water polo for a long time, so he knows his stuff.
I grew up at UD Arena watching Don Donaher and the Flyers. Going to UD football games. As a matter of fact, the former, as this one is stolen away, we'll get back to that thought in just a second, as Griffin Beam puts it by and right through the open arms, or the outstretched arms anyway, of Teeters for another goal for St. Charles. The former athletic director, Al Laubenthal, former AD at Ottawa Glandorf High School, was a standout on the UD football team back in the early 80s that won the Stag Bowl. Beat Ithaca 61-0 in 1981. Yes, I'm old.
Well, when I was there, I think they had like 2 losses the entire season each year, and they were usually to, Arizona State each time, or San Diego State. I feel like was always one that they lost in the finals, and
yep,
was always the big rivalry.
Yeah, and that's when they switched from Division III to 1AA.
Yes, and people are like, "What is that?" It just means they're non-scholarship for their football team.
Right.
But yeah, the UD Arena I think is one of the best places to watch college basketball at.
Oh, absolutely, they've gotten a lot of women's and not first or second round stuff. I mean, they've gotten a lot of bigger games.
Yes.
I think UConn played there a couple of years ago.
Turnover on the inside, Water getting the elbow up on that, trying to create too much space. Allows this counterattack for St. Charles, and they do it so well. They get that ball down the wing, and that next player streaks right in, and then he gets that open shot to the opposite side.
Chris Edwards, his first goal of the game, and it's 19-4.
Running out of room to write all that stuff down on.
Yeah. Have to turn the page or something. 2:55 to go. As Oakwood gets set to restart again. Egbert sends it back to Jeremy Cleary. Up to Quigley. Quigley being hounded, now double teamed, and the ball stolen away. And
looks like number 4 held number 20 on that as he tried to get back to defense. St. Charles is doing a great job of pushing the Oakwood players out wide, so they can't do a whole lot, pushing them towards that lane line.
Is it an advantage for, and we were talking about this too, advantage for the kids to get to play another game? It's not necessarily double elimination, but even if you lose, you still have another game going on, even though you can't make it to the championship game. Does that, help the kids as far as, just getting another game in?
Yeah, I mean, and getting as many touches on the game. We were talking before that most players, coming into high school, never played before, so you want as many games as you can. And so going in the tournament, playing it all the way through, getting these extra games in, so you play a game where you might be blown out by one team, and so it whittles you down to a team where you can have that competitive game. And so you got games going on here that are of one caliber. These teams that match up will become like the St. Charles final will be those two teams even. And then over at Princeton, you have games going on, and those become more competitive as the days go on.
And you get to see a lot of different teams too.
Yes, yeah.
Teams that you wouldn't necessarily, even though there's fewer teams, that you wouldn't necessarily get to see.
Yeah, you may not see them a lot. This year the Sycamore team didn't play Thomas Worthington at all, and so your only chance to match up might be in part of the tournament.
Shot put toward the net by Griffin Beam is knocked down, and we have a timeout. That's something else that's kind of unique to water polo is you don't just yell at the official timeout, you blow the air horn.
Yeah, you've got to be heard. It's hard, especially with the bigger pools, that if you're going to be heard with the splashing and the noise and the echoes, that you've got to find a way to make sure that timeout's heard.
And speaking of that, and just from a coach's point of view, that last time we were down this way, the school that we were at, it was shallow at one end and deep at the other end. Is that any kind of advantage?
I mean, it is for teams that have that, just because, you get teams like St. X or Mason or and any else that has the all-deep stuff. They're not used to that shallow end. And then the all-deep teams get to practice all-deep. And so it just depends on working on it. The team out of St. Louis University High School, they practice shallow deep and have been in the state champions for like the last 15, 20 years in that finals. But so it's just a matter of training your kids on what they need to do and playing smart.
As we were talking about that, great facilities here at Mason High School and their natatorium, home of the Mason Comets. Get a look at some of the crowd, and hey, there's us.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a fun place to play at, playing all deep, and especially the state. They, are able to move. This is how wide it should be normally, and most pools are 6 lanes. Princeton's only 8 lanes, and this is 10. So it makes you have to be aware of your surroundings. You've got to know you can't spread out that far, and so this is what, if you watch the Olympic stuff, it's width, and actually theirs is even longer. But yeah, it's always fun to come here and play at Mason in the all-deep facility.
And it's got to be a pretty cool thing, to have a school with a pool in it.
Yes, yeah, and I teach and coach at Sycamore, and having that pool there, it's easy because I'm in-house, and being able to, and what was actually used to be some of the state games were during the school day, and I remember having to come play Mason during school time. And, so their classes are coming in, so they had a packed house. And it's just, it's impressive to see that.
Yeah, do you have to go back to class after the game?
I don't know if they did or not, but I'm sure their teachers wanted them to.
Or go to study hall or something?
Something, yeah.
Stealing the ball away, then stealing it right back is Oakwood. Down to the last minute and 9 seconds.
So that was back and forth stealing, and number 20 gets ejected because the player hadn't put the ball back in play and goes for that steal.
Yeah, Ryan Quigley, just a freshman. 6 freshmen on the squad for Oakwood. And St. Charles, they have quite a number of freshmen too. They have 9.
Yeah,
so a lot of young players.
Especially with St. Charles has really controlled a lot of the games, and so they get their younger players in often. Gives them a lot of advantage coming down the road where you got kids playing in a varsity game their freshman year.
Now, a timeout called is St. Charles taking the timeout, so they'll get the spot at mid-pool. Oakwood over to our right side, discussing the strategies for the next minute and 8 seconds of play. Coming up next at 3:30. We'll have St. Francis and whatever squiggly word this is.
That looks like Milford.
Milford?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I can't read my current squiggly writing, but I should be used to that too because I see it all the time.
Being a teacher, I'm used to anything. If it's written nicely, I don't think I can read. If it looks like some chicken walked across this page, I can read those though.
Well, a 13-8 win for you guys, or a 13-7 win. I'm sorry. That a nice showing against Milford.
Yeah, I mean the guys had worked hard all season, and last night they knew they kind of let that game slip away from them, and came back this morning. Had a quick meeting before we left on the bus. Had one last night about just we've got 2 more games in, so let's make sure we had that one right across the bar. Well, we had a chance to go 3-1 the tournament. May not be the place we want, but coming 3-1 in tournament is always good, ending the season on a high. So. We want to finish up strong.
There's the push ahead by Travis Miller. First time we've seen him in the contest, as trying to get some other players in the last minute of play. We're down to the last 15 seconds.
Yeah, St. Charles is going to run out the clock as much as possible.
The shot clock expired. They'll get it up to Egbert. She'll get pulled under the water and be battled.
Foul. You got player across the pool if they can get to him.
Found the way.
Last second goal as time expired. Number 11 gets the shot off right before the buzzer sounds.
It's Drew Scowen with the final goal. And the final 19 to 5 in favor of St. Charles. That is incorrect. It's not 14-2. It's 19-5. Coming up next on ICRC, we'll have St. Francis and Milford in the 7th, 8th place game. So be sure to stick around for that. Big thanks for joining us. Coach Elwood, thanks very much, man.
That was fun to be
Great.
here.
Well, nice talking with you. And go Flyers.
Yes, go
Yeah.
Flyers.
We'll come back with more water polo here on ICRC-TV and on our live stream.
that? Hey. Yeah, we're going to be. Hold on a second.
Francis, number 13, just scored.
Welcome back here to the stream on ICRC-TV. We things are discombobulated because we, to be honest, have switched crews again. Everybody is rotating out throughout the course of the day. Mike and Nick now. Dave's now on camera.
I think I'm the consistent spot here.
Right now, yeah. Yeah, you've got 2 games in a row. You're like a veteran now.
3 games. This is my 3rd game.
Oh,
now.
well, see. There you go. Makes it even better. St. Francis with the goal right off the bat.
They drew a quick 5-meter right off the bat. Scored off the 5-meter shot. The big talk I heard from coming out of Francis is they didn't want to lose again. They lost earlier in the season to Francis or to Milford, and they want to make sure they win this one to make that long trip back up to Toledo.
Trust me, it takes forever. I'm going about half that way to Lima, and it takes as long. And then when you get up there through Findlay, and you get through all that construction they have going on up there, it's not a fun trip.
We've got family in Toledo, so we take that trip often.
Well, and you can't even go through BG anymore and go to Miles because now that's gone.
Yeah, no, we last year going up to Michigan got stuck right outside of BG, and it was we got stuck for 2 hours on the highway.
If you only got stuck for 2 hours, you should probably consider that a victory. That's a Tuesday at 9 a.m. up that way.
And this is their big shooter right here, number 13. Nets that one after a long shot from top. He was their dominant shooter last game to win or to play against this Milford team. And Lance, he's one of their top players. Plays, from the point, plays 2-meter. He plays it all around. Plays 2-meter guard.
Still trying to keep the papers from pulling away. Not a winning war. So a quick advantage here in the first 2 minutes.
Number 10 just powered through that. And number 13 just got himself rolled with a hard kickoff of number 10 on that. He made a really good defensive play.
So it's Lance Bachbrader with the goals for St. Francis.
There was what ended up happening is you get number 13's accused of intentionally kicking off a player, and he gets kicked out for the game, and St. Francis makes that big block, and then the argument from the coach gets...
he's dumbfounded right now.
Yeah, I don't think he saw what was going on, didn't know what was going on, and that means number 13's done for the game.
Now, is that different than the kind of ejection where he has to leave the building?
Yes, yeah. So yellow card is just, we heard your argument, you need to kind of stop, and that one seems...
We just don't care.
I've gotten my share of those ones.
But you seem so mild-mannered, but maybe that's just because you're up here.
That's years of calming down. I think the first year for a wedding present, the team parents, there's a nice shot. Number 11 coming down, shooting with a vengeance.
Nick Peeps.
The parents, for a wedding present, gave me a set of yellow and red cards because I had gotten my fair share of them my first year.
Well, my question is I do a lot of soccer, and there's a big thing in Europe right now where they have recently brought in giving guys green cards. And not in the way you think, but like an actual green-colored card is the goal from straight away for Milford in Daniel Wood makes it a 2-1 game. The point of it is that it's for good conduct.
So, like,
can you imagine if that were to come to water polo?
Do you get like an extra goal for 2 green cards. You get 2 yellow cards, it's your red, and you're out for the game. So it's 2 green and
that's what
goal.
I wonder if you can, it's like a get out of jail free card. You can bank it against a later penalty. Or do you just get taken for ice cream? Maybe that's it. I don't think you get sprinkles, though, unless you win. As they say, sprinkles are for winners.
And that's, I actually had a girl's parent tell that to her kid one time after a playoff game. Nice block by the goalie there. It's Milford's ball out on a corner throw.
Did you just laugh?
I did.
There's probably not much you can do.
Some things that the parents say to their own kids is rather entertaining.
Well, it makes it easier for you, though, that you don't have to, be the one to say that.
It makes me look like the good guys.
Brandon Levins now with the shot on goal, the left hand right at the goalkeeper, and Jacob Southsack for St. Francis.
Yeah, number 21 was testing physics on that one to see if you can throw a solid object to another solid object. I tell that to my kids all the time. It doesn't work.
Right. You can try.
My kids try often. They really, towards the end of the season, started getting a little more corners, but it's a nice move here. Number 8 powered through, shooting the ball just a little wide.
Yeah, one of the big players for St. Francis in their first matchup in TJ Hazelman, as he got in there and got a lot of touches and was disruptive of a lot of what the other teams wanted to do offensively in their first game.
Yeah, and it looks like, that ejection where, one of your top players could be devastating a team. It seemed to have fired up St. Francis.
Well, that's what I was thinking here in the first couple of minutes. It seems like as St. Francis has come out, obviously this not how they wanted their night to go or their tournament to go, playing for 7th and 8th place, but fired up, and they seem a lot more focused here early on. Trying the lob shot.
Banks that one off the post and in. Nothing that goalie could have done on that one. The only way you stop that is to prevent the shot from happening.
Matt Shelley with his first goal of the day. And he cuts the lead for St. Francis to 3-2 as you get a second look at it. I love it's like a chosen indecisiveness where I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah, it looks like he, originally wanted to fire that ball through and saw the goalie on him and just decided at the last minute to put that in. And number 10, streaking down the middle, saw the turnover happening.
Daniel
gets
Wood.
the ball up, gets the goalie to jump, puts it to the back corner, and just like that, we're tied 3-3.
Wood, again, it's one of those big things I've seen throughout the course of the last couple of years that make a goal and make that choice, but make him try and rise up, make himself bigger, and then throw it in the small side where he just vacated.
Yeah, you take your time on that. He made the goalie get up, and eventually that goalie's got to come back down again, and there's your goal.
Coming back the other way, so the last 2 goals for Milford to tie it up at 3. St. Francis got the first 2 goals from Lance Bachbrader. It's hard to say, right, in a row.
Yes.
And it's one of those Toledo-ish names, too, and that's where my family's all from, and I still couldn't get it. There's a lot of those. There's some Polish names in here, too.
My wife's maiden name, Bielski. A big Polish family from Toledo, both sides.
That's how that always goes.
Draw the ejection inside right there. Quick move, quick pass. Not much you can do, sitting right there on the 2-meter line.
So now the goal that puts Milford up for the first time. Again, they're now up 4-3. They trailed 3-0.
Yeah, not having Lance in could be a big deal. He's a big part of their team, offense and defense, and kind of can lead the team. So we'll see who's going to step up for the St. Francis team. We had a couple of players already doing that early on. You said number 8 before. It looks like he's going to come down the side right here.
Yeah, Hazelman with it in the front hand. Kind of the 2 dribbles against the water, and he fired a rocket off the top of the cage. And on the second time around, Connor Bishop, he's got a big arm, and he now, we might run out the scoreboard if this keeps up. So Bishop with the goal. Now a 4-4 game. Third time that it's been tied already. And there's just about 1:10 left in the first quarter. As you get a look at the last couple of goals here. And now St. Francis on a breakout trying to prevent the next one, or trying to get the next one rather.
And you can see that the tip in there, nice finesse play, and then followed up by a huge power shot from the top.
Trying to work from the right side to the left into the hands of Connor Bishop. Bishop gives it away to Hazelman, and he's one of those kids. You can kind of get that feeling, a big part of the St. Francis Knights offense, and he's yet to really open it up and get it going.
There's an injection draw. Number 16 got good position. And number 21 just pulled off him and try to get back in spot. There's that shot from up top.
Nick Peeps again. He's got 2 here in the first quarter. And the lead back and forth now in St. Francis's category at 5-4. Still 30 seconds left here in this first quarter. It's amazing just how quick, you talk about it earlier on. Both these teams, they use their starters through a big portion of their first contest, but I tell you what, those kids have had about an hour and a half to rest, and they seem ready to go.
Oh, yeah. It seems like this game's going to be just, score after score after score. It's going to be whoever can outlast the other teams.
As I said, the first game, my favorite name of the day, Griffin Littlehale, you see on the replay with the goal here. This comes right into your picture. The whirling dervish and the ball bouncing right into the net. As the first quarter about to come to an end, Milford thought they were going to have a shot at it, but St. Francis took it away. And as the horn sounds, a wild first quarter comes to an end. 10 goals in the first period between Milford and St. Francis here in the 6-7 game.
I think both coaches are happy to see that quarter end on that one. They can regroup their team. You go from extreme anger to elation on goals here. So,
well, yeah, and 4 of them have spent like 30 seconds.
In the last, yeah.
And you get back there and you just go, all right, I like the enthusiasm on the offensive end. I'm going to need you to get back on the defensive end. No, Coach, we were back there. He just threw it right past us. Okay, all right. Well, not much you can do there. St. Francis falling 12-4 in their first game today to Upper Arlington, and Milford falling to Sycamore 13-7. The way that these two got into the 7th and 8th place game. A handful of games coming up still. Upper Arlington and Sycamore in the 5-6 game coming up at 4:45, and then the 3rd and 4th place game at 6 o'clock. And the championship between St. X and St. Charles. Both of those teams big winners earlier on. St. Charles in the game you saw here just a little bit ago, 14-2 over Oakwood. And that's one the last time you and I were together we talked about if that Oakwood team was going to pull it off, they'd have to play perfect. But they just got a barrage from St. Charles early often.
Yeah, you could tell, when Oakwood was able to slow the game down to their pace, it was a more even match. But as soon as you make that small mistake, St. Charles is so good at capitalizing on mistakes that they counterattack, they get that ball down, and then they just look to, to score on that drive. And they did it time and time and time again. And if you can't slow the game down, that's what Charles is they're great at.
Terrific crowd on hand throughout the course of the day. There's a woman up top. She's waving her pom-pom. She's ready to go. She could just sit it on the table over here and it would probably blow into the pool. A beautiful day outside. Almost November here in Ohio.
Yeah, for it being as nice as it is outside, you'd think this would be early September.
Right. I was like, do we mistake the calendar that it's still August? But it's got to feel, you think it'd feel nice in the pool. At least that's the one thing. Dave and I were joking about earlier. He said he thinks that the officials should have to be in the pool.
That would be entertaining. would they have like floaties, or what would keep them up?
Yes, just for entertainment purposes. That's the problem though. People on the outside aren't going to think that's funny. I would be amused. They would have special ones. One would be black, one would be white, like striped, just so you know at all times. And Milford with the first goal of the second quarter. Daniel Wood picks up the hat trick.
So we start the second quarter just the way we ended the first one, with back and forth, offense, defense, and then the goal.
So this game again was a 2-0 and then a 3-0 lead as you get a chance to check out the replay.
It's like Charlie passes it up to Daniel streaking up the middle and just takes his time, waits for the goalie to go down and gets to that upper corner.
That perfectly executed to get to 6-5.
A little
now
over aggressive play, looks like by number 12.
And the funny thing is, you make him swim out behind everybody, just trying to create. It's a little bit of a distraction, though, too, I would think, if you're on the wing, because you're looking, you see him go through, and you think, all right, I thought we had an advantage.
Yeah, if he actually interferes the play, though, he gets a second penalty called on him, and they get a 5-meter shot. There was a game, a Princeton player was doing the big backstroke arms, and my players didn't. I was like, shoot the ball at him. It's going to be a 5-meter, and they didn't understand what I was talking about.
It's funny how that works out sometimes. Sometimes the best laid plans and all that.
There's many timeouts I've called where we make a great plan and then we do the exact opposite of what. It's like, why do we even call a timeout?
Like, why did I waste my timeout? What just happened here? 6-5, midway through the second quarter. It's always an entertaining time.
It is. That's why I love this sport. There's always something's gonna happen.
I don't know much, but I'm pretty sure I can tell from here that if you're Bram Levens, you cannot just get up on top of another player and shove him underneath.
No.
Especially not being a couple of meters away from the goal.
Yeah, that one's usually called pretty quick. So Milford employs their 5-meter or their guards here right on the post, almost acting like a second goalie, third goalie in there.
Trey Pond, who I still think is aptly named for this sport, with the poke away there. Hosfeld is going to get a quick opportunity to give and go right back to him. Didn't catch it cleanly, but still able to get a good enough shot on goal to tie this game at 6.
Yeah, he really took that shot. He looked to see what was going to happen, picked the ball back up again, and was able to get past the goalie.
As crazy as this game has been, it's already the 4th time that it's been tied. And it's just one of those things. You get to the end of a tournament, I would imagine that, okay, again, I said didn't go how you wanted. You just want to go out, sometimes probably maybe have a little bit of fun, put up as many goals as possible. And Hosfeld, I think, is just trying to do that by himself on this shot.
Yeah, he made sure that they were going to keep that game tied.
So back to, well, Milford had it for a quick second.
I don't think I'll see that move too often where you get the Cobra arm there and moving it around and then almost backhand and then forehand and in.
He just made everything work all at the same time. Cameron Cordell, the junior, and here you go. There's another look at it. You wonder, that might only work once.
Forwards, backwards, around, and in. I think isn't that how you teach your kids how to tie your shoe to, up, around? And
there's a bunny in the middle of that, I think, too. I'm sure that's exactly how his coaches drew that one up. And a goal off the goalkeeper, off the cage and in. Matt Schnelly, that is Matt's second goal. And watch this ball move back and forth. You can see it's going to take a couple of different bounces. And if you look right there, as he turns back around, you can see the goalkeeper in Jacob Sobczak for Toledo St. Francis very, very dejected. I don't know, with himself or maybe just with his placement.
I mean, he wasn't out. It just hit square off his shoulder, right, and then up on the crossbar and back down. And, I mean, there's not much you can do to get your hand back up over your shoulder, and it's a good placement. But, I mean,
if you can, you're probably making money in a different way. Probably part of the circus. And that's that weird thing we talked about off the face earlier, about that being a heck of a way to score a goal. Apparently now, off the shoulder is the second most popular way we've seen that happen today.
Yeah, that one block, if you think back to the St. X game with their replacement goalie came in, his first save, big save, square off the forehead was, and I think he came up smiling once he could finally not see stars after that shot.
He heard clapping from behind him and realized that was actually his teammates. Like, okay, that clapping means I probably stopped it.
Yeah.
So competitive first half here, both teams with 7 goals and 3 minutes to go. Now I've seen this a couple of times, and is the question about it is a foul is anything that stops the actual momentum of a player trying to score.
Yeah,
but that hooking is kind of.
If you were preventing them from playing offense and they're not holding the ball. So if you're holding the ball, the referee is now saying, well, then you're saying that they can be up on you. But as soon as you let go of that ball, if you're still holding him, then that's where that foul comes in. Or, if you have now are out of position and you're holding him there, then the ejection happens. So it just becomes a degree. So right now, the St. Francis player was in good position between him and the goal. And same right here, ball comes in. Now the problem is this guy holds here on the inside, then there'd be the ejection. But now there's two guys, and there's no play that guy could have made.
Well, and, it's kind of like the NFL. If Cam Newton has the ball, blast him, it'll be okay. Yeah. You can do whatever you want. If he doesn't, we don't really bother with it. And the unfortunate aspect of what just happened is now you give up a goal that would have made it an 8-7 game if you are St. Francis.
Yeah, he tried to make that spin and got his left hand up too high and shoved off that player. And he keeps that low. He can get a good turn or even just stop him pulling out, and that's that goal to take that lead. But I have a feeling we don't need to worry about one missed goal because we'll have a lot more coming.
I think there'll be a lot of made goals, too.
Yes.
With the way this has gone. And you kind of look at it, and I always question when I have coaches of, if this stays this way, you add a goal or two on each side, maybe it goes in at an even thing. You're not playing all that bad because, you're even, but you've just got to tighten up a little bit, maybe change one or two things.
Yeah, you tell your offense to keep the high intensity, and you just got to say, okay, well, what do you got to change on defense? Something little makes a big difference now.
So the final minute and a half of this first half, I swear we just started this match just a handful of minutes ago, but now on the pass out ahead to Jared Higgins. He had 2 goals in the last contest, but didn't really, I would say, step into it and kind of threw it fading back as the shot clock was down to about 6. He didn't get a clean look at it either as the stop on the opposite side of the shots from Griffin Bitzer is corralled. Now on the replay, or you see the shot, Drew Grespin. I read the wrong one.
It was a good save by their goalie. One on nobody. Offender had not a great angle, but coming down still, and he had to make that save off to his left.
Long throw from Hosfeld right into the hands of Sobczak. And the junior has been under fire for a good portion of today. And he has had some darts thrown his way. Tied at 7, final 30 seconds. Here as St. Francis tries to get +1. They work through TJ Hazelman. Dropped it inside. Play clock now down to 5.
Got 17 seconds left. Milford wants to get one last shot here. Puts him out of position. Oh.
Well, it comes from Kane Gormley, the goalkeeper for Milford. And you remember back in the last game, he had one where he threw the length of the pool.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. That was against my team. Thanks.
I didn't think that through. that didn't really work out.
Nah, he played it smart.
You won.
Yeah, my goalie shot it long, and my goalie just floated around, and he's like, well, I'll shoot if you're going to let me.
So halftime here as Milford and St. Francis are tied at 7. And a quick break here on ICRC-TV.
I would do anything for my friends. They're like family to me. Sometimes saying no can be scary. But I'm so glad I was brave enough to say yes to living a drug-free life. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
I am a veteran, and my victory was finding the strength to be a champion.
I am a veteran. My victory is having a job I can be proud of.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
My victory was finishing my education.
Mine is proving a disability is not a limitation.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
My victory is having my new battle buddy.
As veterans face their challenges, DAV is there to help for victories great and small.
I'm a veteran, and my victory is getting the help I needed to put my life back together.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support.
I am a veteran. My victory is being there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is the city where danger lurks. Today, a new creature walks among us, terrorizing innocent citizens. They prowl the streets alone and in packs, causing mayhem, destruction, and carnage. Warning, until this threat can be contained, we must all be on the lookout for the dreaded digital deadwalkers. They're not looking out for you.
Dude! Engage!
A public service safety message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons, who want to keep everyone well connected.
It is halftime here at the Mason Auditorium, home of the Mason Comets, and a 7-7 tie between St. Francis and Milford. St. Francis jumped out to an early 3-0 lead after Nick Peeps picked up a goal. Lance Bachrader with a pair of goals in about the first 35 seconds of this contest, and then a 6-4 lead after one, but 3 straight goals from Milford put it into the halftime break at 7-7, and again, both these teams have played already today. They are playing for 7th and 8th place, and are trying to just finish out today on a positive note, and a good crowd wearing the red for Milford. Is a much closer trip than is Toledo St. Francis.
Yeah, just a quick trip around 275, and you're right over here. I almost said 270. I was thinking back home again. I haven't been back to St. Louis in months. And
well, that's funny. I actually, it was the first time I've ever been there. I was there last year. We were there. Cardinals opening day is something else.
It is. It's
a whole different animal.
I don't know how that's not a city holiday with no school. Well, I guess there's well.
I don't think there should be.
I think every opening day.
Cincinnati, it's a holiday.
I'll take that day off school.
Or just
anytime.
Nobody goes to work. That could be. It's the least productive day in Cincinnati history. Just like if the Indians win the World Series, it'll be an unproductive day in Cleveland during the parade.
If the Cardinals can't be in the World Series, I'll take the Cubs losing anytime.
And that's funny you say that. I figure that this year's World Series is a Reds fan's worst nightmare with their in-state rival and their actual rival.
Yes. Yeah.
Milford and St. Francis now with a score. You wouldn't expect anything different. It took 26 seconds here in the third quarter.
Number 19 just shrugged off his defender and stepped out and scored that one.
So James DeSalle with the first goal of the third quarter, making an 8-7 St. Francis lead. A couple more games coming up. Again, we talked about the championship game. Of course, Sycamore is up next, and it'll be a much less mild-mannered gentleman that's sitting next to me now in the next game.
I'll try to keep it under control. We'll see.
Yeah, and that's a thing to ask you about is, how are you feeling about this game? Did you find your team, first of all?
Yeah, they're sitting up on the bench. I told them to go get dressed, Half of them are dressed, half of them are sitting there with their clothes on. So hopefully they're getting themselves ready to go. UA it's a tough team. You know, they're ranked number 2 for a reason. You know, dropping down here, having to play St. X in the quarterfinal didn't help many. But so they're coming in gunning, and you know, a couple of their players, one of their main players played for me in the summer, so he's always up for beating me. So my guys have the work cut out for them.
Well, hopefully you don't end up getting tossed in the pool or getting asked to leave and watch the game from the bus.
Well, luckily I can just watch it stream on my phone if that happens, though.
Like we said earlier, you wouldn't be the first one.
I would have to go get my fake beard and glasses to come back in.
That's a question. What is your go-to fake outfit in the trunk of the car if you get thrown out?
I did go to the Girls State Championship weekend in a hoodie and have my hood pulled up, so that way people wouldn't be asking me questions about stuff. I could be incognito.
Well, now that you've been on TV, I don't think that's going to work anymore.
That's true.
People are going to be like, oh, yeah, we know him. Let's go bother him. And if you see him out and about, you might want to just go ahead and do that.
It's fine. I love talking about water polo. My wife hates that. That's all I talk about.
Because you can never get out of a building?
Do that, too.
My wife's the same way on anything.
That's a nice cross pass. This game's going to be back and forth. St. Francis jumped up 2, though.
So they're up 9-7 now on Griff Littlehale's second goal. Get a second look at it. See the high over the top pass and just the skip to Mailou right across the water. 3 defenders near him, and not one of them was able to get within a couple of feet of him before he put it in. Pass dropped in the middle of 3 different Knights on the defensive end, but it works out, at least momentarily, until the throw misses long for Daniel Wood.
The rebound recovered on that side. Number 23 was wide open. I don't think Daniel could see him that far, though.
And the long bomb from Charlie Hosfeld. He doesn't miss very many
on
that lob from that distance.
It almost looked like he was trying to fake it or going to shoot hard and decided to do a lob shot and wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do by the end of that shot.
Well, I'll tell you what, the other thing that I have noticed is that Milford's coach and Kevin Metzger, he's going to sleep well tonight.
Yes.
He has been active the whole time.
Yeah, he's got swimming coming up soon, so he needs to get as much rest as he can in because he's got another season coming up right away.
Well, and the thing that I also notice about him is no matter what, at all times, he is touching the replacement ball. Oh, never mind.
And that's a red card for the St. Francis coach.
Speaking of.
So.
Both of them just, as John Smith, you see him walking off.
Yeah, I think once you get that yellow card, you've really got to watch your argument and stuff like that. And that's what he ends up getting that for, is continuing to pester the coach, and so he's got to leave now. So I think now we're at that.
Do you have your disguise in your car?
I don't know. Maybe there's some Halloween costumes or something. And there's a Halloween city right down the street.
Right. He's got essentially 11 minutes left. I don't know that he would get there and then get back. I think it was a little different with JJ last year when he got thrown out for Upper Arlington, because there was like 3 hours between the next time they played in the championship. And it was amusing, too, because right after the championship game, he walked right back in the second that it ended. So he had to be watching outside.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sure, he was ready to go for, watching on the phone or whatever, kind of listening to it.
And I'm sure with all the work that you guys put in through the course of the year, you couldn't sit out there unconnected and just go, wonder how my team's doing.
Yeah, no, that'd be, nerve-wracking. And, back before there's video, trying to watch it on Twitter is the worst thing ever. You're just like, someone give me an update, please.
Especially if you're the one tweeting the whole
thing. Yeah, normally.
All right, so I was told last year that it's not a very often thing that a coach gets a red card and gets tossed like that. Now 2 years in a row, it's happened with my first 2 opportunities to do the state championships.
Yeah, no, you don't see it too often. I mean, because it's a $100 fine and there's a class you have to take, and you're out for 3 games. So, I don't know if it carries over to next season. So we'll see how St. Francis acts. Their coach getting ejected, if they can pump them up again like when their Lance got ejected.
Well, and the thing that I remember, and not to harp on the ejection from last year, but there was a call before that where JJ stood up for one of his players who got ejected a couple of minutes before. And, and that's probably one of those things as a coach. It's like, okay, obviously you don't want to pay the fine. You got to explain that to the wife.
Yeah.
But, hey, honey, I need $100. I got to go take a class. But you're in a weird situation because you have to, stick up for your kids.
Yeah, I get most vocal when it's my players, when something happens. You get a kick, you get a punch out the face, something like that. I'll be very vocal about that, and defend your players as much as you can.
St. Francis has both goals here in the third to cut that 7-7 tie at the half from DeSalle and Little Hale. Now the Eagles, with their throw, that pinned right up against the corner. And a nice job there you see by Jacob Zobzak from Toledo St. Francis.
St. Francis could slow play this quarter out, take their time. Don't do anything too hasty, make some moves, and then take their time. Go up 2 into the fourth quarter.
Well, Zobzak took about 15 seconds before he threw it up the pool. Now the play clock is going to expire without a shot. And what I was noticing is it John Smith up in the corner?
It looks like it.
Okay, well, he's not very good with being incognito then. He's just hanging out in the hallway. Final couple of minutes. Opportunities have come pretty often for Milford, but Matt Schnelly could not get his fingertips on that ball, and it rolls away to Zobzak, who, again, continues to milk the clock. He took 12 seconds off this time before he threw it down to Griff Littlehale.
You would think with the intensity of the first quarter and how many goals were scored, we could have been looking at a 20-20 game, but the goal scoring has slowed down a little bit in the later part of the game. Let's see if St. Francis can capitalize on this man up here.
They do not on that exchange as Hausfeld is kicked off to the side. And again, I'll tell you what, you talk about living and breathing with your team. For St. Francis now into the corner, every single play I can still see Coach over there just, no, that's not what I was looking for.
Yeah, I'm surprised he has hair right now. It looks like he's ripping out the hair by the roots.
And
the big
now
shot.
A 3-goal lead as he claps in the hallway. This one coming from Connor Bishop, his second.
Looks like fatigue is starting to set in a little bit on the Milford side.
As we get a second look at the 10th goal. And right there, just the perfect spacing again, because as Bishop comes up, it was just him and the goalie. There was nobody else, even on that lane, remotely close to him.
Yeah, and Charlie Hausfeld in the middle there had to make that decision. Do I stick with the guy? And he made the correct decision. You don't want to leave the guy wide open in the middle and let the guy go one-on-one with their goalie.
There you see a shot of Coach. He's on the monitor right now. He's not doing real well with hiding. He's pointing out immediately. I don't know if he can get maybe like a carrier pigeon to come tell what he wants to do. But a nice shot from the end, and Nick Peeps again.
Yeah, it was sitting right on that 5-meter line, so the foul happened and the ball's outside the 5. You can pick that up and fire it.
Sometimes different how you want to play a ball, and you look at it and go, well, the pool caught that one. Oh, it plays out perfectly for me. I don't know that Milford maybe. You talk about slow playing on the other side with the shot clock off under 30 seconds.
Yeah.
If maybe they're not just going to say, hey, the heck with this.
Yeah, he's waiting on that last-second shot.
So 3 out of 4 in the books now. St. Francis with all of the goals in this period. And they go from being tied at 7-7 at the half to 4 players with a goal and leading 11-7 after 3 quarters. I keep coming back to it. I'm sorry, but for me, this is the biggest story about the way that this game has worked out. If you look at it, it's a 3-0 advantage for his team since he got asked to please go away.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not to point out. Maybe the assistant coach. The guy, I believe that's just, I don't know who that one is.
I know that Andrew Stacy has taken over as the Toledo St. Francis coach, and you can notice him if you look in the lineup for Toledo St. Francis, because I could spot him a mile away with the bright orange shoes that he's got on.
Yes.
Coaches have been impressive today with the variance of colors in the wardrobe. I think you might be losing that one on Mr. Rockwell's list.
Sorry, we went with the bright yellow bowling shirts yesterday, so I figured we'd tone it down a little bit today.
Well, all right. I remember a couple of different coaches last year had things where I couldn't stop fixating on it throughout the game, like just bright colors, and just I look over and I'm like, what? Well, it's cold in here. I guess you can get away with wearing the nice shirts.
The best was the UA coaches had these massive straw hat.
They were the one. Yeah, they were the ones I was thinking of. I was thinking it was a yellow team.
Yeah, and I was like, I've stopped giving them trouble on that one in case it's raining in here or something, sunburn out from the inside.
Well, I remember the game before they played in the finals, the third and fourth place game, looking across the way and seeing them just sitting in the front row and thinking, what is happening?
The hats actually got bigger this year.
So you don't have one for your matchup with them in a little bit?
With that, yeah, it's good. It looks like my guys are getting fired up. I think they've joined the side of the St. Francis team.
I think they're rallying behind a team that had their coach ejected.
So far, they've had their coach and one of their top players ejected.
At least they're a lively group.
Yes.
You questioned about whether they were ready. I think
it seems like they're ready now, yeah.
And you see here on the screen on the other side with the Milford Eagles fans, they have been here, they've been loud, and this is kind of similar to my Friday nights in Northwest Ohio here in Cowbells. Ring out, not used to it in a pool setting, yeah, but it works.
We got one player on our team who sounds like a human vuvuzela when you'll hear the goal scorer and he's yelling "eat," and it just sounds like the vuvuzela going on. And
in the door frame, we were talking about Coach Smith. He was standing. He is having a long conversation. The official just walked him out.
Yeah, I think he's being escorted out of the building, or at least being told he can't be in the facility.
He opened that door that you saw in the shot as the official walks back in, and I watched him hold the door open. He took 2 steps behind and pointed out where the line of the linoleum was and said, no, I'm behind that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to poke his head in the door out here and watching from out the way to the van.
We should get Ryan to walk out there and just like give him his phone so he can watch for a little bit. Yeah. 11 to see. Yeah, he can just hang out in the truck too. I guess he could go do that. We still got some leftover pizza up there. 11 to 7. If nothing else, we've amused ourselves with this contest. Maybe not in the way that you would think,
or at least that Coach Smith wanted it to happen.
Yeah, he's not going to be a very happy camper, despite if his team wins.
I think it might make the drive back a little better if his team wins.
It might make stopping at the fast food restaurant a little less angry. Now Hossfeld with it. I was going to see, I thought maybe they would go back-to-back with him, and no, that ball, you talk about catching breaks. Milford is not catching any breaks right now. That's the third ball that they have had in this game that has kind of carried them backwards off the goal.
Yeah, that hit the perfect corner and came straight back out.
Everybody's just looking around. I'm sorry.
It's like,
I'm sorry I'm fixated on this, but everyone keeps walking in and looking around the corner to see where he went.
It's like, where's Waldo of coaches right now?
And I always wonder, like, if you do the costume bit and you get thrown out the second time, do you have to pay double the fine?
I don't know. I think at that point in time, if they're saying you go through that much trouble, we're just not going to deal with you. We did have our mascot come to our first game over at Princeton, and he came down to the deck, and he's listed on my roster, and they kicked him off. I said, well, technically he's on my roster, so he can be down here. And so they kicked him back up in the stand. So I'm sure that costume's around somewhere too.
Well, that's a new one. Okay. I was thinking that too, because when we had your guys' game the first time around with Milford, I remember thinking, like, that's different. I love the mascot. It's just got that swag walking through here.
Oh, yeah.
Osfeld with 2 straight shots now that have gone right up off the cage and been pinned by Jacob Sobczak. That would be goals and would have this. As I say this, there's another goal up on the board for St. Francis. It would have made it a 2-goal game.
Yeah,
this one.
St. Francis is able to capitalize on that. You know, you get down there, it's hard to get the momentum back once you just missed a chance that, you nose in, bounces right back out, and they're counting the other way.
Well, and it's an odd thing sometimes, too, about how, the overused cliche is about how momentum swings back and forth, but it really is. Sometimes when you catch a couple of breaks, things will go right, and then other times you have one little thing go wrong, and it derails everything.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where, as a coach, you've got to kind of look at getting, the timeout to try to stop that momentum on the other side.
Osfeld with it at the point now, works it across. And the throw misses wide to the right, that time coming from Nathan Click, the sophomore. So down to the final 4 minutes here in the 7th and 8th place game. Looking like it will be St. Francis who will finish in 7th and Milford in 8th. That's one heck of a job Matt Schnelly did right in front of us here.
He just sat there and waited, let the kid he's doing all that hard stuff. Ooh.
He put the hand out and then waited for the offensive player to just kind of roll into his hand, like, I'm not touching you, kind of how you would do with your little brother. Another steal and on the throw.
Yeah, that foul right on that 5-meter line, and it just, the Milford goalie thinking that the foul's inside the 5. And so they just fire almost like a no contested goal right there.
Is that something that your players just pick up, or is that something that you have to point out to them towards the beginning of going, hey, look for this. If this happens, get us a goal.
Yeah, you've got to really start talking to them because they're not used to being able to just shoot. And that's it. It's hard to explain to the new kids. Well, you can shoot outside the 5, but not inside the 5. And all right, starting to feel like we're back in that first quarter again, back to back goals.
After having none in the second part of the third and then none in the first part of this quarter, it's now 13-8. It has 3 goals in a span of about 90 seconds. And the substitutions for Milford as they trail St. Francis 13-8. And it's such a, the thing about water polo, not a ton of teams. You get a lot of teams in the area, in each area, Toledo, Cincinnati, what have you, but you play so many teams over and over and over, like you were talking about a couple of games ago when we were asking about the seeding, that you become familiar, and then you need to get those little extra breaks, I would think, to win these kind of games in these tournament settings.
Yeah, I mean, and you've seen these teams so often, so just one little new thing can make a big difference, and St. Francis capitalizes on that man up right there after the wrestling from number 25 against their 2-meter guard.
Well, and TJ Hazelman gets his first goal of the game. As you get a look at it, the lob right over top, and there's the make the quick decision, make the wrong decision sometimes. And the 14th goal for St. Francis.
Milford still has, a lot of time. 240 is a lot of time in water polo. They just got to make sure they get things done quickly, and turning the ball over like that's not going to help them out.
So Higgins had it, and then the foul with Charlie Hosfeld. As you get a look, there's your boys on camera getting ready to take on their matchup in just about 25 minutes. And that ball
off the bar.
It ricocheted oddly. And it took the second putback from Littlehale to get the goal. He is having himself a whale of a contest as he now picks up goal number 4.
I was waiting for them to see how many times they could bank it off the bars there. You got the post on the first shot, And then the race for the ball, he goes right across the crossbar.
Well, you said it's important to always have those ricochet follows, and there's no possession more to point that out than that one. So 2:16 as you get a look inside the Milford bench. And Coach Kevin Metzger, I said between he and Coach John Smith, who's not with us anymore, the two of them, whenever their day ends, they're going to sleep very well. They have been probably two of the most active coaches all day long. As a much more serene Andrew Stacy having a conversation with his troops.
Yeah, it seemed to calm down a little bit. And
there you see the bright orange I was talking about earlier.
The shoestrings, yeah. In case you put them on in the middle of the night.
Where'd he go? No, I found him.
Yeah. I think maybe he was trying to coordinate with the new referee shirts.
Right.
These orange ones, this is the first time they've worn them is the state tournament last weekend for the girls. Thought maybe it was in honor of Halloween or something.
I say they probably, when they go up to Toledo, aren't allowed to wear those. Well, then again, how they've owned BG lately, they might. I think it's been about 2,000 days since the Falcons last beat the Rockets. It's been a while. My Toledo family loves to remind me of that. Final 2 minutes here between St. Francis and Milford. Look how hard that TJ Hazelman is working. Just to get inside, and bingo.
St. Francis has really stepped into a groove this quarter, defense and offense, limiting Milford any shooting and coming down and taking advantage of man-up situations.
Hazelman has 2 of the last 3 goals in this game, and he's got 3 overall. And it's now a 16-8 lead. You talked about it at the 4-minute mark about how 4 minutes is an eternity. Really in reference to Milford being able to get a chance to get back in, but for them defensively now, 4 minutes has been an eternity that they've given up 3 goals in a span of 2 minutes.
Yeah, as much as you want the clock to run long for you, you want it short on the other team's offense.
Out of the final 90 seconds is another look at that last goal. There's not anything remotely fancy about that. That is just wind it up and throw it past it like you're Andrew Miller. Just a huge fastball in the... Were they chanting, "I believe that we will win"?
Yeah, I believe they've really gotten behind the St. Francis cause on this one. And it's just funny because, a lot of these guys play with each other, the Milford Sycamore stuff during the season. So, it's just they decide to pick up who they want to win on this one.
Well, I mean, they're on that side. I guess it works out. Now down to the final minute. And a goal to break the streak. Hosfeld with his second goal of the second half. His 3rd overall.
The Sycamore tournament begins season. Here's the replay of that shot. He just gets it big, winds up and right past the goalie. There was a volleyball tournament going on at the same time as the water polo tournament, so all the boys teams were going to watch the volleyball game, and they would just randomly pick teams for this volleyball, and the volleyball coach was like, this is the best thing we've ever seen.
Well, I'm pretty sure a second ago it sounded like your boys were taunting the Milford fans for being thrilled about that goal because all I heard was a scoreboard chant.
Oh, I'm sure. When you've got, half of your team is seniors, they I don't even know what they're saying now.
It's probably a better thing. And
yeah, I think they're counting down, the wrong countdown.
Is that one of those summer things where, everybody plays together on your Moose team?
Yeah, a lot of new, like Charlie Hosfeld and Higgins here, they all play with each other. And actually Lance, number 13 for Francis, came down and lived with his aunt to play with us in the summer. There's some big saves by Kane, their goalie.
You get away with that because it's a club thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, with club, yeah. We had a Upper Arlington player, number 10, one of their best players was down with us, and the big St. X players were over with us, and it was so they all play together, and so it gets more intense against your rivals.
Now the timeout here comes with 12 seconds to go. Is this just something like, as if to say, hey, all right, I'm proud of what you guys have done. You've continued to try and battle, but maybe take a deep breath and enjoy your last 12 seconds together.
I think this is going to be, we're going to score on this last 12 seconds. We're going to get the last exclamation point of this game of, 20, almost 26 goals. If they score here, we'll have 26 goals this game.
Well, see, that's why I asked. The other theory is, if we're going down swinging.
Yeah. And it sounds just from what I'm kind of imagining what Mets are saying is, we're going to lob the ball, drive something on that one. Looks like they're cross pass. Yeah. I don't care what you just score the ball, just to get your chance to get the last goal in would be my thought of what he wants to do, and end the game on their positive note. Try to sneak an extra player in, maybe.
Nobody ever does that. I can't imagine that ever happens.
Not on purpose, at least.
Right. I just didn't count right. I don't know what happened.
Actually, what they should do here is number 25 should start the ball. They pass it back to their goalie, gives them an extra shooter. But see, right now, their goalie can't be a shooter.
Because he's so close to the center line?
No, it's his free throw.
So the final 8 seconds is the loudest people in the building, of course, the Sycamore squad across the way, counting down the final 10 seconds. And the problem is the clock's actually stopped twice in that span, so they've had to stop and reset.
The counting.
So the contest ends with a 16-9 win. Thank you so much for joining us throughout the course of these games.
It'll be fun. Hopefully my team's up on the upper end of this one, too.
Well, if not, I know who to blame.
Yeah, probably me.
16-9, St. Francis with the win. And we'll come back here in just a couple of minutes, and we will have the 5th and 6th place game between Upper Arlington and Sycamore on the stream here on ICRC-TV.
Yes.
My Lord. No.
Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello?
No.
Hello?
No.
We didn't go anywhere.
Back here inside the Mason Auditorium. See, we didn't go anywhere. We just hung
We're
out
right
between
here.
games. Mike and Dave, as we did have.
I thought it was a question.
We did have Coach Nick Helwig, but he's currently busy. He's occupying the left side of the pool and coaching this Sycamore squad. You see the green caps against their opponents in the Upper Arlington Golden Bears and the white caps. Matchup where both teams are trying to finish in fifth place. The loser finishes in sixth place here in the 42nd annual state championships. We thank you for joining us all day long and having put up with some of the things that have gone on. Good last game that we had a lot of scoring. If you like offensive outputs, you would have loved the Milford St. Francis game, as it was 16-9 in favor of St. Francis. They finish in seventh. We've talked about this a couple times throughout the course of the day. It's always easier to use your opponent as a almost a pick to try and get a goal. However, it's not as easy to use your teammate's head and have it go out, and that's what Sycamore accomplished with the throw right off of Matthew Schutz's face.
That's not always a good thing to hit your teammate in the face.
It kind of changes how you want to do things. Ryan Wick, the senior captain goalkeeper, down at the opposite end, waiting for the first couple of shots against him. He was under fire earlier on as Upper Arlington will look to do that here today. The pass inside, and it's quickly taken away. I talked about Wick. Now he's leading his offense. Had a heck of a throw earlier on for a goal. Now they throw the skip pass right off the water, or on the skip shot. Alex Rabe, the captain for the Golden Bears, with the stop. He's always got that inquisitive look on his face, like, I'm ready for the next thing. Wait, where'd everybody go? A foul stops play. Zach Marks in there on the defense, try to swim over the top of the Golden Bears. Both of these teams, a lot of famous alums have come from these teams. That shot misses wide left. Sycamore, of course, Kevin Euclid, the three-time All-Star and the world champion for the Boston Red Sox on a couple of occasions, are probably the most that everybody would know right off the bat in Uke, part of the idiots in Boston.
Yeah.
That's what they called it before we get hate mail. And the most relevant, I think, to this water polo program, and obviously Dan Ketchum, who won a gold medal in swimming at the 2004 Summer Olympics. The big alum for Sycamore.
That's some good company.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of good ones here for Upper Arlington as well. As the shot clock for the Bears down to 1, and they did not get that shot off. Beverly D'Angelo.
Yes.
From the National Lampoon Vacation Series. Of course, an alumni of Upper Arlington High School. That's a pretty good one to start off with.
Not too bad.
Jack Nicholas, of course, hence the nickname Golden Bears. Had to make sure to point that one out. And of course,
I've heard of him before.
Melinda Thomas, you know her as Wendy, as of the Wendy.
Yes.
Yeah, she's
my niece is friends with her.
She's well known too. A tight contest here in the first couple of minutes, and you expected after the offensive explosions that we've had here today that maybe this game would be that way. Now there's something interesting across the way from where we sit at. On the opposite side of the pole, the St. Francis fans and the players specifically are all waving the green and gold of Sycamore. Now, the reason for that, if you didn't catch the last game here on the stream, is because the Sycamore players, and Coach Helwig and I talked about this during the last game, were rooting for St. Francis. They randomly adopted them. And right now, neither one of those two groups are going to be happy, as the first goal of the game goes in the category for UA's Drew Wilson.
Now, he had quite a few goals in his last game, too. He had 5.
UA, the runners-up last season here in the State Water Polo Tournament. You look at the history of these two. Sycamore's actually won 3 times in this series, in the series of the tournament, rather. As you get a look at that goal on the replay, the first one here at the first quarter, and it just a flip into the back corner, and I tell you what, that catches just a little bit more of the wind that's coming through this door, and that's not a goal. That would have been an easy save for Ryan Wick, but able to make that play. Wilson has scored so many times in this pool the last couple of years, and he continues to do that here.
Yeah, for real, we're not outside. It just sounds like it.
No, there's just the open door, the beautiful breeze, and the beautiful day in October here in Mason. And now back-to-back goals for Upper Arlington, as Parker Neary, again, many goals have come from him in this pool. This one, though, gives Upper Arlington a 2-0 lead. Just amazing. Let's talk about the Aviators. They've won 3 water polo championships, the boys program. The girls have got 3 as well. The boys, though, none since 85. They go 76, 78, and 85. And I'm not sure if Coach Helwig is probably even born for 2 of those.
Yeah,
He's
probably
right
not.
around my age. So they'll look back at the pool.
You guys missed half of the great music in the 80s.
I was born in 82. I don't think I missed it. You can take on me. Who doesn't like Aha?
Oh, Aha was great.
Ryan's probably in the truck jamming out to it right now. Wick surveying the landscape. He took 10 seconds off the shot clock before he floats one up to Tanner Brarens. Again, the Let's Go Aves rings out from the opposite side. Good to see, though, everybody in good spirits and, promoting and rooting on each other.
Yeah, everybody's having a lot of fun. I mean, it's a great day, and I've seen some great games today.
Yeah, the state championship game coming up later on at 7:15. St. X tries to take out St. Charles, and the winner, the champion for this season, St. X, looking to go back-to-back as they defeated this Upper Arlington team last year here in the finals. And that was a heck of a matchup that we were able to bring you here on ICRC-TV, and it was a lot of fun to call. And right now, though, Sycamore not having a lot of fun, as the goal coming out of the right hand of Alec Caswell to make it 3-0. This seems awfully familiar. I've seen this a couple of times now. Remember, St. Francis just did the same thing to Milford. They started out 3-0, and then it ended up becoming a shootout after that, but just a minute left in this first quarter.
Which, like Coach was saying, that you never know. I mean, you just got to keep pushing and keep pushing. You never know what might happen.
And here you see the replay from left to right. Everybody just playing it correctly, but, sometimes with that quick little flip, you can't make a dent, and you end up making a mistake. Alex Rabe now setting up the offense for his team as we hit the final 45 seconds of this first quarter. And I never thought that there would be a point during this broadcast that I would have to give the weather report about the wind. It's just funny. We normally reserve that for outdoor sports like football. The play clock expires. Good to see it's working again after the malfunctions we had this morning. And again, as it was pointed out.
And then there you go. Way to go, dude.
Right on cue. As it was pointed out, water plus electricity equals no bueno. Well, no, it's off this time because it went under 30 seconds. Now down to 12. The Sunlight is in through the backside, and there's a heck of a job by Wilson. He came over the top to snag that ball to make sure that the two Aves shooters in Dimitrov and Imatola, or in Drew Wilson rather, did not get an opportunity at it. First quarter comes, first quarter goes. 3-0 in favor of Upper Arlington as you get a look at the last save. Beautifully designed, just again up in the corner, try and make yourself big and come up with the save. Trust me, he did.
Was able to knock it away.
It's still 3-0 in favor of UA as both coaches take an opportunity to get a conference with their team. You see the coaches there. Again, trust me, they're there. The sunlight doesn't help here between Mike DeBeer and J.J. Spangler. And a fun group of guys. We talked about their hats last year that they were wearing with coach in the last game. As now you see the rest of that save. Good two-hand stop. And there's Wilson. Money for him is being right on the spot to keep that from being a score. But a fun group, you know, and one of those things where everybody works so hard, you kind of get a time to, you know, not relax, not goof off, but have a little bit of fun.
And everybody's been doing that today. I mean, you know, win or lose, you know, you come out of this.
Have.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're not out in the pool having a ball blasted at us or somebody yanking us under the water. But still, I mean, it's been, you know, a lot of great games we've seen, and still 3 quarters of this one to go and a few more games left.
78 degrees right now in Mason with a 12-mile-an-hour wind. I legit never thought I would have. I would be.
I believe the wind part of that
in October, the wind tunnel that is the Mason Natatorium, and everybody just loose. Obviously, the last game that both of these teams will play, Sycamore and Coach Helwig talked about, you know, rooting for the Indians in the World Series this year, being a St. Louis kid and being a huge Cardinals fan. That obviously he's not rooting for the Cubs. And you guys talked
we talked about the Dayton Flyers.
Yeah, him playing at the University of Dayton. Looking forward to the Flyers basketball season this year. Zarius Williams, who played in the Dayton area last year. I believe he played at Wayne, if memory serves. And then Ryan Mikesell from St. Henry. It's going to be a good shooting group for the Flyers.
Yeah, Coach Archie's going to have a good team.
Yeah, he's. It's going to be an interesting thing for True Team. Hashtag True Team, as the story goes. Of course, the ball put into the pool, and the ball awarded quickly to Sycamore. One thing about this place, you can't say it's not a beautiful venue.
Oh, it's great. I mean, you got the facility behind us with the wave pool, and it has a lazy river and all the stuff for kids. It's I want to jump in there.
What you don't know is Dave's been trying to get back there all day.
I have. They won't let me in.
They won't let him through the secret door.
I didn't know the password.
I believe if I heard Dumb and Dumber correctly, the password is password.
Password. See, I forgot that.
Should have tried that.
I'll have to try that next time.
Very possible it could have been Cable Guy. I think I got my Jim Carrey references mixed up. Either way, 3-0 Upper Arlington, a minute into the second quarter. Zach Marks, very good shooter for this group. Coach describes him as he says he's a senior and the note says older played goalie for Sycamore, now plays for the University of Cincinnati. I'm guessing that's his brother. He might have missed a word there. And what we haven't seen so far, as another goal up and in, that time Drew Wilson. He has got he's got to be closing in on double-digit goals for the day.
He has 8 for the day.
Richard Nardi, we haven't seen anything really from him so far here in this contest. They haven't been able to get him the ball as he works down in the hole and tries to get to it, but he had 4 goals in the last game and was able to have himself a heck of a time as you take a look at the replay of that last set. There he is, Wilson. Just, again, you can do so much with your eyes, and we are a kid that is as good and well-versed as Drew Wilson is. That's a lethal combination when you can look off a goaltender to his opposite side and then throw it through the back door.
And you kind of watch where their hands go and can fool the goalkeeper.
Nice high save from Ryan Wick, the senior captain. And it got the St. Francis fans up on their feet, and they are a happy group right now after finishing 7th, but finishing with a win. Nardi right on top of the ball as he's trying to make the goalkeeper and Alex Ray make a mistake. And eventually UA will go on the offensive, and a ball redirected twice for UA on the shot. Thought it was maybe last touch by Jack Gallen. And they will, as they'll set it up just inside or just outside the corner on the 2 meters. The wet pass dropped right in front. And Sebastian Imatola did not, or excuse me, Zach Marks rather did not agree with what that was, and he got a mouthful of chlorine water for his displeasure. 4-0 UA. They got 3 goals in the first, and now the one here early on in the second. Both these teams, they can put up points in bunches, but they're also very sound defensively. Just made a couple of mistakes in their contest yesterday. And we heard Coach talk about, he didn't necessarily want to completely give out credit, but he did anyways on the loss that his team suffered as they were beaten by Oakwood. So off the timeout, you take a look at the last save. Just watch where this ball goes. Waiting back, and maybe it had to be up off the wrist. As you get a great look at it from our terrific group of camera people.
Hey, you just punched that away, and you talked about the defense. Upper Arlington, the Golden Bears right now, just playing really good defense, not giving the Aviators any really good looks.
The goalie in the right side of the pool in Alex Ray was screaming at his team, "Can I get some water?" And they're like, "Just look around you."
Yeah, there's a bunch of it.
I don't believe that's is exactly what he was trying to get. Talking about the group of people we've had running cameras all day, I know there was only one game I think that it wasn't very good, and that was the game that Ryan and I were doing it earlier on. That's probably the one.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the last game.
Oh, no, I was talking about the one that was Ryan and I. So I can put camera guy on my resume now.
Yeah.
It's one of the, I told my wife, I was like, is it weird that I enjoyed that? She's like, don't you have a career?
That was a lot of fun. I mean, got to sneak up on people in the crowd, and,
The kick out for Sycamore, as you can't put Drew Wilson underneath the water and just leave him there. And they disagreed with your sentiment in the truck.
Some great fans here.
As Wilson swims up the pool and gets fouled. That'll give it to Sycamore, trying to put their first goal in the back of the net. Back up top through Kevin Berghoff. He fires and he scores. I told you the story earlier on, if you missed it, about Berghoff and why he wears the protective lenses. I can't tell you this right now, as he does not have them on. You can see right there. But was in a car crash and had to have reconstructive eye surgery on his eyelid. Seems to be doing all right now. Look, right into the sun. One quick fake and a bottom corner for the score.
He saw the open spot really well. So.
Yeah, he saw that one. And again, the windows, they're frosted a little bit, which is great because otherwise, anytime that you were able to see the pool from the camera angle here, it would just be a giant white spot.
Yeah, bright sunshine, that's for sure.
UA with the lob that's knocked away. They had just 3 seconds on the clock, and they almost turned it into a score. So they redirect the bounce. Sebastian Imatola with the throw. And he will now swim back and set back up. And UA, there's going to be a foul inside the 5 meters, and there'll be a penalty shot from Will Sears. Sears just waiting about the 11-foot deep part of the pool. He's waiting for the official to put it in play, and he wants to throw one right past Ryan Wick, and he does in the back corner.
Well, took advantage and gives his team a 5-1 lead.
It's not insurmountable.
No.
It's just kind of annoying, I would imagine, if you're one of the coaches and you get a second look at this throw.
Manu a manu.
Oh, and the worst part about that is if you're a Sycamore fan is that it went right off the hands. And if it had been maybe half an inch back to the left, it would have been a score. Or, excuse me, wouldn't have been a score. That's the first of the day for Will.
Foul there called against Nardi.
It's actually the second of the day. He had one in the earlier contest. So now a 5-1 lead. And the long lob right in front of the net, but that post, if it's half an inch taller, would have been in on Gavin Voss's missile from just in front of the goal again. Already 3/4 of the way through this second quarter. Again, a couple more games coming up on the live stream, and then tonight on the cable and on the live stream we'll have the state championship game, as it'll be a battle of saints between between Charles and X.
Xavier to his friends. Or maybe X to his friends.
I think it's X. I learned a lesson last year that I mispronounce it, so I just say St. X.
You called it Xavier, didn't you?
It's not.
Gosh.
It's not possible that I did that. We don't have a lot of Saints where I'm from.
Pet peeve.
Yeah, but you're from Dayton.
Well, yeah.
That means you're closer to it. You understand how it goes. I'm from Lima. What do I know? 5-1. Now the officials will converge.
They're going to have a discussion. Somebody's in trouble because they're pointing.
They're just trying to find out truthfully, I think, what dinner is. I think one of them is asking if he wants to get a pizza.
Chick-fil-A.
No?
Takeout, maybe Chinese.
I think he said Chinese.
Yeah. He's sending somebody out to go get it because he just used his thumb and said, hey.
I imagine it was more of a conversation with the UA coaches about, hey, you guys got any of those discount cards?
Yeah.
What you guys got? Everybody's got those little keychains and stuff, and now he'll go over and ask Coach Nick what he wants. As you see the official, just turn around and get some of those chips if you're hungry.
Well, Coach Nick is.
Look, he thought about it. He pointed.
He's from Dayton. He's telling him to go to Casano's.
Yeah, it might be.
And then after all that, they just give the ball to the goalkeeper.
I don't know what the discussion was. It had to be an explanation about something, but I'm telling you, that went on for a couple of minutes.
Well, nobody was real upset about whatever they decided, so.
Parker Neary playing pitch and catch back and forth. And on the jump, Tanner Behrens tried to take it away, but just ends up committing the foul. And, hats off to him for wanting to go into the ROTC program when he gets to college.
Oh, yeah.
The world needs more leaders. Needs more good leaders, too. Now the flip back and forth. The Aviators working from the right wing in the right point. And a quick turnaround throw, and I talked about this earlier about Richard Nardi not being able to get a shot or get anything going. Well, so much for that, as he picks up his first goal of this game, and a fine day for that young man.
That was a no-look toss into the back of the net.
That's the spray and pray method. Just put it back there and just say, it should work out fine. Because he was all alone, too, because as you see the replay, look, he really didn't have anybody up there with him. He just was kind of out on his own island, and it was, hey, if you can get to it, more power to you. 5-2 the lead for Upper Arlington. Look how hard Ryan Wicks swims away from everybody else as the kick out coming against Gavin Voss, and he is not very thrilled about it.
Well, he will head to the corner and
I say, you get 20 seconds or so, but it's going to take him almost that long just to get over here. So now Wick with a fast break opportunities. He throws it down to Connor McGowan. A couple of goals for him already today in the first matchup. He'll feed it inside, but looking for Nardi, and you can kind of feel that coming, that they wanted to maybe force something inside to Nardi, but now trailing 5-2, just 2 seconds left here in the first half. Long throw from one goalkeeper to the other, and that'll do it for the first half. Upper Arlington with a 5-2 lead over Sycamore as you're watching the 42nd annual Ohio State Water Polo Championships here on the live stream on IRC-TV.
I am a veteran, and my victory was finding the strength to be a champion.
I am a veteran. My victory is having a job I can be proud of.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
My victory was finishing my education.
Mine is proving a disability is not a limitation.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
My victory is having my new battle buddy.
As veterans face their challenges, DAV is there to help for victories great and small.
I'm a veteran, and my victory is getting the help I needed to put my life back together.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support.
I am a veteran. My victory is being there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is the city where danger lurks. Today, a new creature walks among us, terrorizing innocent citizens. They prowl the streets alone and in packs, causing mayhem, destruction, and carnage. Warning, until this threat can be contained, we must all be on the lookout for the dreaded digital deadwalkers. They're not looking out for you.
Dude! Engage!
A public service safety message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons, who want to keep everyone well connected.
Sorry.
With strong, healthy bones.
Take a good look at yourself. Oh, yeah. Check that smooth backside. No, really, check it. If you're a man over 50, you're in the group most likely to develop skin cancer, including melanoma. When detected early, skin cancer is highly treatable. Check yourself out and find someone else to help. A message from the American Academy of Dermatology.
I see my friends out there getting waves and talking about them, and I know exactly what they're doing and what they're feeling and everything. It's like, it's hard. I was diagnosed when I was 57. It was a surprise to me when they told me I had MS. It's like, you sure?
Well, the idea is this is a 360-degree virtual reality camera rig. Steve hasn't been able to ride a wave in way too many years, so now I'm going to ride a wave and we get to share it with him. Well, we're going to do something.
Just put that on your head.
Whoa.
Oh, this is unreal. Coming up, coming up, coming up. Boom. Nice. Nice. This is fantastic.
Here, let me set it up and you get into
Set
the
it up.
ride.
Let's do that again.
If there's anything you can say about Coach Elwig's group is that they are a very rambunctious and cheering squad.
Were they just cheering, "Let's go, Dave"?
I don't think that they were. I think it might have been Abe's.
Okay, I thought they were saying Dave.
Yeah, they're so happy they're chanting, "Let's go, Dave." Back here.
Who's Dave?
After the halftime break on ICRC-TV and on the stream, it's Mike Kern and Dave Bonsigna. And
It
hey,
wasn't me. They
whatever,
were
they're
cheering for.
chanting, "Let's go, Dave." We'll just go with it.
Okay.
Right now, they're going to be trying to cheer for points as they find themselves down, they being Sycamore, 5-2. Now shooting to the left side of the pool. And a kick out on the hold will send out Kevin Berghoff. And a ball, I'm not really sure. I think that the inside the 5 meters, just a quick shot that Coach was talking about in the last game. You know, hey, if nobody's paying attention, just shoot it past them.
Yeah, Drew Wilson tried to poke it by, but fortunately for Ryan Wick, it goes on the opposite side of the pole.
Wilson, obviously a very smart player. As this group playing well right now for UA. And a takeaway from behind is the third quarter in full swing.
Fighting it out over on the far side, and then a foul going to be called against Alp Barazan.
The Turkish Tornado. That's his name. That's what they have called him throughout the notes that we have been handed. So again, that's what we are going to call him.
Works for me.
Big thanks again to all the coaches for providing us with information on all of their teams. It has made life way easier. Not on Coach Elwig right now because he's very, very adamant about his team being down. And here comes the big score in the last couple of days. And they're going to go with the goal that hit inside the net and off the concrete. So Wilson with the first goal of the second half. Now a 6-2 lead. And man, oh man, did he throw that hard. And you know, if you're a coach, you don't want to get a red card because then you got to explain to the wife about that $100 that comes out of your bank account. Then you got to take a class and you got to, you know, get the way to figure out to watch the rest of the game in the car. That's probably the big part of it.
That's it. You go out to the truck.
I'm just openly trying to tease Nick Elwig as he walks by every time. And he's just walking by. He's got the grasp on this volleyball, the water polo ball that he's not going to let it go.
Ball slipped out of the hands.
Long, deep throw. As it goes up into the hands of the offense for Sycamore, specifically to Nardi. Nardi back around the top trying to work through Zach Marks. Marks, who we talked about earlier on a couple of times with that little skip pass shot that he kind of threw it in between and ended up with a goal in the first contest. And is that another one for Wilson in the exact same way? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Tell you what, he is whipping these balls through, and he's now got 4 goals of the 7 on the board for his team.
This one almost a minute exactly after the last one.
Last handful of state champs here in this contest. St. X, of course, winning last year. St. Charles winning 4 of the previous 5, dating back to 2010. Just the one in the middle there of UA picking up the one in 2012. As a look at the replay. And I think that I was supposed to notice the food vendor in that replay. As the quick score. There's going to be a score there, and then there's one after that.
Dimitrov noticed the back of the net was open and fired it in there.
So UA asserting their will here as they go up 8-2. A lot of good things going on tonight, by the way. College football, Florida State and Clemson. Then, of course, the baseball game in Chicago. The Indians look to go up 3-1.
Game 4 of the series.
Wow. How about that on the snag? Ryan Wick didn't even let that possibly take a bounce, and he just stole it right out of the air with 2 hands.
Knocked it down, covered it up, and then fired it out.
UA back with the ball, ping into the hole, and the slap shot coming from Gavin Voss, but he can't make it work. It rolls across the goal line, and now back for Sycamore.
That one just out of the reach of Schutz. He could have had a possibility of an open goal. A little bit of battling back and forth. Number 12, number 22. 12 in the white hat, 22 in the green hat. That being Neary and Behrens.
Wick, such a smart goalkeeper for Sycamore as he went into the middle. We've seen this a couple of times. It's usually the bigger hole players that come up and try and disrupt where that ball is at. Drew Wilson did it a couple of times for UA in their first game, but he was able to stop that as now the pass into the middle is going to be bancied back around, and there could have been a shot clock violation, but instead it'll be a kick out, this time on Will Sears. And it got really quiet in here.
Yes, it did.
2:24 in the third as they put the ball back in play. A 6-point differential on the scoreboard. Well,
I haven't seen anybody leave the pool.
Well, initially when I was watching that happen, it was who I was just talking about, and Will Sears, who started off. And it doesn't look like now it's going to go. Nardi will get it. 2 seconds on the shot clock, and just trying to flip it down into the corner is Tanner Behrens. And now UA looking for a couple of subs as they will send out a couple times too. And
that was a big jump in the pool.
It's a swan dive into the pool. It's not one coming from Alex Caswell, who's got a goal in this game. Hey, whatever floats your boat,
Yeah.
I guess.
He was excited to get back in there.
He flapped his wings like a bird and then just jumped straight into the pool. It's taking a while. So they reset from one side to the other after the shot clock and after the timeout and substitutions. Now, Alex Rabe, one of the two senior captains, puts it in play for the Golden Bears. And every time I think of the Golden Bears, that's all I can think of is Jack Nicklaus and think about, I wish I had half that guy's golf game. Or half the game that Wilson has right now as he picks up goal number 5 to make it 9-2. UA up on Sycamore.
That's his 4th goal, or his 3rd goal in this quarter.
Not a bad night.
Pretty good.
Once again, we thank you all day for watching here on the live stream of this state championships. Rise up. Ooh, I'll tell you what.
Right in the gut.
Rabe sold that one to where he was able to figure out what that was going to do, but Tanner Behrens reared back and just unloaded on one of those. And Behrens, the senior, last go around here in this tournament for him. He has played well defensively. He's been one of the stalwarts for that defense as he's right in the middle and right on top of a ball that it's going to be trapped under by Alec Caswell. Wick, the big arm we saw earlier on display. He and Nardi have made a good two-man team of setting things up for the offense. 59 seconds left in the 3rd quarter of a 9-2 game. Back up top with 5 seconds to go. You got to get a shot here pretty soon or just dump it down into the corner and get rid of it so as not to have that happen. And Behrens did exactly that. Wilson on the goal. Why not 4? Right into the back of the net in this quarter. Wilson has been on a tear as he puts his team in double digits with a 10-2 lead.
5 consecutive goals for the Bears.
High school football, the playoffs now coming up next week. You can see a handful of games yet to be determined what they'll be until the rankings come out tomorrow officially from the OHSAA, as we'll have a handful of games here on ICRC-TV. Down to 20 seconds remaining. I love this time of year. Everybody's in tournaments. You get the state championships, and especially when it's 70 degrees in October. It makes it nice to wear shorts and the possibility of week 11 as it's supposed to be 65 degrees. 3rd quarter has come to an end. UA with a 10-2 lead. So switching ends of the pool didn't really seem to differ what happened because Sycamore has yet to score. Shooting to our left, they got both their goals in the 2nd quarter when they were shooting into the sunshine and the windows to our right. And you can tell it's been a long day when even the officials walk by you shaking their heads.
It was a good quarter for Drew Wilson. 4 goals, he has 6. You talked earlier about that he must be coming up on 10 for the day. No, he's past that now. He has 11.
When I said it, he was coming up.
Right.
But a look there in the UA side of things. And a hype group of Golden Bears. Now a look on the other side. Girls water polo, by the way, at Upper Arlington. They have won quite a few championships. 94 to 2014.
That's a nice little streak.
They won 14 of them. The boys have done quite well. 92, 93, 94, and 2000, 04, 09, and 2012. Had a chance, of course, to win one last year, but fell in the finals to St. X, who has won a handful of times. And something Dave probably knows, I feel like.
Yes.
Athletically, not only we talked about earlier on about Jack Nicklaus, but Jeff Backus as well, that played at Ohio State, was Mr. Football. They also have a rowing team.
Interesting.
They compete through the fall and the spring. The only rowing program in Ohio, but they routinely finish in the top of events like the Rowing Youth National Championship Regatta, which features the best juniors in the world.
Then they get done with that and go play hockey.
True. They've won 116 state titles in sports sponsored by the OHSAA and sports not sponsored by the OHSAA, such as water polo. It's very competitive, obviously.
Well, I mean, Coach and I had talked about that also. It's growing a lot. They added lacrosse this year, and the more teams that get added, the more likely it is that it'll continue and get noticed and sponsored by the folks in Columbus.
Sycamore, of course, home to 35 National Merit Scholars. See, I can't even get it right. Those kids are too smart for me. They've also done very, very well on the ACTs. They had a couple of years ago where their class had a composite score of 30, which was higher than both the national and the Ohio averages.
Nice.
So both coaches, we talk about the familiarity of all these coaches and all these teams, and there's a discussion going on between the coaching staffs about, hey, that's my play you guys just tried to run on me. And that's what Coach Helwig was trying to exclaim as he was teasing the UA coaches across the way. I said it's a very fun atmosphere, but obviously you can do that when you're on the outside and the boys are in the pool battling it out. Very, very tight group. You spent a lot of time together. Obviously, these teams throughout the club season, and coaches talked about when he was on here earlier about how all these guys play throughout the club season. It doesn't matter what high school you're a part of. Well, they're a big part of each other's season.
Right.
Now into the game for the first time for the Aviators, David Greenberger. And he got a cheer from his teammates when he cannonballed into the pool. And I mean to tell you that he's right in front of us, and he definitely did. He made a big wave, and you could tell he was having fun with it. Nardi with a point-blank shot that misses, rolls off to the top of the net. Just the final 6 minutes left here in this 5th and 6th place consolation game. And it's another goal. Is that Wilson again? Yes, it is. He is on fire in this second half, and he has made it an 11-2 lead. We'll get a second look at that shot. He's not even looking at anybody else. He's just deciding, hey, that's my ball. That's going in the back of the net.
Triple fake there and unleashes it.
He's playing so well right now, you almost just want to call the ball the Drew Wilson. Any goal is just, it's coming from Wilson if it's from the black and silver caps. What did I just say?
Yep.
Again, he did the little cup move, and he has now got a double hat trick here in just the second half. 12-2 the lead for UA. 5:15 to go in the fourth quarter.
Last goal that Sycamore had, 52 seconds left in the first half. Richard Nardi put it to the back of the net. Then it was 5-2.
Since then, obviously, it has been not a lot has gone in the direction of Sycamore how they intended. But still working hard and still trying to at least get some goals up on the scoreboard. And a look at the last goal and a look quickly at the next goal. They're from the same young man, and Drew Wilson again. This is just his world. We're all just hanging out near the pool in it. 13-2. He has the last 5 goals now for UA.
He also has the last 9 of 10 goals in the game.
That's
crazy.
That's something. Tell you what, I don't know that there's anybody who is playing near as well as he is right now. Even in the course of the tournament, I know that I don't have any stroke to do this or whatever, but if I had an MVP award, I'd give it to him right now.
A T-shirt, maybe?
Yeah, right. I'd give him that too. This time, it's the second leading goal scorer this weekend for UA in Parker Neary, who comes up with a goal. That's 14 on the board, 14-2 the score. 4 minutes to go in this second half. And you kind of, I think normally the thought process is warm up the bus, but I don't think the bus needs any warming up right now.
No.
Who's there? Mr. Wilson. He faked out Ryan Wick, and Wick is being told, hey, just don't go so far out. So Wilson 5 of the last 6, now 15-2, and what a dominant performance. You don't see, that from many kids in any sport, let alone having that kind of second half that he is. As I look at the replay, and I can tell you without looking at it, there's a high probability it's probably going to be a goal from Wilson. And this is the one. He waits for the third time for the goalie to go back up. Just flips it down from 12.5 feet. Straight up and straight down. Wilson now on the fast break. Little spin move. And again, almost made the Statue of Liberty play. And just held it straight up, spun around, and again in the back of the goal. And at some point, you have to say, please, Hammer, don't hurt him. Because that's all that he has done.
6 goals in this quarter by the Golden Bears. 5 of them have Wilson's name attached to it.
Yeah, Neary was the only other goal, and that's been a hectic duo for anybody to try and stop. With 3:16 remaining on the bottom line here in the 5th and 6th place game. And Sycamore ends that streak of goals. You can tell because they jumped out of their seats. And who was it? David Greenberger, who checked in moments ago. And obviously we're going to get a replay of that goal. Just watch him muscle his way in there and then just even more so muscle it back in. But it's unfortunately 16-3 in their opponent's favor. Neary brings it up the pool as he swims through. Nobody even remotely near him as he crosses the center line. His teammates want him to do something. He just maybe trying to get rid of it. No, he was trying to get it to Wilson. I didn't even see him there. And Wilson is going to be fouled from behind just inside the 5 meter from Tanner Brerens. Wilson working hard. Brerens was wearing him like a coat, and he's still able to flip that around the corner.
He really looks like he just plays without a whole lot of effort, and not that he's not trying.
He lulls you in.
Exactly.
And watch this. Again, there's the right hand around, and I don't even know how he did that.
Just scoop it and push it.
Wow. So that draws a huge response from the UA fans in attendance across the way. The sun is actually to the point where it has made it nice in here. It actually got a little bit darker, as weird as it is. Sycamore tried that reverse flip shot, and there will be a timeout on the official on the far side with 2:17 remaining in the fourth quarter. And UA up by 14. Neither coach called for the timeout, and they were both questioning who called the timeout. So they will just put the ball out as Parker Neary is kicked out. So he will await his 20-second punishment. And the ball thrown back into the center for Sycamore. Now surveying Andy Quantz. Had a couple of goals earlier in the first go-round. Now he's up top of the point, dribbles through traffic, hits the post, and it goes all the way back to the center of the pool, where UA will take over and they get Parker Neary back. Doesn't matter how this is going. Both coaches still chiding with the officials, and now a legit timeout for Coach Helwig.
He didn't have to blow the horn. Is that a legal timeout that he didn't blow the horn?
He made the, it is obvious as humanly possible.
Have a protest of the game.
Jokingly that he's going to protest the entire game.
Well, we had one of the coaches get us earlier that they didn't want the game broadcast.
There you see the official trying to point out which way this is going to go. As a couple of subs for Sycamore and a round of applause from the boys on the bench. So the final 151. And I didn't ask Coach Nick Helwig earlier if the Ultimate Warrior is his uncle. Of course, Jim Helwig.
Yes.
Whose legal name before he passed away, he changed to Warrior because, well, he's Jim Helwig. That's a reference probably just for me and Ryan. 17-3.
I know who the Ultimate Warrior is.
Yeah, well, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Now, Neary dribbles through traffic, goes inside, and the goal for UA does not come from Wilson. This time it comes from Dominic LeBron. So LeBron with a nice point. I feel like that's a common thing generally said in the Cleveland area.
Yeah.
Defending NBA champs win the other night. Win easily at home against the New York Knickerbockers. And then, of course, it was pretty much a Cleveland sweep, to be honest with you, because the Indians win Game 1 of the World Series that night. The Cavs win huge. LeBron actually got to the game in the 8th inning. And then the Golden State Warriors lost by 30. So it was probably a pretty good night in the land.
And LeBron could afford to get there in the 8th inning.
Well, the funny thing about it is I was listening to the game on the radio, and there was a loud cheer for no particular reason during a pitch. And the radio explained that it was because the Cavs had just walked into the building. Well, that'll do it.
Yeah.
45 seconds now left. Upper Arlington has controlled this since the beginning. They got 3 goals in the first. It was a 5-2 game at the half. But since then, it has been all U and A. As Nardi with his second goal of the fourth quarter to make it 19-3. Believe it or not, the 19 points up on the board right now is just the third or fourth, depending on how you want to look at it, highest. St. Charles put up 24 in a win over Milford yesterday, and then St. X and Oakwood each posted a 20-6 win.
That's a lot of goals.
Biggest one here today was St. Francis picking up 16 before that.
And you got to remember, at one point this game was 5-2.
The ball skips back across behind the Sycamore goal, down to the final 10 seconds. And the ball just flipped into the middle. Everybody still wants to get a piece of it, but not going to have that happen. The final score now 19-3 as Upper Arlington Golden Bears will finish in 5th place in this year's state championship. Sycamore finishes in 6th, And that will do it for this contest, a 19-3 win. Back after this as you're watching the 42nd Annual State Water Polo Championships on ICRC-TV. back here inside the Mason Auditorium, the third place game, as the Thomas Worthington Cardinals and Coach Rick Urich take on Oakwood and Coach Sean Guillen. Both teams getting to this point as you look at what they have done earlier on. Oakwood falls to number 1 seed St. Charles 14-2 earlier on, and Thomas Worthington fell to 7th seeded St. X 17-8. Those two teams will meet in about an hour and 20 minutes for the 42nd annual state championship. But first, the third and fourth place team will be determined here in a couple of minutes. I gotta give credit right away on the little quick hitter there for Thomas Worthington. They tried to get Parker Jones into the goal, but it just was not to be, as he tried to get a little spin move, and it didn't work out. Quick shot is Reed Wallet. You see him in the red cap. The Cardinals, of course, in the white caps here in this contest, and Oakwood in the dark blue.
But both goalkeepers are in red caps, so keep up with that.
The one to the right.
Yeah.
The one to our right. And the first stop of the contest, but the foul doesn't really hurt anybody. Worthington trying to assert themselves early on. They passed it around, gave up a couple of maybe shots from the point, and the shot that they do takes, Alex Roederer misses high and left. Brock Gorman, one of the captains, swimming through traffic, surveying and dropping it into the water in the hole. And on the kick out, you kind of got a feel a little bit for Parker Jones, because he initially got the shove, but he tried to back off, and then when he did, he got kicked out. Long throw, good stop by Wallet, who was under fire the first time around. He's the young man that had one go off his face earlier on, and that's happened a couple of times. But his was with a lot of velocity behind it. Long throw to the opposite end of the pool to Franco Brassart, the junior. A lot of juniors and seniors with a handful of freshmen, and there's an 8th grader in Julian Murray on this squad for Oakwood. Something you don't see.
Yeah.
A rough play right in front of Brassart as he tries to stop this, and that's using your head. If you're Noah Teeters, he used his head, his shoulders, and his hands. And afterwards, Brock Gorman with the goal. And it's just that quickly that either one of these teams can put up numbers. And the first goal goes in Oakwood's category as they go up 1-0. Some good defense, a lot of high scoring through the day. There you see the long outlet pass to Gorman, and right in front as he buries it in the back right corner. Up top here for Oakwood, or for Thomas Worthington rather, Oakwood trying to defend it, but they can't get past Jack King. King now in a span of about 20 seconds ties the game up at 1. Third place at stake. As you see Jack King there trying to point out, I think, to the officials where the nearest fast food restaurant is, if you saw the last game here in the live stream. Very active coaching staff for Thomas Worthington off to our right. Trying to go under, but losing the ball in the process. On the throw across, as you see the goal box to our right. That was Brock Gorman.
That just went just beyond Broussard. He was unable to catch up to it, and he loses possession and gets it back at the other end of the pool.
Yeah, he was not going to have that ball for long as he went under with it. And you can't do that and try and work up. Otherwise, everybody try and do it. Danny Johnson with the ball. He's got a hand in his face, and Jack King's looking at him like, what do I have to do to be able to play defense? He's got called for a couple of different fouls now as the ball comes back to Thomas Worthington.
Now, Quigley tried to poke it in, but the goalkeeper in Wallet right there to knock it away. And there to knock it in at the other end.
Put that one up on the board for Brendan Zurachovic. As you get a second look at that from the truck. Not fancy, just powerful. Give his team their first lead at 2-1. And the foul inside the 2 cones here, but knocked away. So no harm so far. Jack King swims right down the middle of the pool, waves it above his hands like he just doesn't care. And now back out and up top through Alex Roederer. And Alec can't find the score. Puffing and puffing his way up to the ball now, Mick Geehan. Mick with it, tries to lob inside. And the foul on his teammate Sam Moulton as he was trying to push off. And you can see the askewed hat of Jack King. King with a long outlet pass down into Zurovchak's hands. But it'll be Brendan, who I believe is going to be taking a penalty throw. As he was drugged down from behind. And his throw is up and it's in. So back-to-back goals now for Brendan. Makes it a 3-1 Thomas Worthington lead as you see it there on the replay. Waits for the official to put it in play and then just flings one into the back left corner for the goal.
There, you talked about that Oakwood with an 8th grader on the team. Something else that we discussed a little earlier, that they also have the only girl on their team of all the teams that are here.
And she got some work earlier on in the contest. Allie Gant, the junior, played pretty well. As she not afraid to mix it up. She got down there in the hole and was just right on top and had everybody trying to get her out. And she was not going to back down from a fight. She had a couple of times, man, where she just got right in there.
She is tied for the most ejections drawn on the Oakwood squad. So, yeah, you don't want to mess with her. You may get sent to the corner.
Right. You'll be asked to go away. As long as you don't, subsequently argue about it and draw a red card like we've seen already here today. Hey, those things happen. Sometimes it's easier to judge that from afar. Brock Gorman with it in his hand, shoots it long off the top side of the cage. Ball it now. Setting up the offense, and a big shot and a nice rebound for the Cardinals. Working hard. Zurovchak again. And again, there is a foul. As you get a look at the replay, it's going to end in a penalty shot right there off the forearm of the goalkeeper. And then when he went back for it, he was fouled inside the 2-meter line. Ball now in play. And another goal. So Zurovchak now with back-to-back-to-back goals.
And 2 of them on penalties.
Yeah, that's probably the most important part about those goals. As again, a second look at it.
Fired it left side, or excuse me, right side.
See, I never understood how to look at that. Do I look at it as the goalie's right?
Yeah.
But it's the player that's shooting its left.
Correct.
Okay, well,
Both
then
of
why
them,
can't I
both
use the
of them are
description of-
correct.
Okay.
Well, if you're the goalie, it came to your right side. If you're the player, you're throwing it to the left part. So.
I always hear that in soccer when announcers make that assertion about which one that it was, and they're always confused about right and left. Like, well, whose right is it? And a stop on the cross shot. Literally, his name is Grant Cross. That's who I was
The
going
cross
for. The
shot.
cross shot, yeah. So an opportunity squandered for Worthington as the first quarter comes to an end. But the Cardinals on top in the third place contest here as they lead 4-1. End of the first quarter comes with a 4-1 score, and the one thing that I absolutely love right now is this young kid standing in the middle of the natatorium directly across from our cameras. He's been here all day, and the first contest to go around when Ryan and I were on the cameras, I zoomed in on it because I could not stop laughing at his enthusiasm. Now there he is. He got a thumbs up, and he's been there, and he's been toting that sign the entire contest. And
now he's waving at us.
He had a pom-pom earlier on, too, that went along with it. And as you guys were talking about the game, he was running up and down the stairs just waving that sign back and forth. And, you know, that's the kind of pride you want from your youngins to support your team. Doing a terrific job of doing that. Is no matter what the score, he's going to continue to root on his Jacks. Gotta love that. Cardinals, however, being pretty rude and smashing his hopes as they lead 4-1 after the first quarter. And three of the goals coming from the right hand of the junior and Brandon Zurovchak. It's been a good crowd all day long, though.
He hasn't taken a nap yet either.
I know. I was thinking about that. I'm just watching him, and I need a nap.
Got a lot of energy.
State championship game coming up next. St. X will take on St. Charles. That's both of those teams with wins the last 2 days to get back to this point. For St. Charles, they're looking to win their first championship in a couple of years. For St. X, they're looking to win their second championship in a row.
A lot of good teams at St. X.
Well, in one of the games earlier on when we had Coach on, he talked about how, you know, with St. X, the problem is that they're going to come in as a 7 seed and that they may be underseeded. And he explained, did Coach Nick Helwig, that the seeding is based on your overall record. And since St. X is so big that they have 3 teams, that they finished with like a 21-22 state record. Well, that involves where you're seated at. So a team that started with 70 players at the start of the year, well, I mean, your entire record counts.
You know, and that's just phenomenal because, I mean, we know schools up in Northwest Ohio that there's not 70 kids in the school. You got 70 kids on a team.
Well, and that's the difference between big in small towns.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Wow. I don't know that Taylor Wines couldn't play quarterback. He had a pair of goals. He actually had 3, but one of them apparently came before or after time ran out earlier on in the first game. I don't know. He's not a pitcher or a catcher, some kind of baseball player for his squad, because he has got one heck of an arm, and it's very accurate.
Very much.
As he missed just high off the post. A little bit of interaction there. How do you do? By Julian Murray, the young man we talked about, just an 8th grader. Shot clock down to 14 for the Cardinals of Thomas Worthington. Of course, Worthington in the early 90s or the late 80s, however you want to look at this, originally a much bigger school, but they split at one point in the 1991 school year and then became Thomas Worthington and Worthington Kilbourne. And the anecdote from Coach Helwig earlier on about how the one coach coached both of their water polo teams, and all was great.
That was a fun story.
Until he had to meet his own team in the finals. And I said, that's that's one of those once in a lifetime things. I'm so good, I took 2 teams to the finals. And
that goal is negated because
of the foul.
Apparently it's a rowing foul.
I thought it was.
That kind of looked like the official made this rowing motion.
Well, it would work in this context. Beautiful day outside.
You're not allowed to row to gain possession.
You're not allowed to skip either.
No.
Even if it's to your loo. Now the ball over here in front of us on the near side. Smart thing, as everybody looks right up at the clock, there's a shot clock up on the big scoreboard behind us. And as he was trying to just throw it away, Brock Gorman realized, hey, we're getting pretty close to this being a shot clock violation. Zorovchek tried to skip one in, and it did not go. Instead, it puts Oakwood on the offensive, trailing by 3. Taylor Wines with the knockout. So it'll stay Oakwood ball. They've got to go quickly, though, because the shot clock again has been an issue, and you can attribute that to the good smothering defense of Thomas Worthington.
Yeah, Jack King right there all over the ball handler and wasn't given anything.
Nothing really inside for Thomas Worthington as they survey some more. King tries to get one, but there's nowhere for him to go. Great defense back the other way. The lob shot just tinks the upper left corner of the goal and puts Oakwood back on the offensive. Oh, and up, and did that go in?
No, but it hit the post and came back and hit the hands of the goalkeeper. Well, now they changed their mind.
I don't think that's what it was. I think he called a foul. I think there was some extracurricular activity after that, and it ends up being the turnover that the pass pinged off the corner again. Tell you what, you look at it, it's 4-1. Each one of these teams is just, I don't even know that I could say given away, but had a goal given away with based on where it hit the metal of these bars that make up the cage at. outlet. Now down into the corner. Cardinals trying to work around. They are able to get it, and off the assist, the goal goes to Brendan Zurovchak. He now has the last 4 goals in this game. As you take a look at how that transpired.
Just got it right to the center. He just fingertipped it. Nothing fancy.
It's a beautiful pass. Luckily for Thomas Worthington that it worked.
Going for the bronze, I guess. It's Thomas Worthington. Going for the ball and stealing it away is Daniel Maxwell.
Back across the big way, the double skip score in for Thomas Worthington. Now they seem to be rolling as Taylor Wines with the goal.
Somebody other than Zurovchak.
And just watch the bounce on this one as he rears back. A defender's hand in his face says, that doesn't really surprise me. I don't really care. And boom, boom, bing. 6-1 now as we go back to live action.
Just under 2 minutes.
Of course, the origin of water polo going back to the 19th century is believed to be originated in Scotland as a sort of a variation on rugby. They called it water rugby, and then kind of fleshed it out throughout the last 150 years of going back and forth and making it into what it is today.
Subs in for Oakwood, as Zoe Egbert into the contest.
Also an Olympic event is water polo, since the modern what's looked at as the modern Olympics in 1900. Which is kind of amazing by itself when you consider the fact that the USOC and the World Athletic Council have kind of flirted with a lot of things. They took away baseball for a while. Now it's back.
Softball.
And a lot of different programs have kind of been back and forth with the popularity of water polo continuing to rise. I think it'll be an Olympic sport for quite a while.
I think so.
'Cause I think if I remember right, don't they have to do that 2 games ahead of time? They have to tell you that, it won't happen. They can't just tell you, the next one you're done.
Right.
49 seconds left.
Well, they took away softball because the United States was kicking everybody's rear end.
True.
It wasn't competitive.
And a shot on goal stopped by Reed Willett.
We mentioned about Zoe Egbert being the tied for the most ejections drawn. That ejection against Parker Jones, her doing.
And back down to 15 seconds. Shot clock is at 5. Normally wouldn't be an option, but Thomas Worthington picked up the ball before that happened. And skip pass score again, coming out of the hands of Taylor Wines. So it's been one of those things where you get another view of it.
Yeah, just one bounce right by the goalkeeper.
Long throw and knocked away at the halftime break by Wallet. And it's a 7-1 lead for Oakwood here at the half on ICRC-TV.
If you drive buzzed, it could cost you around $10,000. You'll face major legal fees, major fines, and steep insurance penalties. You could lose everything. Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is drunk driving.
Here is my handle and here is my spout.
When I get all steamed up, then I shout.
Tip me over and pour me out. Oh.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life.
Cheers.
Take time to be a dad today.
I would do anything for my friends. They're like family to me. Sometimes saying no can be scary. But I'm so glad I was brave enough to say yes to living a drug-free life. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
I am a veteran, and my victory was finding the strength to be a champion.
I am a veteran. My victory is having a job I can be proud of.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
My victory was finishing my education.
Mine is proving a disability is not a limitation.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
My victory is having my new battle buddy.
As veterans face their challenges, DAV is there to help for victories great and small.
I'm a veteran, and my victory is getting the help I needed to put my life back together.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support.
I am a veteran. My victory is being there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is the city where danger lurks. Today, a new creature walks among us, terrorizing innocent citizens. They prowl the streets alone and in packs, causing mayhem, destruction, and carnage. Warning, until this threat can be contained, we must all be on the lookout for the dreaded digital deadwalkers. They're not looking out for you.
Dude! Engage!
A public service safety message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons, who want to keep everyone well connected.
Sorry.
With strong, healthy bones.
Take a good look at yourself. Oh, yeah. Check that smooth backside. No, really, check it. If you're a man over 50, you're in the group most likely to develop skin cancer, including melanoma. When detected early, skin cancer is highly treatable. Check yourself out and find someone else to help. A message from the American Academy of Dermatology.
Back inside of the Mason Auditorium here in Mason, Ohio. Mike and Dave Bonnet-Signa. And we appreciate you joining us wherever you might be watching from this afternoon, this morning, this night, here as we get ready for the second half of the third place game between Thomas Worthington and Oakwood. State championship game coming up next, as it'll be featuring a battle of the Saints in St. X and St. Charles. Again, both those teams with big wins to get here, and the big part of that, the defending champions against a team that won 4 out of 5 just a couple of years ago. One thing I love is that everybody, it's not just the young man that brought his Go Jack sign. Everybody's bringing signs here for the games tonight. Referee's waiting to put it in play, and here we go. I was talking, by the way, about the modern Olympics in men's water polo. The women's actually didn't take place for the first time until the 2000 games in Sydney. So a long way that both the programs have come, and we've had both here the last couple of years on the streams and the channel on ICRC-TV, and it's always been a lot of fun. It's a very fast-paced, moving sport, as you see here, and the foul inside the 5 meters, with Thomas Worthington leading 7-1. Will be, I believe, we're going to get a penalty shot here from Brock Gorman. Gorman, who's got the first goal of the game and the only goal of the game for Oakwood. He just missed mightily to the right side as he tried to wind up on that power shot. And confusion making the Cardinals start from their own goal and then play back out as they look inside the Oakwood goal there. Worthington trying to dribble through traffic. Back out top, playing a couple of dry passes around, then dropped in the middle, so he can't really claim both of them were. But Thomas Worthington on display on the offensive end. Tim Barrage, the junior, into the game for the Cardinals. And Coach Rick Urich, he's got 3 co-captains, and they have all played well today in leading this team to the 3rd place game. As I say that.
Yeah, some activity out in front.
Barrage is the one that gets called for the foul. He with the long dark hair coming out of the back of his cap. And you can push and shove anytime that a player has the ball, but you can't really touch them when they don't have the ball. I always thought that's a little backwards. There's a lot of variations of water polo, by the way, that are very popular. It seems like it'd be more up Dave and I's alley to play inner tube water polo, where you don't have to tread water all the time. You can just rely on the inner tube to keep you afloat.
I'd be good with that.
Yeah, these kids are in tremendous shape to be able to go up and down this pool for 28 minutes at a time. You can play canoe polo as well, but the UK calls it just polo. They're always doing something crazy over there.
Those Brits.
Skip shot from right to left is a miss for Oakwood, and there's still time for them to climb back into this game. You look at what they have done here so far. There's a foul just about 3 meters away. They beat Sylvania 20-6 yesterday, and then beat Sycamore 11-7 before they fell to St. Thomas in the 3rd place game. That would be impossible, because that's the game they're playing in. What I meant to say was, my brain's not helping out.
That was Wentz's goal, by the way.
That's his 2nd.
Makes it 8-1. That's his 3rd. His 3rd in a row.
So he made it personal from 6 to 8 in terms of goals for his team. When I was talking about Oakwood, they fell to St. Charles 14-2 earlier this afternoon. Oakwood, the 4 seed in this year's tournament. St. Thomas is the number 3 seed. Again, kind of a misnumbering with the way that it works out about St. X being a 7. Kind of throws everything off, as they scored what you would believe to be an upset when they beat Upper Arlington. Just based on the numbers, I'm saying. Now the ball pushed back through, and another foul inside, about 4 meters out. And it'll result in a penalty shot for Worthington from just outside 5 meters. And the shots caroms off the top of the cage. And a laughing matter for the Cardinals. Worthington still with a big lead. Shot clock for Oakwood down to 15, and the kick under the water for the foul resets the shot clock. Game clock at 3:35 in the third. Of a game that, for the most part, has been one-sided in terms of advantage from early on.
Yeah, the officials, they don't miss anything.
Well, there's 4 of them. Technically 5 of them, but 3 of them only on duty, so to speak, at once.
Well, there's a bunch of them up in the crowd, too. As we learned a game or so ago.
It's true. Now, working back across. Just that quick cross pass. Nothing really has been doing on that for Oakwood offensively. Worthington has been able to stifle what the Cardinals want to do, or what the Jacks want to do there, rather. It's a terrific nickname.
The Lumberjacks. I know, I grew up in Dayton, and I've been to Oakwood many, many times. I've never seen any Lumberjacks in Oakwood. Or in Dayton, for that matter.
I'm a Lumberjack, and I'm all right. Yeah, it's become that kind of game. The Southwestern Buckeye League, the Lumberjacks call home. The blue and gold. The fight song aptly called Stand Up and Cheer. Oh, and they almost have had opportunities, however, just not going their way. As another one that will go back for them on offense. So the minute 59. This could be much worse in terms of the score, but Thomas Worthington has had a couple of balls that have just hit hard up off the high part of the goal. And I tell you what, they are loud because they are hitting very hard. Cool thing I heard about the programs there at Oakwood High School is they have a tech team. They're a part of the Technology Student Association in Dayton.
Mm-hmm.
They're the first chapter in the Dayton area. They have a robot, a small wedge-style robot like you see on TV in the Bots IQ competition.
Like R2-D2?
No, more like the ones you see on Spike TV.
Oh, I see.
That's called, the name of it, of course, wouldn't be anything else other than Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
I mean, it would kind of have to be. It'd be like that episode of The Simpsons where Bart and Homer try and build one.
Right.
It goes very poorly.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
These kids, though, I can guarantee you, are much smarter.
Than Homer and Bart?
Than Homer, yeah.
Oh, man.
They also have an excellent golf program. Last 20 years, they've won a ton of golf championships. But right now, trying to pick up third place, trying to get themselves back in. And you get a look at the goalkeepers on each side, and you kind of think, hey, whatever you do, you got to do. I did that as a kid where I just try and squirt the water between my hands and see what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Each goalie's tried to do it now. I think you get these long timeouts. You're just trying to keep yourself animated.
Stay awake, stay focused.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can just drink caffeine. I tell you what, there you see that young man again with the sign. That sign is almost as big as he is, first of all. He's been carrying it around all day long, and his parents are probably super stoked about him being here and him being active all day because he is going to crash here in a little bit.
Oh, yeah. He's going to sleep good tonight.
He's going to take a very nice nap. The blue that you see in the background, the St. X Bombers into the facility here at the Mason Auditorium, waving to their crowd that they've brought in hand. Good crowd, not that far away, obviously. And they will look to, I don't know that they built another wing at St. X just to put trophies in.
They need one.
We'll see what they do. Again, coming up at 7:15 in the state championship game this year, the 42nd annual State Water Polo Championships. Terrific host, by the way. Big thanks to the folks at Mason and Princeton for putting this on. As they do a great job of setting us up, and the crew all day has had a good time. Oakwood on that foul gets a fresh clock. 1:35 remaining in the quarter. They try and work around the side and thought maybe that one was going to go in. The save from Reed Wallet, but Rylan Quigley, almost came up with a marker that would have cut the deficit from 8-1 to 8-2, but it was not to be. This one back through the middle and being dunked under. That time was Brock Gorman, but they said he took the ball with him, so it's a fast break opportunity for the Cardinals with a minute to go in this third quarter. Make yourself big again, not big enough, as the toss into the back of the net from Jack King. That's Jack's second goal. The first one that he had came way back in the first quarter to get a second look at it that made it 1-1 after, believe it or not, in this contest, Oakwood jumped out to an early lead behind Brock Gorman and his goal about 4 minutes into the first quarter. So now with 45 seconds in the third, another fast break opportunity here for the T-Dub Cardinals. And they're running out of time with 30 seconds. Nice high save by the Jacks. And a little flip shot. Just, that's a dangerous one, though. You're trying to get it back to your goalie so he can set things up. But I don't quite know that Rylan Quigley saw the fact that if the two opposing players turn around in front of him, that puts him in no man's land.
Yeah, he would be 2-on-1 and bad news.
7 seconds left in the quarter. Pass back and forth, and the spin shot fired into the corner for a score. And if you keep at it, it'll work eventually. At least that's the theory for Brock Gorman. And he picks up the bookend goal that makes it 9-2 after 3.
There's the pass, and then there's the spin, and there's the goal.
Just one quarter left here in the third place game, which, if it holds, will go to Thomas Worthington. The big day. We look a lot of blowouts throughout the course of this day. As you look back through the entire schedule, we started out with Upper Arlington beating St. Francis 12-4. And then Sycamore beat Milford 13-7. St. X beat St. Thomas 17-8. St. Charles became the first team on the left side of the bracket to actually win a game as they beat Oakwood 14-2. Then the 7th and 8th place game, St. Francis took out their frustration on Milford with a 16-9 win. And 5th place going to Upper Arlington as Sycamore could not find an answer in that entire game to Mr. Wilson, who has, I believe it's 12 goals today. Yes. No, 17 goals today. He had 12 in the in the win, the 19-3 win. And then, of course, the 4 goals in a row in this contest by Brendan Zorovchak. That's the rundown of the entire day that we have had here at the State Water Polo Championships.
Still a great crowd. You know, a lot of the Blues starting to come back in as St. X will do battle against St. Charles coming up here in just a little bit. Have some interesting tidbits during that game. I've been doing some homework.
Just to tell you,
You've been rubbing off on me,
he's
man.
been over here working the whole time.
You've been rubbing off on me.
That's not a bad thing. If you are getting ready to watch the finals, tell your friends they can watch the live stream. Just tweet them and find us on at ICRC-TV on Twitter or on Facebook. A lot of cool things going on in the communities that we are lucky enough to service. The boys doing a terrific job of high school sports this season, as always, and we hope that it continues here through the next couple of hours as we crown the 42nd annual State Water Polo Champion. You see I think the officials they're ready to go. They've had a hard day's work.
Yeah, they're ready for some Chick-fil-A.
That's probably what it is. They have the trophies that are sitting out in a cardboard box over on the right side of the pool.
That's a whole other story.
That's for you.
Yeah, thanks.
And it'll be Thomas Worthington left to right in the Whitecaps who gets the ball first.
Those are much nicer cardboard boxes.
Leading it by 7. That goal by Jack Gorman cutting the lead from 9-1 to 9-2. Both teams still trying to duke it out here in their last game of the weekend. Shot misses high, and I'm not quite sure that that was the shot that Zarovchak was looking for, as he has not scored in quite a while. Down to just about 7 minutes to go. Back and forth. Everybody just trying to close out the third place game. Zarovchak and crew trying to keep on keeping on here as they just need to play defense through the next handful of minutes. You get in the top 3, of course, you get back in for next year, and that's always a good start when you can get this group. If you're Thomas Worthington, that's got just 3 seniors on it, some confidence going into next season. Long outlet pass from one side to the other, trying to set things up and look for the goal, just about a meter away on the shot, and it won't go down for Mick Gehan.
He's a little bit frustrated.
I don't think that begins to cover it.
Nice job by Wallet back there.
Frustrated.
He just wasn't giving.
So now a long throw. Ooh, and you can see as that ball came across from just in the back end of that shot, that ball was thrown with such a high mark on it that the goalie for Thomas Worthington, when it smacked off his hand, he knew it.
It had some sting to it.
Ethan Armitage, the goalie for the Cardinals. If the one on the hand's not bad enough, the one high off the chest and off the face is going to be is going to be worse. Long throw, smart decision on his part. Sorry, Timothy Hutchins, the goalkeeper for Oakwood. I read the wrong sheet. And a timeout coming at 4:39 left in the fourth quarter. We'll get the substitutions here. 9-2. Again, Oakwood led this contest 1-0 way once upon a time. But since then, they have given up a handful of goals to a handful of different players. As you get a couple of looks at the replays here. And here's one of the ones I was talking about. I think we could make a compilation today of just replays of goalies being hit in the face. This one actually, from where I sit, I thought it went high off the left shoulder and then the face. Yep, just the glancing blow off the inside of the shoulder and then the wincing. I would be that way too. Again, if someone is about 6 feet from me and throwing it in there, you get a look at the trophies. They haven't unboxed them yet. Always be safe and travel around in a cardboard box, I guess, if you can.
Yeah. Like I said, those are much nicer cardboard boxes, though.
Than you're used to, yeah.
Yeah, than we've seen before. There's a look at the lifeguard over there.
Yeah, she's on the opposite side. She was over here for the last game.
I chased her away, I think.
I believe that. Either you or Ryan.
She likes her job, though. I asked her. I said, it's a good job, right? And she said, yeah.
A little Italian guy or a grizzly bear, I'm probably going to run away as far as possible. One of the two.
Well, you got one here, and then you got
that's what
one
I said.
in the truck, I think.
He's back there. He knows. And the foul just outside of the cones. And dejectedly, Danny Johnson, who they spell Johnson in the unconventional way of S-E-N at the end. Not the way that you're used to. He would otherwise be Dan Johnson.
Schroeder.
Dan Johnson, like from the 92 Olympics?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the same guy.
No.
He doesn't have any eligibility left. And again, stoned right at the front door. Again, he is just waiting back. He's taking his time because he's pretty upset. He's had 2 point-blank looks and has been turned away. No soup for you, as the old saying goes.
Long outlet again. Another opportunity.
And it's the same young man. Now we'll see what he can do. He lofts one across the defense to Franco Brassart. Franco back to the middle. Tries the hookup with Brock Gorman. Gorman's got a couple of goals here today, but he just throws it away into no man's land in the back corner, seeing that the shot clock was down to about 3 seconds, and his team wasn't going to be able to do anything that they wanted with it. Just 3 minutes left in the third place game. Trying to weave through traffic. The Cardinals poked away from behind, so Brassart has been that way through the lanes on defense, keeping the Cardinals offense off the board, at least any more than the 9-2 lead that they currently have. Flip shot on the pass inside.
That was nice.
Tell you what, I thought Brassart was going to go for the shot himself, and the smile from Danny Johnson as he gets the goal. Another look at it to make it a 9-3 game in favor of Worthington. I didn't realize in the actual live version of that Reed Wollett actually had it go off of his hand. So he almost got himself to that ball. His team's still with a 9-3 lead. He has played well. I talked about him being under fire in the first game and just being assaulted. He's one that took a ball high off the face, and it actually ended up going into the goal. But now is he able to get that one out? He is able to just swim over. Of course, the goalies, by the way, the only members that are allowed to have contact with the bottom of the pool.
Mm-hmm.
On the long throw, the backstroke from Brassart. Throw across, looking for the same hookup with Johnson. This time, though, stymied as it is stopped, and last touch by him, he knocked it out. Substitution, and a timeout comes with 1:46 to go in the fourth.
I don't think the bottom of the pool thing happens a whole lot, though, because you got 12 feet at one end and 10 feet 9 inches on the other end.
Well, I'm just saying, they're the only ones that are allowed. Whether it happens or not is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
And that's, it's something, too, here that it might be, it's 10 foot 9 inches on one side to our left and 12 foot 6 inches to our right, but not every pool is set up the same. It's kind of similar to baseball fields where you have different depth marks and obviously different sizes of pools.
Right.
And different qualifications, but you remember when we were at Sycamore not that long ago, the one end for them was just under 5 feet.
Correct. And the other end was the deep end. Coach and I talked about that a little bit, how, that can be an advantage sometimes, but each team is going to have the opportunity,
right,
to
each have a half. And that's the great thing about it, similar to volleyball when you switch sets, about you switch benches.
Right.
So don't bring anything in with you that you can't carry to the opposite end of the natatorium or the gym. Down to about the final minute or so here in the fourth quarter of a 9-3 contest. Worthington with the lead. They've controlled it since about midway through the first quarter, and this is substitution time where everybody that hasn't played, they try and get them in because a lot of new faces on both sides. And that's exactly what the Oakwood coaching staff is trying to do in front of us here, as they will bring in
that's a
send
complete
out Jeremy
line
Cleary.
change. Well, it looked like he was going to be.
Well, Cleary is out now, yeah. They bring back in Mick Guillen, who we talked about being frustrated a couple of times. And the senior in Connor Quigley has to throw the ball out just to get it thrown right back to him and put it in play. Brock Gorman tries to weave through traffic from the point, realizes he can't get there from here, and plays pitch and catch with Danny Johnson. Play clock at 15, game clock at 58. Wanting to shoot it is Sam Moulton, but not able to do it. And a ball that spun just a knuckleball to the left and off the post from Danny Johnson. 9-3. So it looks like Thomas Worthington will pick up the third place trophy here tonight, or the bronze, as they would say. They being everyone but me.
So everybody else.
Everybody else, yeah.
Okay.
The throw, there's a smart move this time. Reed Wollett, he went there, he did the backstroke after he got a hold of it, and who's there to be disappointed? And Mick Gehan again. The St. X Bombers ready to get themselves into the pool. They are listening to music and getting themselves ready as they will play for the state championship coming up in a little bit. They will take on St. Charles. That is the game that we will have when we next talk to you here in just a handful of minutes as you're watching the 42nd state championships on ICRC-TV. Welcome back here inside the Mason Natatorium. It's time for the 2016 state championship game between St. X and St. Charles. Mike Hearn and Dave Bonatigna in a packed pool full of a lot of players, big teams, meeting on the big stage here in the 42nd annual championship game.
Yeah, there's more players for St. X than some of the high schools, senior classes that we've seen before.
It's true. We talked about that throughout the course of the day.
Yes, we did.
You know, it's kind of interesting. You see that these teams are ready, and it's the defending champions against the four-time champions in the last decade.
Now, what hasn't St. X won before in sports at their school?
You know, I don't know. It's a good question. I would like to know the answer to that. Is there something that they've lost and not actually won before?
A lot of good athletes, a lot of good sports at St. X.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity for you to do some damage as a member of that Bomber squad, and you know they have done that, and it doesn't really matter what that is. But this year, trying to finish off this state championship, they got here with a win earlier today as they blitzed by St. Thomas 17-8. They got here with a couple of wins yesterday when they beat Mason 20-6 in this pool, and then of course beat Upper Arlington in a rematch of the state championship game from last year, 11-5. A lot of opportunities for this squad. They are fast, they're big, and they can do a lot of damage in the pool. Just a ton of fans in this building. The St. Charles folks have brought the We Are SC signs. They are all the way to the left side. You see there in the back of that shot, and they are going to be in the red caps tonight. The Bombers in the blue. They are ready as they do the introductions here for both of these squads. We'll have the national anthem coming up in just a second, but it's a lot of young men who they're playing pretty well right now, and they're all going to go on and do some big things. We talked about a lot of the St. X kids and who they were being recruited by early on.
Yeah, they're definitely, you have that much talent, you have that many kids, and they're going to get a lot of looks from a lot of different places. A lot of smart young folks here, smarter than me anyway, across the way.
Well, we'll take a listen to the introductions here.
Number 14, Grant House. Number 15, John Brandenburg. Number 16, Jeff Tell. Number 18, number 17, Christopher Tarpanian. Number 18, Nick Hurst. Number 21, Ryan Robertson. Number 22, Andrew Levine. Number 23, Brady Wheeler. Number 24, Connor Scott Jesser. Coaches, Mike Roberts, Dave Allen, Jeff Carr, Alex Bolton, Johan Rivera, Courtney Roberts, and John Waller. Thank you.
spirited introductions
Yes.
for both squads. Everybody ready to go. As now we will take a listen to the national anthem here before the contest gets started. Nobody in this building right now is probably lacking goosebumps, and nobody in this building is more hyped than the St. X student section.
They're fired up.
Across the way. They are jumping up and down. They are ready to go. It is going to be a battle here between the St. Charles Cardinals out of the Columbus area, the 2010, 11, 12, and 13 winners of the state championship, taking on the 2015 winners in St. X. The contest now getting ready to get started. St. Charles looking at their run quickly through this tournament. They started off, they beat Milford yesterday 24-11. That's a big win for them right there. And then, of course, they get a win earlier on today. Just to get to this point, they beat Oakwood 14-2, and that was a game in which they had, I believe it was 10 goals before Oakwood got on the board, and then they just kept pressing, and you see how it turned out here with a chance to win a state championship. Red folks to my left, blue folks to my right. We are ready to get in the pool and get the state championship game underway.
Tell you what, without anybody in the pool, you look down in the pool, how clear that it looks. A nice facility here.
So Coach Jeff Gear and the St. Charles Cardinals sending his boys into the pool. Mike Roberts and crew for the Bombers doing the exact same. It was Upper Arlington that St. X beat to win the championship last year. They beat them en route to the finals this year. See how it turns out. It is loud and raucous inside this building. And the "Here we go Bombers, here we go" chant from the folks wearing the blue across the way. They are ready to go. White caps for the Bombers, right to left, and the red caps for the Cardinals, left to right. Ball's in the pool, and here we go. It'll be the Bombers. Used to be called the Conquistadors, looking to conquer this championship here tonight, and they had a good give and go right off the bat, as it does not take them very long to get started. We saw that in the offensive barrage that they put up earlier on. Charles Lisman had the first goal of the game for St. X here today, and the opener, and I tell you what, there is nothing like the sound of a St. X state championship game, because the last 2 years I have had trouble hearing myself, and there you go. It took just 25 seconds for the first goal of the game. The assist to Alex Wade in the goal to the aforementioned young man in Charles Lisbon.
Way to get things started for the Bombers.
1-0 X as you get a look at the replay. This is not all that fancy, just quick tap into the back corner and past the goalkeeper in Jack Carlin. A big physical squad, over 70 kids on the 3 teams that make up the St. X water polo program. So much so that it forced them down to being a 7 seed. And we got to talk to Coach Dick Helwig, the head coach at Sycamore earlier on, who has played both of these teams. And he said, you know what, it's kind of a misstated thing because they are not a 7 seed in any sense of the number. And don't let them fool you with the Cinderella act. It just has to do with the fact that their 21-22 record in all 3 combined A, B, and C groups forced them back down the ladder with how they situate the rankings.
That could help them out a little bit, too.
And they throw for even. I said fired up earlier. Stuart Decker, the senior, cues the running flag for the Cardinals. It says beware. And he should beware of nothing with a throw like that. 1-1.
That was a rocket.
Here, just a couple of minutes in, it's got that feeling. You make a mistake last and you're going to pay for it. And there's another goal. This one from Patrick Hudak. Patrick, a 4-year player and team captain, 6'5", 225. And a look at what the Gentle Giant does here to give his team a 2-1 lead. Beautiful lead pass. Just a little flip akin to an alley-oop in basketball. And Hudak right into the back of the net. 2-1. St. X just a minute 45 in, and the foul inside the 5 meters will give the Cardinals an opportunity to set up and switch out as they'll work from one side of the pool over to the other. The fake throws have pulled the defense out of position a couple of times for St. Charles today, but it's a very disciplined defensive group for St. X. And they show why right there, waiting for the pass. And Gordon Wheeler with the steal. Another 4-year player and a team captain as he zooms up the pool with the ball in the right hand. 3 waves and a score. And it's 3-1 St. X.
Well, Wheeler did it on the defensive end and then on the offensive end. Well, St. Charles has their flag, St. X has their flag, and except St. X has a banana waving their flag.
Banana.
That's right.
Chiquita. They had bananas, by the way, when St. X came in earlier on to make sure everybody had their protein for the day. It's another foul just inside, and defensive aggressiveness has not been a problem overall, but 2 quick fouls against St. X and a rejection on the shot. That time the goalie in Liam Roberts, no, I'm sorry, it's a 1 in Charlie Hyde. Don't know how I'd forget that young man, a terrific goalkeeper with a big arm. Now in the goal box the other way, Jack Carlin. Talk about make yourself big. He was able to do just that, that again. They call the pump fakes there, the hezi or hesitation shots. You can also call it dummying. I prefer to call it bulking, as that's another one of the terms. I love the water polo terms because I never know what it's going to be when I look it up. Pass across, and who's there again? Hudak. Patrick is going to go swim at Arizona State University for the Sun Devils. A terrific swimmer, especially for his size.
Wow, nice
across
pass.
The outlet, up and down, goes to score. This one from Grant House.
He put it to the house.
4-1 X lead. And the chant of "You can't stop us," as House is the one that's going to go swim at Arizona State.
He put that one in the house right there.
Yes, he did, off the replay there. it is Patrick Hudak who has received interest for multiple programs around the country. San Jose State amongst them, Sonoma, California, Iona, Fordham. Plays year-round, multiple teams. Also, he's listed as the first true water polo player for St. X.
Okay.
All right. Whatever you want to make of that. Let's see how St. Charles responds, down 4-1. And a foul just inside the 5 meters. St. Charles, I thought they were going to try and go with the quick shot, where we talked about earlier on about the ball being right on the line and how you can take a chance at it. The ball redirected. I tell you what, I'm not sure Charlie Hyde ever saw it. And the goal comes up and in for St. Charles as it's Ben Sugar.
He had a big game in the earlier contest here.
X still with a 4-2 lead here in the first. As it, just watch the rebound off of this. Charlie does a good job the first time, hits him right in the center of the chest, and then he is caught out of position trying to get back on the defend the corner. And Sugar puts it in the goal for the point. I think Cardinals trying on the defense there to force St. X to make a mistake. They did that on the foul. Now the long outlet pass is where the Cardinals could give themselves a chance. The ball goes underneath. 2:20 to go in the first. I can't get over it. Just a fantastic atmosphere. It's been the last couple of games have been kind of docile compared to what this game is.
This place is coming alive.
Trying to swim through the traffic there is Gordon Wheeler. Wheeler will back it out to Hudak. You see, center of the offense and defense, didn't make a mistake, rises up out of the pool and fires one. That is corralled by Jack Carlin. Carlin with a quick outlet out ahead to Michael Gutman, the junior. And the foul, they go with a kick out. Yes, they did. That will send Alex Wade to the side. Well, initially, it sent Alex Wade to the side, but now Charles Leisman is the one that is swimming out. I think they called a different foul than they did the first time. And the Cardinals will swim out and change positions. Stuart Decker will come in, and it'll be Hans Kavelka, which may now get my favorite vote for name on the year.
He had a good game, too, the first game that they played earlier.
A lot of smart kids on both sides, as high ACT scores for both these schools on average, much higher than mine in high school.
Both of them college preparatory schools, got to be smart to go there.
Now back out top of the point, the spin, nothing going. Play clock not really been an issue so far, as both teams have had shots within the first 10 to 12 seconds of their journeys. Hudak so long and tall at 6'5". Now the swim out ahead goes to Lisbon. He's receiving interest from some Ivy League schools, just to facilitate my point about smart kids. It's Wheeler's younger brother Grady is listed as the best sophomore in the Wheeler family. So an amusing and competitive group for St. X.
That's great.
Quick pass across and hit the top high end of the bar to Lisbon. But he'll get an opportunity. One, it resets the shot clock. And two, the game clock down to just 50 seconds. Gamble, and it paid off for Jack Carlin. He saw there was a defender or an offender in front of him, and he decided to gamble. There you go. Sometimes you got to know when to hold them.
He was able to knock the ball down. They tried to loft it over his head, but to no avail.
Pass down into the hole, and a foul that will give Stuart Decker an opportunity to readjust his cap. And there's I tell you what, it's almost a fight going on at the center line. Gutman is worse for wear on that one. And X now bringing it up. Quick pass across, tried the little touch slap. but it didn't work on that exchange.
Alex Wade wasted a lot of energy coming over into the penalty area, and then by the time he got here, he was allowed right back.
Final 8 seconds thrown off of the diving platform here near the end of the first quarter. And they'll just put it in play. Hudak will throw the length of the pool, but unless he's Superman and can bend time, he won't be able to do anything with it. A couple of gutsy decisions here for Jack Carlin, the goalkeeper for St. Charles. This one pays off as that shot misses high and left for Charles Leisman. But this is the one. This is the one where he chose to play it and was able to just smack it away like Dave does with his kids when they try and reach in the cookie jar. Doesn't take very much.
Not too much.
A rowdy crowd, and St. X up 4-2 here.
Some interesting stuff with St. Charles.
See the they're chanting Bismarck Keys, just a friend.
That's great. They were excited about their team. I know that folks at St. Charles had to be excited. They hosted Dick Vitale earlier this year for a fundraising event, raised $625,000 for tuition assistance.
I mean, that's all right.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's a great dude. Baby.
I got mentioned in the same sentence as him, if you remember.
Because you were standing next to him?
No, that's not it. It was with the Lauren Hill bobbleheads.
Oh, that's right.
Lauren's mom sent bobbleheads to me and to Dick Vitale on the same day, in the same mailing. So that was pretty cool.
Wow. Now you're stretching.
Yes, just a bit.
Curious to me as I look across the way is that they used to have a humongous set of concessions across the way. It has now dwindled to just what's left of the pop.
Right.
St. X kids probably bought it all out.
They're hungry.
They're hungry for a championship.
Well, they're ahead right now, 4-2. A little bit about St. X. St. X was canonized, for those of you that aren't Catholic, that means he became a saint on March the 2nd, 1622.
It's been a couple years.
Just a few.
And I think St. X
I was not there.
St. X has won a lot of things since then.
I couldn't get a babysitter that day, so, happens.
A great crowd, a lot of fun here throughout the course of the day. Big thanks to the folks at Mason for setting us up today to bring you these contests, both here on ICRC-TV and then all through the day on the stream. Ball in the pool, and here comes quarter two. X, as they did the first time around, will win it the second time. Patchy, as they refer to Patrick Pucci, will get the ball to start off the quarter. Another fantastic swimmer, and just a freak athlete. He's going to go swim at Florida State next year on a full scholarship. And he may be in a list of kids on this bio that we were sent from St. X. He may be the best one to watch because he apparently says so many funny things. His teammates set up a parody account of him on Twitter. Unfortunately for his squad, Ben Sugar could not be stopped, and he's got back-to-back goals in this game. And do you see the skip shot that gives him the goal? And that's he sidearmed it and then skipped it in.
Right underneath the arm of the defender.
The defense chant ringing out. About 6.5 minutes to go. Just 30 seconds into the second quarter. And you can tell it's going to be a battle early on. And the underhand twist shot from who else but Patrick Hudak.
I think I like his name because it sounds a lot like Hudak.
Hudak makes it 5-3X. Another look at it. You see, watch, he just turns over the right hand and just flips it underneath to the goalkeeper's right, or to his left, his right, and is able to pick up the 5th X goal and put a stop to the run. Well, at least momentarily.
Michael Gutman
get one back. Now 5-4. last season for the finals, it was a heck of a contest between that UA team and this St. X team, and that's almost a no-look pass to set that score up for Gutman. And as we're showing you the replay, another big play coming up here, as it'll be a penalty shot for the captain, Patrick Hudak. Big right-hander winds up on the throw. Just a fastball right down Broadway. And Hudak now with the hat trick at 6-4. This game has a 25-22 thing written all over
I was just about to say, you feel like a high-scoring game on the way.
There's a shootout on its way. Will Price with it for the Cardinals, coming left to right. Now the drop down here for Charlie Henry. Henry being harassed by Charles Leisman, who's been kicked out once and avoids it this time around. Substitutions and a lot of motion from the officials to one another. And there is a timeout. Get a look at some players from St. X. Andrew Devine sitting right in front of our camera. The Bombers there on the screen, and now the flip over to the Cardinals. Wow, just not only the atmosphere is so great for this contest, but just the pacing of how this has gone. Both teams coming out fast and furious, trying to set up a couple of things, not really able to anybody establish yet that, hey, this is going to be our game, and we're walking out with that title.
Yeah, neither team, when one punches, the other punches right back.
Very organized, the chants. We were going to give you a chance that to listen to that. That's what I was thinking of, but of course they wrapped up very quickly. And that's when you know you've got a good student section and they're going to follow you wherever you go because they're a very organized group.
Yes, for sure.
Back into the pool. 5:27 to go in at the first half. St. X and St. Charles. The Cardinals will bring it into the pool out of the timeout. Defense chant up and again. Back to the front point. St. X, by the way, if you just look at where the playoffs are sitting in the football, as another goal comes in, was that
Ben Sugar again.
Ben Sugar now 3 goals. If you look at what X has done in the football playoffs, right now unofficially they would play on the road as they would be trying to get their 6th win of the season, taking on Fairfield next Friday. All the Division I games on Friday nights this year. Play clock, not an issue. Again, the lowest it's been for X in a long time. Hudak tried to get to it, but had it thrown just a little bit behind him. Actually, Vukovic as well. Now the hounding defense starts again for the Bombers. Drop into the middle, and Hudak gets called for the foul. And again, twice this has happened now where Ben Sugar has gotten a goal and he has just exploded. This one, though, the biggest of the game, his 4th, ties it at 6. Now having to swim out. Just watch how this ball moves. And even moving out of the camera, just 2 quick tip passes, and then nothing else but the skip shot off the water and into the back of the goal. You can just put an arc around it and picture how a basketball team would do it. They would probably try and copy that style.
I think X is pretty good at basketball, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Just a bit.
Hudak directing the traffic for Gordon Wheeler. He'll go under the water, had that ball pop away from him. Wheeler headed to swim at Miami University next year for the Red Hawks. St. Charles now with the ball, and they have got to get away. Zach Groen, another 4-year starter for this group, will play goalie in Boca Raton, Florida next year. But the strength of X at goal, so he can just play the field here. And a foul, and they called that one against the Cardinals and Ben Sugar. Much to the dismay of the SC fans in attendance. Ball into the hands of Bukovic. They say he does not tire, and so far he has shown that to be an applicable term. Up top to Hudak, now at the point, looks inside, trying to catch the cross in Grant House.
Wow.
And that is as close as you can get to a goal without having it come up your way.
He flipped that backwards, and it nearly went in.
Spinning backhand shot. He's so good at it. I remember he had 3 or 4 goals last year in this tournament of the exact same way. 6-6 here midway through the quarter, and I don't know if it's me, but I feel like the official has gotten a louder whistle for this game.
I think so. Either that or he's just blowing it loud because it's really loud in here.
It's possible. X with the timeout. And you can see from our vantage point just off to our right, Coach Mike Roberts had plans, and he's going over to have a conversation with Charlie Hyde, his goaltender, and he wants to say, hey, look, settle down, maybe get your team, a chance. Charlie, I love the story about him as you see another shot of the St. X student section. I never know what they're saying, but they're always into it. But the story about Charlie Hyde, about how he saw the 2013 game that St. X played in, ironically, I believe, against St. Charles, and decided, hey, I want to be a part of this. And he's been a big part of it since.
It's a lot of dedication. I mean, a lot of caring about the kids. You were mentioning that St. X used to be the Conquistadors. Without looking at Google, the last professional team to be the Conquistadors.
I don't know, but my thing goes to wrestling, and I think of Edge and Christian, so that's a whole nother thing. The oldest high school in the Cincinnati area is St. X.
A lot of storied high schools around here.
185 years ago. That's a little bit. Just 2 weeks ago, by the way. Turned 185. And about 185-mile-an-hour shot. I'd have to check the number on that, but I'd imagine it's pretty close. From Gordon Wheeler. So another look at it as X goes up 7-6. The pass, the quick outlet to him. He surveys, looks around, waves the ball around a couple times, and then just thunders one into the goal for the lead. I imagine it's a Canadian Football League team.
It is not.
I don't actually know.
From the ABA, the San Diego Conquistadors.
All right. A little before my time.
Dawson has a curtain in his room of the old ABA teams.
X off the foul, and the high pass, the shot rejected. They had their opportunity, right looking at it, as they had Sean Brandenburg, who's going to University of Michigan with an opportunity. He and Grant House played a 2-man game, but it doesn't work there. And the foul on Bukovic as he was set back in across the defense. Now 10 seconds and under on that possession, but Here comes X again.
Back
leading
to the
by one.
back to the reference Dawson being my 8-year-old Dawson.
Now the game clock at 1.5 minutes, the shot clock at 18, but it won't matter as the Cardinals take it away. Long pass looking for Ben Sugar. Sugar with it in his hand, and the exclusion foul will come against, I believe, that is going to go on Vukovic. Oh, I'm sorry. It'll go against Charles Leesman. I didn't see which one immediately. Both of them almost committed the same infraction. Ball swung from the center back to the corner, back up top now. See if they can get it to Charlie Henry. And he had it for a minute. Here comes the disadvantage, and here comes the goal. Didn't waste long. Patrick Pima with the game-tying goal. 7-7. You get a second look at what Patrick does here. The left hand lulls everybody in and then just fires one off the waves and in past Charlie Hyde. Coming up on the halftime break. X trying to get that lead back. Ball stripped away from behind. A good job of defense from Michael Gutman. The hard shot. I tell you what, there are going to be some bruises and some marks on these cages after this championship set here today.
Carlin lunged at that and got a hand on it.
Cardinals can take their time. The play clock down to 13 seconds. The game clock at 17. So just a quick separation. Sugar tries to work in off the midsection of Hyde, who came out of the water. And 8 seconds to go. You've got to go quick here if you're Sugar and St. Charles. They come swing up the pool. They'll put it up top on the point. The throw off the back of the diving. And that is going to do it for the half, but not before. Patrick Gudek says, look at me. I'm going to try and come up with this goal.
Almost did.
Heck of a game brewing here. 7-7 at the half. Everybody is hyped as the teams switch ends. We were watching the 2016 state championships in water polo here at Mason High School on ICRC-TV. Welcome back to the 2016 State Championships of Ohio Water Polo. Terrific event that we have had here through the course of the last couple of days. Just looking at the recap, St. X got a couple of quick goals early on. They led 4-1 at one point in the first quarter. Then Ben Sugar took over for St. Charles, and he got a pair of goals to cut the lead to 4-3 early on in the second quarter. Patrick Hudak's goals made it 6-4 for St. X, but Sugar struck again, 6-5 and 6-6, and then a goal for each squad. In the last couple of minutes, they played some tight defense, and we go into the halftime at 7. Wouldn't think a championship game would be any other way.
No, we'll see who wins first.
A tie game in a packed house here at the Mason Natatorium. St. X now going left to right. There you see him in the white hats against the red-hatted Cardinals. I wouldn't expect the Cardinals to be any other color, would you? So the Cardinals,
No.
How many of you heard this before? A Cardinals squad trying to look for a championship in October. It's not a new thing. Now, both teams switch inside. You see Charlie Hyde in the background of this shot. As his team has provided him good looks defensively. He's had just a couple of miscues, a couple of soft water shots that have taken an extra bounce, have kind of played in front of him. That one he didn't have to do anything with, except for look down at the mark on his chest that Patrick Vukovic probably left after that shot. He's going to field this one, I'm telling you right now. Bombers back on the offensive. Got that nickname. They changed it. We talked about the Conquistadors earlier. They changed it back in the 40s. Thought it would be a more apt name, and well, there you go. They have done that the last handful of times that they have had the ball. Now, though, no scoring in this game for over a minute and a half. Kind of rare when you look at how this has worked out. A kick-out foul goes on Will Price. And another quick shot for X that misses off to the right side. Now a long pass down the pool. Just trying to toy with the defense in the hands of Stuart Decker, who had a goal early on. Neither team has done much with their first couple of opportunities. But defensively, both of these coaches in Jeff Gear for St. Charles and Mike Roberts for St. X probably are loving the aggressiveness of their group right now. Long outlet pass from Jack Carlin after he got ran over right in the goal by Sean Brandenburg. And the foul will rile up group over there in the SC fans, and they don't need anything extra right now. It's not going to take anything extra to get them going.
No.
And here comes Ben Sugar. He's taking his time as he swims out, ready to take this penalty shot. Charlie Hyde ready to accept it. Who wins this battle? Oh, Hyde does. Sugar visibly frustrated as Hyde went low, guessed right, and he was correct. Here come the Bombers, high up out of the pool, and the explosion from Patrick Vukovic. 8-7, St. X now. Lead has gone back and forth, really. If you look at it, St. Charles has not led. They have, however, been tied on a couple of different occasions at 1-1 and 6-6.
And we have a timeout by St. Charles.
So they look on the face, I think, of Coach Jeff Gear pretty much tells it all, as he had a look of disdain for the way his team kind of played open on that possession. Didn't really get back after missing the penalty shot, and he is He's got some words for his boys.
Just a little bit.
So you look at the penalty shots here, a couple of looks at it on our replay. Sugar had a good look. Man, he just wound up and it just tried to get rid of that one. Another look at it, and you see just able to get, I think it might have even been off the wrist. And then the look at the next Vukovic goal. You see, look at the torque on that ball just spinning back there. And, you know, Dave, you kind of got to wonder. You go through this big momentum swing both ways, back and forth, kind of like a pendulum through the first half, and you give up the first goal of the second half. It comes almost 3.5 minutes into the quarter, but you maybe take that timeout for to try and swing that momentum back in your favor.
Yeah, you don't want things to get turned in, you know, your opponent's favor. So that may be what he's talking about, that, you know, not to have a letdown because you miss a goal. Don't let it get in your head and come down here and you give up one. You know, to keep playing the game. You know, they, have came right back every time.
Across the way from us.
They were down 4-1 at one point.
So they won't count the goal. There is a foul on St. X. The weird thing is that took a long time for that to develop.
Yes, it did.
And again, we had Coach Nick Helwig from Sycamore on earlier, and he talked about, I would hate to see a call come that late, and that's exactly what happened in this instance. That happened during the actual timeout. So now you go back and you reset, and it's another shot for Sugar to give his team the lead, and he does. Predictably, if you get a second opportunity to do something you missed the first time around, the law of averages states that it's probably going to work out in your favor.
Right. Yeah, they put the time back on the clock and then let him have another shot. Of course, they didn't explain to us what was going on, but the St. X bench, no motion from them at all. So whatever it was, I guess the explanation was okay, because you look at it here the second time, he bounces it and goes high.
Yeah, he went with the skip shot that time. And that ball has 3 Cardinals right on top of it. But a foul with Patrick Hudak, and yet now you have to look. You take that timeout if you're St. Charles, and in a way it pays off not how you intended, as Hudak misses that shot off the post, but it gives you back the momentum because all of a sudden, 2 minutes later, boom, there's your penalty. You get a redo. Now you're leading for the first time in this game.
Yeah, to swing it flipped the scoreboard.
Sugar trying to get through traffic. 2 white jerseys, or white hats, took it away from him. Gordon Wheeler, the senior, who has swimming offers from the Naval Academy in Tennessee before committing it to Miami. Got it ahead. Terrifically smart play by Grant House.
He just punched it across the goal and leaping into the pool is Jonathan Sugar. He was a bit excited to get in the game.
Yes, I bet he was. 8-8, this is the kind of game that you live for if you train as hard as these kids do all year round. And this is how you want to put an exclamation point on your season with that state championship on your resume.
Sugar has the ball slip out of his hands. Now an outlet pass for X.
Nicholas Pereira comes in and immediately gets the goal. So another look at it. Look how quickly he swims out ahead, and there is nobody in front of him except for the goalkeeper. And he doesn't really have a chance off that lead pass. You got to, again, give credit, as we have all night long, to Jack Carlin about trying to make himself big, but he just wasn't big enough there. Hudak maybe is going to get in trouble for the fight that he is putting up with Ben Sugar right now. He shoved him under the water a couple of times, but Sugar returns the favor. Now the screen on the back side. Stops the Cardinals' momentum going forward with just 3 seconds on the shot clock. Sugar with the lob, back corner, hit the top of the crossbar. The alley-oop over the head shot, as I believe that goal has got to go to the first young man that shot it. I don't think that the rebound went in or was needed, but I think Will Price is the one that's getting that goal.
Yeah, he was right there, right place, right time, and ties the game up at 9. You see it here. The lofting shot, it hits the bar.
And now you'll see here comes Price swimming in on the backside, just flips it over his shoulder, and he got a little bit of help that time from Stuart Decker. But Price, for my money, got that goal because he was the rebound man. Swimming out with the ball out to the outside is Bukovic, who had his goal taken away that, remember, would have made it an 8-7-X lead. Instead, they find themselves even now at 9-9. Well, forget about that.
Yeah.
Pereira again did not have a shot early on. He's got 2 of them here, and his team now on top 10-9. X waving the banana flag across the way. It's the banana waving the flag.
Same thing, a little different.
Yeah, whichever. It's just I missed a couple of words. Sugar with the ball high, trying to get away from Hudak to his left. Drops it into the hole. Turnaround, I don't know, that wasn't completely different than what they had designed.
Quick breakaway again, but the lead pass just a little bit too far for Lisbon to get to it.
Again, we've not really had a close game here today, and this one now is going to be the first that we have had, and really, just other than the overtime game that Milford and Kilbourne went to yesterday at Princeton, there has not really been a close game in this tournament. The closest other than that is a 2 or 3 goal game. Both teams working like a dog, as the saying goes right now, with a minute 46 in the third. Brandenburg lob shot off the top backside of the goal, and it'll come back to the Red Hats and the St. Charles Cardinals. Minute 32 to go in this quarter, and Coach Jeff Gear to my right for St. Charles, and now is pacing in front of me. He was just pacing back and forth in front of his own bench, looking for any kind of call.
Yeah, he's beating the path.
You see him there. He's the sharpest dressed guy in the whole place with the shirt and tie, and his team now finds themselves down 2 goals and house again. It's been a while since he scored, but his goals have always had a purpose for X. There's a second look at it. Just all of these designed by these lead passes.
He got the goalkeeper to commit to diving. Got him while he was in the air.
Moving on in the pool, a foul as they try and stop play with the buck 2 left here in the quarter. And they're trying to explain. The official across the way from us is not, he does not have the temperament that you want to mess with tonight.
No.
He has been very serious.
Trying to explain it to you.
Yes. Throughout the thing, I'm trying to tell you, stop. Sugar, lob shot. Beautiful stop by Charlie Hyde. And, you know, that's the kind of thing that you need if you're St. X. Just keep those little lob shots from coming near and doing some damage as they did early on.
Yeah, Gutman right there to bother him, but he's able to get it away.
Sean Brandenburg, who sent that ball up ahead, a 4-year starter, gets the assist, and the goal going to Gordon Wheeler. So Wheeler now makes it 3 straight goals for X, and we go from tied at 9 all the way up to 12-9 in favor of the Bombers. Oh, we got slapped in the face, too. Tell you what, honestly, if you were able to look at that in slow motion, you'd see that he's blinking the whole time that he's throwing that ball back towards the goal. I don't know that he saw that go in. X with it, working hard in the hole is Sugar. He'll disappear as he tries to get around Patrick Hudak on the pivot. Now down to 4 seconds, 3 seconds, lob shot. Again, just too high on about 5 or 6 occasions for St. Charles and St. X. You see their fans rising to their feet in the background. They know, put the 4 fingers up in the air, that they are just 7 minutes away from their second straight state championship if everything holds how it is right now.
With that period there, X with 3 goals in a row, the first time that has happened for either team since the first period when they went up 4-1, when Hudak, Wheeler, and House with their 3 consecutive goals gave them a 4-1 lead with 3:20 left. 2 times in the contest, St. Charles has had 2 goals in a row. Sugar had 2 in a row from the first to the second. Oh boy, shirts are coming off now.
Wave them around your head like a helicopter.
And Sugar did it again in the second period with goals 5 and 6 for St. Charles. Yeah, the Banana took his hat off too. You got Bananas stripping over there. And, oh, wow, now the shirt goes off of the Banana.
Well, you can't be a banana with a shirt on if everybody else is missing theirs. That's just against the rules.
Well, they're a spirited bunch, if anything.
I'll tell you what, last year I enjoyed watching them, and this year it's been the same. I've enjoyed it too. And would that be, I don't know what that would be. Would that be a skinless banana now?
I think so.
I feel like these jokes write themselves. But look at that. You see in the background as we watch this.
Somebody had his back.
He had to make sure to put his banana head back on, make sure he wasn't peeled for the fourth quarter. Big variance.
He's got the X flag flying.
And he's quoting Daniel Bryan with the yes fingers, too. Again, you got to love high school sports. There's not really, college is great.
It's like we're back at Miller City.
Right. College is great, but it's nothing like high school sports. The young man in the front row he's got the backwards hat and a bow tie, but no shirt.
I like that look.
I don't think your wife would let you pull that
No,
off.
probably not.
Ball in the pool, and here we go, quarter number 4. St. X with the ball. They've won 3 out of the 4 quarters off the opening drop. They can take some time off now. Vukovic, with his freakishly long arms, kind of working inside. Tried to get it to him, did Hudak. Didn't take, so here's Brandenburg. Puts the ball underneath and has it stripped away from behind and flipped back to the goalkeeper after Stuart Decker got a hand on it. Don't count out the Cardinals, though. They've shown that they can go on the run of their own of 2 or 3 goals.
Well, they came back from 4-1.
Gordon Wheeler, one of the 3 captains for St. X, out there with the ball now. It's got to be big hands, I'll tell you what, from Brandenburg. Watching him palm that ball. And a shot off the crossbar. Did not even see it. Did Jack Carlin. And the foul going against the Cardinals results in a goal from Brandenburg, the senior. Wants to be the next world's most interesting man and wants to be an astronaut. Well, he made this ball fly into the back of the goal. He worked all the way around just to put that one in. So now a 13-9 lead for X, largest they've had in quite a while. And the Cardinals trying to find themselves a rhythm or just anything to go right. Stuart Decker just took an elbow right to the face on the reach by Vukovic. Inadvertent, obviously, but doesn't make it hurt any less.
That's true.
Into the hole, I believe that was Wheeler. He tried to get around the defense. Spin move and off the crossbar. That would have been the one, I think, that would have had the St. X side come unglued. Sugar drives and stalls. Tries to lob one inside, but nothing doing there with Michael Gutman on the give and go. Gutman hasn't been a factor since he scored early on in the second quarter to make it a 5-4 X lead, or cut the lead rather to 5-4. Underneath and on the shove, Wheeler goes under. Talk about how good of a swimmer he is. Not only is he going to swim at Miami University in Oxford, he's going to do so as a butterflyer and a freestyle.
Impressive.
A lot of kids with great stories on both sides. I don't know how that ball didn't go in. I have to be honest with you. Will Price just loaded up and just as quickly unloaded, but Charlie Hyde got a perfect bounce off the wave. It was created by the big bodies in front of him. Skip shot up and in. This time it'll be the credit to
I think that was Stuart Decker.
Stuart Decker, yeah.
He bounced that in with authority.
So 13-10. The Cardinals not going away, not ready to head back to Columbus yet.
See it bounces right under the arm and into the back of the net.
Kind of put a little extra spin on it, put the English down to 4 minutes remaining in this year's championship. St. X wants to take that trophy back down the road to Cincinnati and pick up back-to-back titles. Long outlet throw, and the foul is going to go against Brandenburg this time around as he got hooked up with Patrick Pima. Pima's not looking at the net. There's nobody in front of him on that left side. Hyde can cover a lot of ground, but man, I tell you what, he had a clear lane and did not take it.
And Kabelka had a fantastic game earlier today, and he's been held scoreless so far this game, so they've been really marking up on him.
3:35 left in the season here at Mason.
Young man's got to break loose here.
Yeah, he's got to get rolling. Hudak up off the chest of Jack Carlin. His dad, I'm sure, is not named George. Now
let's hope not.
And a timeout. St. Charles with the timeout right down in front of us here. 3:11 to go. They find themselves down 13-10, and this is the one where you get your money's worth.
3:11 to go. You got a few minutes yet to do some stuff.
We get another look at the chanting shirtless fellows across the way.
Yeah, I can't make out what they're saying, but they mean it, whatever it is.
Probably better that way.
Yeah.
I feel like you're better off if you don't understand what they're saying.
Just go with it.
So the breeze blowing inside here with the door open. Beautiful night in Mason, and just about to explode one way or the other, because you're about to have a heck of a story. Either St. Charles is going to come back from 3 goals down, or St. X is going to put the final nail in the coffin and come out as a 7-seed champion. One thing I do know, again, it's about to get rowdy in here. So the 7 and the number 1 seed, St. Charles, the number 1 seed, as they had the best overall record coming into the draw or the tournament play this week. Now the long pass out to the corner. See if they can get the ball to Ben Sugar, can the Cardinals. Sugar is spotted up in the back. He's got to be tired, though. Hudak has been wearing him like a glove the whole contest. So again, Coach Mike Roberts wanting to win back-to-back titles, and his squad playing well for him. He hasn't had to use a timeout. St. Charles has taken 2 timeouts, and the weird one early on, early on in the third quarter when it was 7-7. X had a goal that would have made it 8-7 in their favor. Out of that timeout, it got switched. St. Charles took their first and, to this point, only lead at 8-7, but then House got a goal, and then 5 more goals coming between the 2 teams to make it 12-9. Now it's all the way up to 13-10.
That could have been a huge momentum shift, but St. Xavier didn't allow that to happen.
It's been a handful of minutes since the last goal. Sugar trying to change that as he swims into the middle lane with traffic around him. Unleashes one that'll ring off the post. 2:02. And I tell you what, when that clock hits 0, as there's the timeout, and it comes from St. X. And that clock hits 0, and it says X has more than what their opponents do. If we thought it was loud in this place before, it is going to come unglued.
Some of them students may jump in the pool. They have their shirts off already.
I think if I remember right, a couple of them did last year, and it was an awkward thing because then they had to make the announcement of, hey, no non-players in the pool.
Yeah.
Last year it was freezing though. This year it's been much nicer, and that'll be the one time too, I think, that you have the lifeguard actually come into play.
Yeah.
Because you know these kids are all exceptional swimmers, but the young men and women up there, probably not so much.
Right. Yeah. I asked the young lady over here earlier, and I said, not much to do today. Sit back, watch the game.
You gotta just get up and walk around.
Unless somebody throws me in the pool, you know.
Yeah, most of that would be just from boredom of getting up and walking around. Play clock down to 13, and X is going to milk that. I imagine that's a big part of the conversation. They can just throw long and, try and kill the clock every time like they do here into the dead corner. Kind of similar to football where you get a coffin kick and you just try and have the ball roll back and nobody be able to do anything with it. That ball from Sugar, he sidearmed that one. And that should have been a goal, but again, Charlie Hyde said no, no, no. 22 seconds on the clock as we're going to look at the replay. Watch the spin on this ball. Right around the head of the defender, and Hyde able to come up high after Gordon Wheeler surprisingly didn't take that one off the noggin. 1 minute now remaining as the foul quickly puts the Cardinals on the advantage here. Sugar out in front. Great closing speed in front, though, of him by the defense. That time coming from Sam Fallon. It seems like a small thing, but you get a guy coming at you that quick, it changes your point of view on how fast you think you have to throw that ball. And the foul now will give Sugar what really is going to amount to his third time with this. Only one of them is counted. Here he comes. Skip shot up and in. 13-11. So Sugar now, in the record book, he will be 2 of 2, but really he's 2 of 3 on those shots.
That was
because
big.
The one that was changed earlier. 45 seconds left here. 13-11 X. They've got 24 seconds on their shot clock. Shot clock, by the way, which malfunctioned earlier, is back and working. House had it blocked, and it will stay with St. X as the scoreboard just did some crazy things. 30 seconds remaining, play clock at 25. So X is going to try and play keep away and walk out with a state championship trophy.
Yeah, the na-na-na-na has begun.
They will have to dump it down into the back corner, but they've still got 8 seconds left, and we're down to the final 5 seconds there, and St. Charles calls a timeout. I believe it's going to be 4 seconds. It says 3, but it always seems to put a second back up. And the Cardinals from St. Charles getting a last opportunity to talk to one another. Start the buses. All right.
Well, I called timeout because you can't take it on the bus with you, so.
Well, if you start the bus, you can try and find it.
That's a long bus trip back to Columbus.
So if you just look at it, I was looking again, and we were talking about water polo. 2010, St. Charles beats Toledo St. Francis. 2011, they won again. They won a couple of soccer times. Now 2013, they bring out the cardboard box and hand them the state championship trophy. They won in 2014, finished third last year. But now the trophy's out of the box, and it looks like that they are going back to the trophy case at 600 West North Bend Road in Cincinnati. And there they go. We were just talking about that. Yep. They're all chanting, "Let's go swimming." That's going to be a lot for the lifeguards to do.
And here comes the announcement, don't jump in the pool.
Right. It'll be 2 seconds later. So the oldest high school in Cincinnati about to put another trophy in the trophy case. Now 2 seconds left. And that is that. The St. X Bombers come in as the number 7 seed. They come out as state champions of the 42nd annual State Water Polo Championships here at Mason High School.
Even the rest of the St. X players didn't jump into the pool. But there you see the cheering section. Now there's the players.
So the state champions for the second consecutive year. Now St. X and Coach Mike Roberts, heck of a job by his entire staff, which includes a lot of coaches: Dave Albert, Jeff Carr, Ivan Fulton, Joanna Pereira, Courtney Roberts, and John Wallace. They are going to be a happy group on their way back down the road to Cincinnati. And we might have dodged a bullet in terms of the policing of people jumping in the pool. Although, at this point, I wouldn't doubt that joke's on us that let us do it anyways. So they put the final scores up on the board, and the championship you see there on the graphics: St. X 13, St. Charles 11. Terrific day as X finishes it off. They led 1-0 early on. Game was tied as late as 9-9 on a Will Price goal for St. Charles. But after that, it was a lot of goals coming from the blue side. And the St. X Bombers will again walk out of here after the handshake line. They'll walk all the way to the yellow banana and the blue flag, and they will pick up the 2016 state championship trophies.
Well, one of the players jumped up in the stands without the benefit of the stairs. I think he's a happy young man.
We talked about fantastic athletes on both sides. There's the Banana Man.
Now, if the banana jumps in the pool, that'll make it all worth it.
That's one buff banana. I don't think I'm going to mess with that banana.
No, he's a pretty tough-looking kid.
So they will sing the alma mater, I would imagine, as they did last year when winning the title before being handed the trophy. Just so many amazing people that have gone through St. X over the course of the years.
surprisingly, you could tell for the most part what they were saying that time.
This time.
Yes.
Again, a very happy group as we listen in as they are about to be given the state championship trophy after the boys from St. Charles given the runner-up. No shame in that. A heck of a job by them getting to this point. The number 1 seed getting into the finals and just running into an underseeded buzzsaw in St. X.
Well, the banana might end up in the pool, not voluntarily. Almost got bumped in just there. They get ready to give the trophy to the St. Xavier Bombers, the 2016 Water Polo State Champions.
Go. We talked about it. Student section going in the pool. The bananas in the pool.
All right. See, I told you it'd be worth it.
Tell you what, look at the jumps of some of these kids.
I don't think
needing the diving board.
I don't think that the lifeguards have to worry. I think all those kids can swim pretty well.
You better hope so.
Well, they're making some waves. Check this out.
What a happy group, and the trophy made its way in the pool too. I don't know that that's probably a good idea, but I've never won a state championship, so what do I know?
The banana lost its peel.
So many banana drinks.
Yeah, I know.
So again, we thank you for watching the 2016 State Water Polo Championships, the 42nd annual version going into the St. Xavier Bombers. Thanks to everybody for helping us. Oh, yeah. For helping us make this possible at Mason High School and at Princeton High School. Everybody you see there on the screen for putting this in motion.
Yeah, that Michael Hearn guy, he did okay.
Yeah, he was all right.
Yeah.
Find out what we're doing, ICRC-TV.com, as we are done here from the Mason Natatorium.
That Ryan guy was all right, too.
For Dave Boninsigna and the crew, I'm Mike Hearn. Have a great night and an even better tomorrow from all of us here at ICRC-TV.